With a flash of power, the adventurer Van dispatches a horde of reptilian monsters, their bodies exploding upon impact. He stands atop the corpse of a massive beast, smoke curling from his hide, and reflects that even the red dragon wasn't particularly impressive. Sometime later, he arrives at the Adventurers Guild. Inside, he places the spoils of his hunt on the counter for the receptionist: 2 red dragon fangs, 2 claws, and a single, large eyeball. He apologizes for having wrecked the other eyeball, and informs her that the rest of the parts are in a wagon out front. Nearby adventurers overhear the exchange, their conversation buzzing with disbelief. They recognize him as the one who took on an S-rank solo quest that very morning, a feat they find incredible given it hasn't even been a full day. She looks up from her paperwork to confirm his identity, asking if his adventurer name is indeed Van. Before he can answer, one of the stunned adventurers slams his hands on the counter, shouting Van's name in utter disbelief. The name carries immense weight. Van is known as the strongest mage, a mysterious figure who appears with thunder and overwhelming magical power to complete countless quests alone. His true identity, a complete secret. His reputation precedes him. It's said he has defeated over 50 B and A-rank quests in the past year alone, and even taken down more than 5 S-rank monsters. The receptionist realizes that all that remains for him is to clear an S-rank quest, the final requirement to achieve the highest rank. She nervously asks to see his guild plate. With the successful completion of the Red Dragon quest, his guild plate is officially upgraded. A brilliant light emanates as the rank is magically transformed into a shining S. The other adventurers in the guild hall erupt into a thunderous cheer, their arms raised in celebration of the momentous achievement. He turns to see the branch chief approaching, who offers his congratulations and a reward. The other adventurers invite him for a celebratory drink, amazed that their branch has finally produced an S rank. The branch chief echoes the sentiment, expressing the Lowood branch's pride and asking Van to celebrate with them. However, Van coldly dismisses their offers, stating that for him, S rank is merely a stepping stone and not something worth celebrating, leaving the chief stunned. He dismisses the branch chief's attempt to stop him, tossing a bag of coins to the other adventurers. He tells them to use the money and go wild if they want to celebrate, as he has no need for it. Ignoring their calls, he states that he won't be waiting and will return for his next quest, turning his back on the guild hall. As he walks away, a complex magical sigil erupts with light at his feet. The branch chief can only watch in stunned silence as the young man vanishes in a brilliant flash of teleportation magic, while the other adventurers, oblivious, continue to cheer his name. He materializes before a secluded wooden cabin and enters, announcing his return to a woman named Shella. She welcomes him back, addressing him as Noah. He removes his adventurer's cloak and explains that his real name is Noah Arclight. Van is merely a temporary name he uses for his work. Relaxing inside, Noah recounts the S-rank quest. He explains it was simple. He teleported to Zidna, struck a red dragon with a few lightning blasts, and it dropped dead without posing a real challenge. Shella laughs, unsurprised, reminding him that she was his trainer. She remarks that while a dragon is just a monster, there are humans in the world who are far more powerful. Pleased with his success, Shella pulls him into an affectionate hug, telling him he did a great job. Noah, however, grows flustered and pushes her away, telling her to get off and calling her annoying. He questions her clinginess, asking if she's going through a rebellious phase. He insists that he's 15 now, not a child, and his promotion to S rank should be proof enough. Internally, he laments that Shella can't seem to stop treating him like a child, a habit she's always had. His thoughts drift back to when he was abandoned in a forest, wandering alone until she found and took him in. He realizes that, even though he's grown, she must still see him as that same little boy. Shella smiles, confirming that he has now completed the assignment she gave him by reaching S rank. She acknowledges it took him 2 years, but calls it an excellent result. She explains that most adventurers never surpass B rank, and even the most talented rarely reach A rank in just 2 years. Achieving S rank solo at his age is a legendary feat, and she is certain the Adventurer Guild's central office in the capital is already buzzing with the news. His eyes narrow slightly as he remembers his past training. A memory surfaces of a blindfolded Shella telling a much younger Noah that he possessed real talent for magic. He recalls unleashing a torrent of power under her tutelage. For her part, Shella thinks to herself that she had expected it to take him a little longer to reach this milestone. He smirks confidently, agreeing that 2 years is true, but for a genius mage like himself, it was actually longer than it should have taken. He declares that the timing, however, couldn't be more perfect. At that moment, Shella presents him with a document. He recognizes it as an entrance ticket for Magic Academy and asks whose it is. She simply tells him to look closely at the names section, where Noah Arclight is clearly written. He questions Shella, asking what she means by this new assignment. It sounds as if he's the one enrolling in the academy. Shella confirms his suspicion with a simple, just what it looks like, leaving Noah stunned. He presses her for a reason, reminding her that he is an S-rank adventurer, even known as the Thunder Emperor. He questions the logic of enrolling in a magic academy at this stage, arguing that it would make more sense to continue taking quests and aim for SS rank. Shella calmly states that this is his next assignment. The phase where he hid his identity and built his strength as an adventurer is now over. It's time for him to let loose at the Magic Academy. She elaborates, telling him there's no need to rush for SS rank, as she's confident he'll get there in no time anyway. For now, she wants him to take a break from adventuring. His next challenge, she explains, is combat against other people, something the Adventurers Guild can't train him for. She specifically points to the Royal Red Rass Magic Academy, renowned as the best on the continent, where some of the most skilled mages gather. He considers her words, acknowledging that his quests so far have mostly involved monsters. He has slain more than he can count, even red dragons. Shella adds that by attending the academy, he will also learn how to live as a proper mage and discover what kind of path he wants to take. He looks down, deep in thought, realizing the goal is to gain experience fighting humans. He muses that he isn't particularly interested in the Magic Academy or fighting other mages. However, if the goal is to call himself the strongest, then he must completely overwhelm the others. A confident, almost predatory smile spreads across his face. He decides he will show them exactly what he's capable of at that Magic Academy. With renewed determination, he declares that of course he'll take the assignment on. Shella smiles, pleased, remarking, "That's my Noah." He asks Shella if she thinks he's getting cold feet, rhetorically questioning who she thinks he is. Shella offers a final piece of advice. He might meet someone who will help him grow, or perhaps someone who will lead him to ruin. He'll only find out once he gets there. With that, a brilliant flash of light envelopes him as he teleports away from their secluded home. He reappears in a clearing just outside the royal capital. He notes that teleportation consumes a great deal of mana, but is convenient. He seems to have missed his target slightly, but it's close enough to walk. Unfolding a map, he decides to take it easy the rest of the way. Meanwhile, in a bustling city street, a young noblewoman, Nina von Raymond, desperately pushes her way through the crowd, apologizing as she runs. She continues her frantic race through the capital, panting for breath, her expression one of pure urgency. Inside a tavern, Noah Arclight sits down for a meal to fuel up before his exam. He reflects on his plan to visit the Adventurers Guild afterward to temporarily suspend his license, musing on the absurdity of an S-rank adventurer like himself becoming a student, a situation he mentally blames on Shella. His meal is interrupted by a frantic young woman who appears suddenly at his table. Spotting his admission ticket, she confirms he's taking the Red Rass exam and, explaining that she's being chased, desperately asks if she can hide under his table. Before he can fully process her frantic request, the tavern door is thrown open with a loud bang. A man's voice calls out for "Milady," and the young woman gasps in terror, realizing her pursuers have found her. The man who burst in is an imposing, older butler. Noah asks the girl if this is who she's running from, and she confirms, pleading for his help. Seeing she's also an examinee, Noah deduces she's a runaway noble. Amused and with time to kill, he agrees to help, promising to get the full story later, much to her ecstatic relief. Without another word, he sweeps her up into his arms. Startled, she tells him to put her down, worried they'll be spotted. He calmly explains that they are escaping, and hiding in one spot is useless. She reluctantly agrees, promising to do whatever he says if he helps her escape. With the request accepted, Noah leaps across the tavern tables, causing a commotion as patrons shout in surprise, one of them recognizing the girl as the young lady. The commotion draws the butler's immediate attention. He roars for the scoundrel to stop. Unfazed, Noah remarks that a game of tag sounds like a fine way to kill time, while the girl in his arms insists that this is no game. He continues his flight, bursting out of the tavern and into the street. The butler follows, shouting for his lady to return to the estate at once, revealing it is an order from her mother. She twists in his arms to shout back defiantly at her pursuer, whom she calls Old Man Haru. With all her conviction, she declares that she wants to become a magician. Her heartfelt declaration gives the old butler pause. He admits that while he wants to support her, his duty as the Raymond family's butler prevents him from betraying the mistress. Noah, however, is confident. He challenges Haru, questioning if a mere butler can catch him, and states their plan is simple. They will outrun him until the exam is over. His confident escape was immediately challenged by the butler, Haru, who stood his ground. The older man warned them not to underestimate him just because of his age, declaring that he was not so old that he would lose to some random mage. He recalled that back in his day, he was known as the Lone Wolf. He smirked in response, proposing they test that claim. Seeing the defiance, Haru drew his sword slightly, remarking that the youngsters of today certainly have fire in them as he prepared to intercept. The butler wasted no time, lunging forward with his blade and shouting at the brat not to underestimate him. In a swift counter, Noah retorted that the sentiment was mutual and unleashed a blinding flash of magic. The jolt of magic sent Haru stumbling back, momentarily stunned. As Noah leaped away with her, Nina looked back in shock, wondering what that magic was and noting that it stung a little. From a higher vantage point on a nearby roof, he taunted the older man, acknowledging his skill but dismissing the spell as basic magic. He beckoned for Haru to catch them if he could, prompting the enraged butler to give chase across the city's rooftops. As he leaped between buildings with Nina in his arms, she anxiously asked where they were going, doubting they could truly escape Haru. Noah corrected her, explaining his goal wasn't to escape, but to lose the butler. He pointed out that even if they shook him off, Haru would simply wait at the exam venue. Realizing the truth in his words, Nina was taken aback, prompting Noah to wonder at her airheadedness and ask what her plan was. To illustrate the butler's relentlessness, he suddenly tossed Nina through the air to an adjacent rooftop, causing her to cry out in alarm. Landing beside her, he remarked on Haru's lack of mercy, noting the collateral damage would be costly. Nina, still shaken, admitted the experience had scared her. The butler, however, was undeterred, his gaze fixed on them. He declared that returning the young lady was his top priority, and trivial matters like property damage were not his concern. Hearing this, Noah grimly noted what a scary opponent they were facing. Her fear mounting, Nina insisted their efforts were useless, claiming no normal person could evade a swordsman of Haru's caliber. Worried that Noah would get hurt, she resolved that she should handle the situation herself. Noah calmly dismissed her concerns, pointing out that the butler hadn't managed to land a single hit on him yet. He then asked if she was giving up, reminding her that she sought his help because she knew she couldn't succeed alone. Nina conceded that he was right, but explained that she couldn't bring herself to inconvenience others for her own sake, especially now that she understood how truly serious and powerful Haru was. She expresses her fear, insisting that her butler, Haru, is seriously strong and that her companion doesn't understand. He simply smiles, telling her not to worry and declaring with absolute confidence that he is the strongest. He then casually asks for her name. Upon hearing it, he takes her hand and says, "All right, let's go, Nina," pulling her into a run across the rooftop. Their escape continues. Noah tells Nina that the job isn't finished and that he'll put his trust in her to get her to the exam. From below, Haru scoffs, calling him a foolish brat for continuing to run. Noah glances back, confirming their pursuer is still close, and forms a plan. He just needs to lure the butler into a specific alley. He puts his plan into motion, leading Nina down from the rooftops into a narrow, stone-paved alley. They stop and turn as Haru lands behind them, sword at the ready, questioning if they have finally given up. The butler formally requests the return of the young lady. Noah stands firm, refusing the demand. He explains that he cannot, as ensuring Nina takes her exam is the job he has accepted. His response infuriates Haru, who remarks on the rudeness of calling the young lady by her first name and his general disdain for mages. The butler realizes he was intentionally led into this alley and vows to shatter Noah's arrogance. As Nina questions the plan, Noah turns to Haru with an apology, informing the old man that he'll be taking a nap until the exam is over. In response to the taunt, Haru grips his sword, a low growl rumbling in his chest. Across the alley, Noah gathers crackling magic into his palm. With a roar of "Here I come, brat," the butler lunges forward to attack. The old man moves with blinding speed, his blade a blur as he closes the distance and appears directly behind his target. Noah barely registers the movement, shocked that the butler got behind him without using any magic. Haru looms over him, remarking that the world is a big place, but his thought is cut short. Before he can finish, a surge of electricity erupts from Noah's back, engulfing the butler. Haru cries out in agony as the spell courses through him. Nina watches in astonishment, realizing Noah cast the magic without even turning around, a small burst of energy marking the point of impact. The powerful butler collapses amidst the debris, unconscious, his suit smoldering from the electrical blast. Noah glances back at the defeated figure and calmly bids him goodnight, stating that he is now taking Nina to her exam. He walks away from the incapacitated butler, assuring Nina that even when Haru wakes, he'll be too numb to move for a while. This, he states, will buy them enough time until the exam is over. With Haru's safety in mind, he asks to find an inn to lay the man down somewhere safe. Nina, after confirming Haru is still breathing, agrees, worried that pursuers might find him if he's left in the alley. They secure a room, and after a moment of relief, she asks for his name. He introduces himself plainly, Noah Arclight. Overjoyed and grateful, Nina clasps her hands together, thanking Gakuin for saving her. With Haru resting peacefully in the bed, Nina confides in Noah that simply taking the exam is one thing, but convincing her family afterward is a completely different problem. Puzzled, Noah asks her what she means. She explains that her family comes from a long line of mages. Her mother, in particular, is terrified of the gossip that would spread if her daughter were to fail the exam, a fear represented by looming, faceless figures of judgment. The weight of this pressure causes her to cry out in anguish. Unsympathetic, Noah covers his ears and prepares to leave, stating that if she's fine with her situation, he'll be on his way. His blunt statement snaps her out of her distress. Her eyes widen as she suddenly notices the time on a distant clock tower. She panics, exclaiming that there's no time left and it's too far to run to the test site. Noah tries to calm her, pointing out there's over an hour, but she slumps in defeat, lamenting that she's dragged him into her mess. He dismisses her apology, telling her to leave it to him. When she looks up, bewildered, he confidently promises to get her there in an instant. Still despondent, she murmurs that the exam will have already started by then. In response to her doubt, a massive, thunderous impact rocks a fortified stone building. The structure cracks and shatters under the force of the sudden arrival, and a scream echoes from within. The source of the commotion is revealed. Noah and Nina now stand just inside the damaged entrance. Onlookers stare in shock, wondering if a lightning strike just occurred. Nina herself is stunned, processing that one moment there was a shock, and the next they had arrived. Noah stands beside her, his expression unreadable. He stands calmly before the grand structure, arms crossed with a confident smirk. Nina, beside him, stares in utter disbelief. She recognizes the building instantly, the Redras Magic Academy. The realization hits her that they have traveled a distance that should have taken over an hour on foot in a mere flash. Her mind races, questioning just who this Noah truly is. Unfazed by her shock, he simply declares that it's time for the entrance exam. Noah and Nina arrived at the exam venue, a vast, tiered hall buzzing with the sound of hundreds of applicants. The sheer scale of the crowd was immense, filling every available seat. As they took in the scene, Nina explained that the number of applicants was so large they had to split the exam over 10 days. This was merely a fraction of the total. When Noah asked how many spots were available, she revealed the stark number, 90. He considered this number, more than the total of S-rank adventurers, and felt a surge of confidence, believing it would be a piece of cake. Spotting open seats, they began to move, only to be addressed by a man in formal robes. He introduced himself as Reynold, their exam overseer. He continued his address, noting that he personally oversees the exam every year. While it was expected for applicants to an elite school to have sharp expressions, he cautioned that many unworthy mages also apply. He then announced the test, a mock battle against a mage prepared by the academy, where they must demonstrate the full extent of their magic. His gaze sharpened as he added a final, pointed thought. There was no way a low performer could pass on luck alone, a privilege not even afforded to the top students. With that sobering thought delivered, he gave them their final instructions. Head to the training ground written on their exam tickets. He bid them a final goodbye, stating that most would likely never see him again, but he would be cheering for their success. Once dismissed, the two made their way through a grand hallway. Noah remarked that it was hard to believe she was the same girl who struggled to run from her butler. Nina confidently replied that she had ignored her father's objections to be here and was determined to pass. As she encouraged him, Noah checked his exam slip, trying to find their designated training ground. His momentary distraction was interrupted by an arrogant young noble stepping directly into their path. He addressed Nina with familiarity, ignoring Noah completely. When Nina asked who he was, the noble scoffed before turning his disdainful gaze on Noah, questioning if he was some new butler. The noble's scornful laughter echoed as he mocked the idea of a commoner even having the audacity to apply to the sacred academy. Noah's patience snapped, and he retorted that he was more skilled than anyone present. The noble dismissed this as a party trick, warning the commoner not to waste the exam fee before getting nose-to-nose with him, his expression dripping with contempt. His insult was met not with a retort from Noah, but with a defensive step from Nina, a movement the noble immediately seized upon. "Oh my," he sneered, "a duke's daughter standing up for a commoner?" The word struck Noah with the force of a physical blow. His eyes widened in shock as the realization dawned. Nina was the daughter of a duke. He remained stunned by the revelation as Nina, with her hands clasped apologetically, explains herself. She confesses that she kept her identity as a duke's daughter a secret, fearing he would distance himself from her if he knew the truth. The arrogant noble seizes the opportunity to mock him, expressing disbelief that Noah, a mere commoner, was unaware of Nina's status. He patronizingly wishes Noah not to embarrass himself during the exam. Turning to face the noble, Noah calmly asks what his point is. He retorts that the noble's very need to boast about his family reveals his own lack of skill. The noble, introducing himself as the second son of the prestigious Andistar family of genius mages, declares that a commoner should be honored just to see his face. Enraged, he demands to know if Noah is mocking him. Their confrontation is cut short when an official call for Noah Arclight and Nina von Raymond, announcing the exam is starting. The noble, Roughhouse, is told to do his best. As he walks away, Nina quickly apologizes to him on Noah's behalf, though she privately wonders if Noah meant his insults. She then turns to Noah, reminding him that this is not the time to be making enemies. As they proceed down a grand corridor, Nina remarks how impressive it is that Noah's behavior toward her hasn't changed despite learning of her status. He replies that he had already figured she wasn't that kind of person. He wishes her luck, and though she briefly misinterprets it as a farewell, she smiles, saying she's glad they met. They arrive in a large training hall filled with applicants. A muscular man with a goatee steps forward, welcoming them. He introduces himself as Guns Tyler, the examiner for this training ground. A murmur spreads through the crowd. Many recognize him as the famous former S-rank adventurer, Guns. Nina asks Noah if he knows the man. He confirms that he does, noting that there are only a handful of S-rank adventurers. He then mentions another powerful S-rank known as the Thunder Emperor who recently appeared, wondering aloud if that person might be here. In that moment, a realization dawns on him. He is that adventurer, Van. Guns Tyler smirks, acknowledging the recognition from the crowd. He states that while it's an honor to be recognized, he is present on official business from the academy and will treat every applicant, fan or not, with the same impartiality. His words do not deter Noah. The examiner might not intend to draw his sword, but Noah finds the prospect tempting. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he resolves to force the issue. The exam begins, and Guns proves his reputation. With a simple wave of his hand, he effortlessly repels an applicant, Other defeated students litter the floor as onlookers note that over 20 people have failed without landing a single spell. Guns dismisses another, stating he has seen enough of their skills. He rubs his head, looking thoroughly unimpressed. This so-called elite school was nothing special. In the end, the applicants were just applicants. It wasn't the fun way to kill time he had hoped for. With a sigh of boredom, he calls out the next name, Noah Arclight. As Noah steps onto the arena floor, Nina cheers him on from the sidelines. Roughhouse, meanwhile, scoffs that it will be a piece of cake. Guns Tyler observes the approaching applicant, noting he's a commoner and questioning his confidence. Noah simply asks if he has a problem with that. The examiner's interest is piqued by this spirit, and he challenges the young man to draw the sword at his left hip, eager to see what he's truly made of. Accepting the challenge, Noah draws his blade. The two stand opposite each other in the vast arena, the air thick with anticipation. The examiner notices a smile on Noah's face and asks why. He remarks that he has seen many kids like him. It is natural for the young to feel invincible, but he warns that without true competition, there can be no growth. Unfazed, Noah tells the examiner to come at him, dismissing his words as something only a third-rater would do. Guns Tyler's expression hardens as he warns Noah Arclight to watch his mouth, cautioning that it will soon be too late for regrets. Now, genuinely intrigued, the examiner resolves to see if the boy's confidence is real, while Noah feels a surge of excitement as they both tense for action. The examiner lunges forward, unleashing a blast of wind magic. Noah instantly identifies the spell, realizing it's a tactic meant to force him into a close-range fight as Guns Tyler charges in behind a gust. Instead of parrying with his own blade, Noah raises his open hand to meet the sword's edge. A bright spark of lightning erupts at the point of contact, stunning Guns Tyler, who inwardly questions if the applicant is suicidal. The electrical energy erupts in a powerful discharge, forcefully deflecting the examiner's sword and sending him staggering back. Regaining his footing, the examiner stares in disbelief. Noah casually explains that it was just a basic spell, but Guns Tyler recognizes the truth. While the spell was simple, its power was on a completely different level. He concedes that he was wrong about Noah, acknowledging that he is strong and not to be taken lightly. In response, Noah announces that he will now draw his magic sword. The S-rank adventurer, thoroughly impressed, grins and decides to get serious. He summons his own weapon, calling forth his magic sword, Sugar, and declaring that it's storm time. Noah gives a thumbs up, pleased by the development. In the stands, the other applicants watch in stunned silence, unable to believe that Guns Tyler would use his legendary magic sword against an applicant. The S-rank adventurer, wreathed in the swirling energy of his magic sword, roared a challenge. He dared Noah Arclight to show him his true power and try to break through his defense. In response, Noah calmly raised a hand and invoked a single spell, Thunderbolt. A vast, complex magic circle materialized in the sky above the arena, crackling with immense power as Guns Tyler stared up in disbelief. The torrent of lightning descended, crashing against Guns' magical barrier. The S-rank adventurer gritted his teeth, straining with all his might to withstand the overwhelming force of the attack. His spell dissipated the magical winds completely. Noah stood over the kneeling examiner, a confident smile on his face as he coolly acknowledged that this was his opponent's best move. He casually waved a hand, telling Guns not to worry. The examiner remained on the ground, stunned by the sheer power of the magic he had just witnessed. From the sidelines, the proctor Reynold recognized it with shock as lightning magic at its absolute peak. The examiner conceded that Noah had forced him to his knees even while using his overpowered sword, Sugar. Acknowledging that he was embarrassing himself as the evaluator, he declared that he had seen enough and that Noah's skills were clear. He decided to finish the exam there, planning to file a break notice at headquarters. He remarked on Noah's status as the youngest S-rank adventurer, now on his way to a magic academy. He then asked if he had passed. Guns replied that while he couldn't say officially on the spot, it would be a shock if someone with his skills failed. He added that even among the S-ranks, rumors were spreading about a monster-level talent, referring to Noah himself. The S-rank adventurer expressed his anticipation of hearing the name Noah being discussed in the future rather than Van. With the conclusion of the test, he turned his attention to the next applicant, calling for Nina von Raymond to step forward. The young lady responded with a nervous affirmation. In the examination courtyard, Noah Arclight stands opposite a young woman with long hair. From the sidelines, Nina von Raymond watches with a worried expression as Noah waves enthusiastically, offering words of encouragement for the woman to give it her all. She steals her resolve, announcing that she is ready. Facing her, the proctor, Guns Tyler, gives a signal and formally declares the exam's commencement. The young woman opens a large grimoire, her hand glowing with power as she recites an incantation for a master-servant contract. A complex magical circle materializes around her, and from its light, she summons a winged being, the wind spirit, Silk. Guns Tyler watches, impressed, recognizing her use of rare summoning magic. Farther away, as winds whip around the arena, Nina anxiously calls out the summoner's name, Ruchan. Noah observes with a knowing smile, confident that a spirit holds the advantage in a wind-against-wind battle. Guns, too, is taken aback, remarking on how difficult summoning magic is to master. Ruchan stands her ground, facing him down. He acknowledges her bold move of stepping forward as a caster. In response, she commands her spirit to attack, and Sylph surges forward, hands outstretched to unleash a blast of power. A blade of wind cuts through the air, but as Guns prepares to defend, a second, hidden attack strikes him from the side, shattering his barrier. He cries out in shock as the force throws him off balance. Recovering his stance, he rubs the back of his neck, praising her brilliant tactic of concealing the spirit's assault within her own magical signature. Ruchan, breathing heavily, asks if she performed well. After the exam, Ruchan slumps in exhaustion. Nina congratulates her, and Ruchan explains that summoning the high-ranking Sylph drains immense mana, which is why Noah's help in fetching a spring bell was so crucial. She turns to thank Noah, who casually dismisses it, claiming he only helped because he was bored. He insists he doesn't want anything in return, but his expression shifts. He points at her, stating that she can repay him by having Nina help him when he needs it in the future, leaving Nina to process his unexpected proposition. He clasped hands with Nina, sealing their pact. She encouraged him, saying they should give it their all if they pass, and he readily agreed, promising she could count on him once they were in. After parting ways, he approached the imposing guild headquarters. Inside, he was immediately greeted by a woman who recognized him, addressing him by his renowned title, Thunder Emperor, and remarking on his recent arrival in the capital. She questioned his intentions, asking if he was seriously mocking the adventure registration. He clarified that he wasn't retiring permanently, but had found something else to pursue. The guildmaster, Cordelia Shiberio, sighed, admitting that even a temporary leave from an adventurer of his caliber was a significant loss. Her frustration was understandable. She explained that, to be honest, a flood of requests from nobles and bureaucrats had poured in specifically for him, a situation that began even when he was still A rank and only intensified with news of his promotion. He remained resolute, apologizing for the late submission of his leave, but firmly instructing her to decline the requests. She observed his unyielding demeanor, a rare quality, before making one last plea for him to reconsider. His answer was a simple, unequivocal no. Seeing his determination, she finally relented, accepting his leave request with a sigh of relief that it wasn't a full retirement. However, she attached a condition. She wanted his help if a serious emergency arose. He acknowledged the possibility, and as he departed, she officially processed his leave, hoping for his swift return. Outside, he let out a breath of relief. He took out his distinctive mask, speaking to it as if it were an old friend, thanking it for its service and vowing to return. As he turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out, spotting him. The voice belonged to a young woman who excitedly introduced herself as Clarice Rutherford, an A-rank adventurer. Declaring herself a huge fan, she bowed deeply, explaining that Lord Van was her inspiration and nervously asked if she could shake his hand. He obliged, shaking her hand. Overjoyed, Clarice thanked him profusely, explaining she had chased him from the headquarters, fearing she might never see him again. When he questioned her statement, she confessed that she had been hitting a wall in her progress and had decided to restart her training at the Red Dress Magic Academy. He obliged, shaking her hand. Overjoyed, Clarice thanked him profusely, explaining she had chased him from the headquarters, fearing she might never see him again. When he questioned her statement, she confessed that she had been hitting a wall in her progress and had decided to restart her training at the Red Dress Magic Academy. He watched as Clarice Rutherford bowed deeply, thanking him profusely. She explained that she had chased him from the guild headquarters, thinking she might never see him again. The effort was worth it, she insisted, before confessing that she had been hitting a wall in her progress lately and had decided to restart her training at the Red Dress Magic Academy. His mind processed the new information. She was going to Red Dress, too. Clarice continued, her voice filled with admiration, stating her desire to catch up to Lord Van as soon as possible. Then, becoming flustered, she shyly wondered if perhaps they could share a hug should they meet again, only to immediately retract the suggestion in embarrassment. She quickly declared that she was glad to have met him and would be cheering him on before turning and hurrying away. As she departed, Noah was left to reflect on what a spirited girl she was. With his entrance exams and leave paperwork now complete, his own path was set. Half a year later, at Shella's residence, Noah tried on his new uniform. Shella adjusted the collar, remarking that it looked good on him, though he found the material rather stiff. She told him she was counting on him for the next few years, and he affirmed that he would deliver exactly what was expected. She noted that it would be lonely since Red Dress has strict dorm rules, asking him to visit the capital occasionally. She then playfully teased him, reminding him of his stated hatred for the capital. He deflected, saying he'd visit if he felt like it, which earned him an affectionate poke on the cheek for being embarrassed. He tried to brush off her teasing, insisting that he was heading out. Shella remained unbothered, calmly stating that his embarrassment was fine since he would be gone for a while anyway. A faint, powerful aura began to shimmer around her. Her playful demeanor softened into a gentle smile as she offered her parting words. Noah, take care. His destination was now clear, the grand edifice of the Red Dress Magic Academy. With a final, flustered declaration, he turned to leave, the shimmering energy around Shella remaining constant. Her farewell echoed as he departed for the imposing institution that awaited him. Upon arriving at the academy, another student approached him through the crowd. The young man, noting Noah was also by himself, asked for his name. After Noah introduced himself, the other student gave his own, Arthur Elliot. Arthur explained that he came from a once famous, but now fallen noble house from Greece. He found himself approached by another student who, not knowing anyone else, decided to start a conversation. The student introduced himself as Arthur Elliot, from a once famous noble house that had fallen from grace. In return, Noah gave his own name, Noah Arclight. Arthur, curious about the Arclight name, asked if Noah was also a noble. When Noah revealed he was a commoner, Arthur was stunned, exclaiming how incredible it was for a commoner to be accepted. He then declared his own ambition, to use the academy as a launch pad to restore his family's name. Hearing this, Noah wondered if being a commoner at the academy was truly so unusual. Arthur explained that it was practically unheard of. Even children from noble houses, trained since birth, often failed to pass the entrance exams. He declared that this made them comrades, both aiming to climb from the bottom. With a confident smirk, Arthur called himself a genius, proclaiming he liked ambitious people like Noah. With their new bond forged, the two shook hands, agreeing to take on the academy together. Arthur expressed his hope that they would end up in the same class. As a wave of students began moving, they realized the entrance ceremony was about to start and hurried inside. After the headmaster's rousing speech, a familiar voice called out to Noah. It was Nina von Raymond, who excitedly announced that she had passed the exam. She credited Noah entirely, saying it was only possible because he had convinced her parents. Arthur, surprised by this connection, asked Noah for an explanation. He immediately questioned Noah's casual relationship with the daughter of a duke. Noah simply stated that they were friends and that there was no need to act subservient. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur turned to Nina and smoothly introduced himself as Noah's friend. She welcomed him warmly, stating that any friend of Noah's was welcome. After introducing herself, Nina insisted that Arthur treat her as an equal, since they were now classmates. Arthur, amused, noted her lack of formality, to which Noah commented that she seemed to be enjoying herself. Arthur then explained it was a personal rule to add Chan to the names of girls he found interesting. Their friendly exchange was cut short by a sneering voice. A noble student, Roughhouse, approached Arthur, asking if anyone from the Arkwright family had passed. He then turned his disdain on Noah, expressing disbelief that a commoner was even there. Roughhouse declared that whoever oversaw Noah's test must have been incompetent or bribed, as a commoner passing was absurd. Nina immediately sprang to Noah's defense, retorting that Roughhouse couldn't make such baseless accusations without having seen Noah's magic. Roughhouse, however, claimed to have a witness. He alleged that his own eldest brother was in the same training hall and saw Noah having a suspicious conversation with the exam proctor, who subsequently suffered a serious injury. He elaborated on his claim, stating that the proctor's injury was the result of a grudge. Because of this, the available slots for passing students filled up, causing his family member to fail the exam. He pointed an accusing finger directly at Noah, who could only stare back in disbelief. He calmly refutes the accusation, stating the simple facts. He passed the exam, and the noble who was injured failed. Whether Roughhouse considers this unfair is irrelevant to him. Roughhouse sneers, remarking that such a lack of pride or shame is exactly what one would expect from common trash accused of cheating. He continues, reiterating that he doesn't care about Roughhouse's opinion. He explains that because of the incident, the available slots were filled, causing the other noble to fail. Roughhouse dismisses this explanation, claiming it was clearly a personal grudge. Nearby, Arthur Elliot looks on in confusion. Unmoved, Noah repeats his position with finality. He passed, the other noble failed, and Roughhouse's opinion on the matter is of no concern to him. Roughhouse's expression hardens, his contempt for the commoner solidifying. Noah calmly suggests they can determine who is stronger once classes begin the next day. Enraged by the suggestion, Roughhouse roars that a commoner has no right to speak of magic with such confidence. He rejects the idea of waiting, pointing a finger directly at Noah and issuing a formal challenge. A duel to take place that very night. Within a vast, empty coliseum, Noah Arclight stretches his arm, preparing for the confrontation. From the entrance, Nina and Arthur arrive, calling out his name in concern. He turns to them with a calm expression, acknowledging their presence. Nina admits that while she believed in his strength, she was still worried. Noah reassures her, stating he came to witness her land a solid punch, but this is more than that. His opponent, Roughhouse, smirks from across the arena, noting with condescension that the commoner didn't run away. Roughhouse then addresses Nina and Arthur with false courtesy, claiming he would have escorted them personally had he known they were coming. Nina interrupts, insisting that the duel is wrong and pleading with Roughhouse to abandon his hatred for commoners and try to reach an understanding. He clenches his fist, rejecting her plea. Roughhouse declares that while he would normally seek an understanding, Noah, a commoner, insulted him, a noble, and cheated during the exam. Such a lowly creature, he proclaims, deserves nothing less than punishment. In response, Noah raises a hand to silence Nina, telling her that's enough. As she begins to protest, he states plainly that Roughhouse is the one who wants to fight. If his opponent refuses to listen to reason, Noah concludes, then he will simply have to be taught with force. Her intervention stopped. Nina's expression hardens with resolve. She tells Noah to prove that at Red Race Academy, nobility and common birth are meaningless, declaring that she cannot forgive anyone who insults him, she entrusts the matter to him. Noah accepts, telling her to leave it to him as Roughhouse calls out from across the courtyard. The noble lays out his humiliating terms. If he wins, Noah must get on his knees, rub his forehead on the ground, lick Roughhouse's shoes, and apologize until he is satisfied. Noah calmly counters that if he wins, Roughhouse must simply start calling him Lord Noah. With the terms set, Roughhouse flips a coin into the air, declaring that the duel begins the moment it strikes the ground. As the coins tumble through the air, he roars that it is too late for regret, commanding Noah to tremble before the difference in strength between nobles and commoners. Instantly, dozens of glowing magic circles materialize around him. He announces his intent to skewer Noah with the spell Ice Edge. Mockingly, he asks if this is the first time Noah has seen magic on such a grand scale, challenging him to dodge before unleashing a blinding flash. He laughs, boasting that Noah won't even have time to cast the spell and should surrender to avoid death. His triumphant expression vanishes in an instant, replaced by utter shock as a powerful blow strikes him from the side, sending him reeling. Thrown across the arena floor, the defeated noble looks up in disbelief. Noah now stands where Roughhouse had been just a moment before. Stunned, Roughhouse stammers, asking when he got behind him. Looking down at his fallen opponent, Noah calmly observes that it was Roughhouse who was too slow. From the sidelines, Nina and Arthur can only stare, speechless. He calmly explains to his stunned Nina that she was correct. He used lightning magic to simply sweep Roughhouse's legs, causing the noble to fall. From the ground, Roughhouse glares up, his face contorted with rage at the humiliation. Scrambling to his feet, Roughhouse refuses to be lumped in with what he calls low-born scum. He declares that as the son of House Asta, he has a duty to be the strongest, and that losing to a commoner is unacceptable. He vows to show no mercy. Noah simply smiles, noting that his opponent is capable of self-reflection. Unfazed, Noah challenges him to reveal his true capabilities. Enraged, Roughhouse proclaims he will never forgive this and summons multiple glowing magic circles. He announces the Asta family's secret technique, a multi-directional area ice magic, and roars for Noah to be impaled. In response to his command, massive shards of ice erupt from the ground, converging on Noah's position. From the sidelines, Arthur cries out a warning. Roughhouse boasts that this magic is so grand that even Noah's clouded eyes will see it clearly. As the ice closes in, Noah remains perfectly composed. He utters a single incantation, Thunderbolt, and vanishes in a blur of motion, leaving a stunned Roughhouse to question what he just witnessed. A brilliant flash of lightning erupts from the center of the ice formation, shattering every single shard into fragments that rain down across the arena. Amidst the debris, Noah stands completely untouched. Before the dust can even settle, he appears directly before a screaming Roughhouse. The next instant, Noah stands alone in the center of the arena, his arms still outstretched, while the onlookers stare in stunned silence at the outcome. He calmly compliments Roughhouse on his impressive magic, though adds that he certainly acts the part of a noble. Roughhouse, now on his knees, struggles to comprehend how a commoner could have defeated him. Noah tells him not to lose confidence, explaining that status is irrelevant. He is simply the strongest. Roughhouse refuses to accept defeat, screaming that he has not lost and cannot possibly lose. As he shouts, a massive, intricate magic circle begins to materialize high above the arena, drawing Noah's attention upward. The magic circle coalesces into a colossal boulder of ice, which Roughhouse names Ice Rock. From the stands, Arthur panics, screaming that a direct hit from such a spell would be fatal. Nina, however, simply watches with a confident smile. As the colossal ice rock descended, Roughhouse screamed with manic confidence, declaring it his strongest magic and boasting that Noah's lightning was no match for it. His triumphant roar caused Nina to cry out Noah's name in alarm. Yet, standing calmly beneath the descending threat, he simply turned to her and told her not to panic as dark energy began to crackle in his hand. He then faced forward, gathering a swirling sphere of volatile black lightning. From the sidelines, his companions watched in awe, questioning the nature of this dark, unfamiliar power. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his hand skyward, launching the condensed ball of black lightning directly into the path of the massive ice rock. The collision was immediate and absolute, erupting in a blinding flash of light that consumed the sky above the arena. The resulting shockwave sent Roughhouse flying backward with a scream of pain. Even Noah was forced to brace himself, grunting as the force of his own spell washed over him. When the light subsided, the once mighty ice rock had been completely obliterated, reduced to a harmless shower of tiny fragments raining down upon the dueling grounds. He stood perfectly still as a final wisp of dark energy dissipated from his open palm, calmly naming the spell Spark. Across the arena, Roughhouse stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his ultimate magic had been defeated. His friends reacted with amazement. Arthur exclaimed his shock, while Clarice simply smiled, stating that this was exactly what she expected from Noah. Meanwhile, the defeated Roughhouse could only seethe on the ground, cursing his opponent. He approached his fallen adversary and offered a hand, complimenting him on a good match. Enraged, Roughhouse slapped the gesture away, accusing Noah of mocking him. He acknowledged Roughhouse's strength, stating it was time to drop the pretense of noble versus commoner. With the duel settled, he made it clear there was no cheating involved. He offered a terse apology for his earlier doubts, but added a firm warning. From now on, he would not be needlessly bothered. Roughhouse, however, refused the gesture. Clenching his fist, he silently vowed to repay this humiliation tenfold before turning his back on them. As he departed, Arthur remarked that the noble had kept his pride to the very end. Clarice, standing beside him, observed the scene, noting that if it meant Roughhouse would no longer bother them, it was a good enough outcome. Clarice admitted she was a little worried, but Arthur saw it differently. He believed Roughhouse had potential and hoped this defeat would spur him to change and grow. This new rival, he declared, would make his own training even better. Now, he couldn't afford to lose either. With renewed determination, he vowed to become stronger and aim for the top, calling out a challenge to Noah's retreating back. Having found a moment of solitude by a courtyard fountain, Noah stretched, feeling the after-effects of the duel. He realized with a sigh that he had expended a bit too much mana and decided he should rest for a moment to recover. His brief respite was cut short by a voice behind him. It was Clarice, who directly asked how he knew her name. He turned to face her, confirming her identity with a question of his own, addressing her as Clarice Rutherford. Clarice's expression hardened with certainty. She explained that she had witnessed his fight earlier and seen his unbelievable lightning magic. The pieces clicked into place for her as she confronted him with the truth she had uncovered. He was the Thunder Emperor, Noah Arclight. His identity was finally revealed. On a grand balcony, Clarice Rutherford confronts Noah Arclight, her expression intense. Having witnessed his recent battle, she notes the incredible power of his lightning magic and directly accuses him of being the legendary adventurer, the Thunder Emperor. Internally, Noah panics, realizing she might have discovered his secret identity as Van. She quickly revises her theory, however, asking if he is instead Van's apprentice. The question catches Noah off guard. He considers denying it, but realizes that if she discovers the truth later, it will be far worse. Seeing that she has already convinced herself of this new idea, he decides it's better to play along while her theory is still full of holes. He sighs in resignation. He recalls how pushy she was when they first met while he was in his guise as Van. Concluding that there's no helping it if she's already figured out this much, he prepares to go along with her assumption. He confirms her theory with a fabricated story, explaining that he and Van are from the same place and that their magic styles are similar because Van trained him for a few years. Clarice reacts with pure, unadulterated jealousy, her hands clasped in excitement. She emphatically agrees, declaring herself a huge fan of Van Sama, insisting there is no one else like him. She gushes that he's the youngest S-rank adventurer ever, though she notes that no one knows his true identity because of the mask he wears. Her praise continues as she recounts rumors of his handsomeness beneath the mask. To her, he is the embodiment of kindness, always ready to help anyone in trouble. As she speaks, Noah listens with a faint, knowing smile, holding his hand up as if adjusting an imaginary mask. Lost in her admiration, Clarice deduces that Van must be a strict master, a trait she finds admirable. She then playfully chides Noah, remarking that he doesn't seem to know his own master very well. Sweating, Noah deflects, claiming they didn't discuss work much, all while wondering if her idealized version of Van is even the same person he is. He pivots the conversation, remarking that after training under someone like Van, it's no wonder the noble from Andystar stood no chance against her. He then casually asks if she knows of him as well. She confirms that she does. As a noble herself, she is aware that Roughhouse is well known for his magic, and that his family is considered one of the top 5 when it comes to the use of ice magic. He confidently states that none of the nobles could defeat the adventurers anyway. Clarice points out that he isn't an adventurer himself, but Noah quickly retorts that being Van's apprentice essentially makes him one. He listened as Clarice lectured him, reminding him that adventurers fight monsters, not bicker over whose house is stronger. She warned him that even A-rank adventurers can get bitten if they become too full of themselves, and that being Van's apprentice doesn't give him the right to be cocky. Unfazed, he simply smiled, stating that he knew exactly how strong he was. He crossed his arms, his confidence unwavering. Whether he was Van's apprentice or not had nothing to do with it, he declared. He knew for a fact that there was no one in the academy who could defeat him. She reacted with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at him. She demanded to know how he dared call himself the strongest when that title belonged to her master, Van. He calmly replied, "To put it simply, I'm the strongest." She stammered, trying to walk back his statement by suggesting he meant he was about as strong as Van, but then immediately dismissed the idea. She insisted that even as his apprentice, there were some things he just shouldn't say. Internally, he thought she was a real pain, a thought she seemed to perceive as she angrily told him not to call her that. He changed the subject, stating that he was looking forward to classes starting the next day and challenged her to show him what she was capable of. Clarice observed him, remarking that unlike Van, he had a truly cocky attitude. She dismissed it with a wave of her hand. "Whatever. It's fine," she said, turning to walk away as he watched her depart. She smiled to herself, genuinely excited now that she knew Van had a student at the academy. Judging from his earlier fight, she felt confident he was on her side. Noah acknowledged her sentiment, glad she understood. As they prepared to part ways for the night, he muttered that it would be dangerous for anyone who tried to mess with her. She stopped dead in her tracks, a shadow falling over her face. "Did you say something?" she asked, her voice low. Startled, he quickly replied, "Nah, nothing." He waited until she had started walking away again before calling out her name. She paused, looking over her shoulder. "What is it?" He brought his hands together earnestly. "The fact that Van is my master. Keep that a secret, all right?" He explains to Clarisse that because Van is so famous, it would be a hassle if people started investigating his supposed apprenticeship. Clarisse, with her arms crossed, retorts that it's something to be proud of, though she admits to being jealous. She then considers the possibility that people might try to cozy up to him just to get closer to the renowned Van Summa, a point he silently acknowledges. With the matter settled, he pleads with her one last time. She agrees, suggesting they head back since they have an early day tomorrow. Later, in the dead of night, a voice tries to rouse him. Still half asleep, he groans for them to shut up, mumbling for Shella to let him sleep a bit longer. The voice persists, shouting his name. A young man urgently shakes him, introducing himself as Rick, his roommate from the entrance ceremony. He warns that they're going to be late for their very first day and tells a still-dazed Noah to hurry and get dressed. He lets out a massive yawn, the reality of the situation slowly dawning on him. He tells Rick not to worry and to go on ahead without him, acknowledging that classes start today. Rick, however, staunchly refuses, declaring he won't leave his roommate behind and would rather be late together. Though he finds the kindness somewhat pointless, Noah relents and agrees to get ready. Because of this, the two of them are forced to sprint through the academy's vast corridors, arriving breathless but just in time. As they recover, Noah notes Rick's poor condition and asks if he can even fight being so out of shape. Rick, panting heavily, admits he hasn't run this much in forever and explains that he isn't a direct combat type. The admission sparks a realization for Noah. He internally concludes that Rick must be a mage who uses summoning or creation magic, which would explain his lack of physical activity. He follows his new roommate, Rick, who directs him toward the classroom for Class A. Rick explains that since he's in a different class, this is where they part ways. Noah thanks him for the guidance. Before leaving, Rick turns back with a word of caution. He warns Noah about Roughhouse, the second son of the noble Andystar family, who is in Class B. Rick explains that Roughhouse dislikes commoners and advises Noah to be careful, though he doubts they'll cross paths often. He then mutters to himself, realizing with a start that he forgot to use the formal honorific Sama when speaking of the noble. Shaking off the thought, Rick offers a cheerful wave and says he's heading off. Noah thanks him again for being so helpful and watches him depart down the corridor. Now alone, he stands before the imposing double doors of his classroom. He takes a breath, mentally preparing himself for whatever this new school life might entail. He pushes the door open to find a vast lecture hall already filled with students. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. He isn't even late, yet the room is nearly full. Just as the other students mistake his entrance for the teacher's arrival, a familiar voice calls out his name. Across the room, Arthur Elliot waves enthusiastically, pointing to an open seat beside him. Taking the offered seat next to Arthur and Nina, Noah lets out a sigh of relief. Arthur remarks that he was cutting it close to being late. Nina asks if he had trouble sleeping, but Noah clarifies that it was the opposite. He overslept and would have been in real trouble if his roommate hadn't woken him. Nina seems surprised they are getting along so well already. Noah confirms his roommate is a kind person. Hearing this, Arthur leans forward with a weary expression, complaining that he's jealous. His own roommate is a massive man who snores like a beast, which kept him up all night. Noah simply remarks that it sounds lively. The conversation shifts as Arthur asks Nina about her roommate. In response, she gestures towards a girl with long, wavy hair sitting several rows ahead of them. Noah's eyes widen slightly in recognition. Nina confirms the girl's identity as Clarice Rutherford and, noticing his reaction, asks if he knows her. She then leans in, asking with a hint of concern if Clarice is loud. She explains that while she may seem a bit hard to approach, she is quiet and not a bad person. As she speaks, Noah internally questions if her reserved demeanor is merely an act. The thought is interrupted by the sound of the classroom door clicking open. A woman enters, apologizing for being late. She introduces herself to the students as Ellis Northburn, the homeroom teacher for Class A. With a slightly nervous tone, she offers a formal greeting and announces that class will now begin. She clarifies her role, explaining that the students should think of her as their main point of contact for any issues, as their actual magic classes will be taught by specialists in each field. Clasping her hands together, she decides to start with introductions. The first to rise is Nina von Raymond. She states her name and acknowledges her family's status as a ducal house, but expresses a sincere hope that everyone can treat each other as equals and grow together throughout the year. Her teacher listens with a smile, impressed to have the Duke's daughter in her class, and noting her specialization as a summoner. Ellis finds the prospect amusing, thinking to herself that the year is going to be fun. As Nina sits, another student remarks on the high expectations for her, given her amazing older sister. The next to stand is a confident young man named Leo Albert. He reveals he is from a marquis family, but asks to be treated casually, adding that he looks forward to sharpening his skills with his new classmates. He is followed by a student with a far more arrogant demeanor, Huey Narks. He scoffs that he isn't interested in weaklings and demands that, since he went through the trouble of enrolling, his classmates had better keep him entertained. Next, Monica Welsia of Accounts family introduces herself. She claims to have little interest in magic, but passed the exam anyway. Proclaiming herself a genius for whom studying is pointless, She warns the others that they will likely spend their entire time at the academy in her shadow. A fiercely determined young woman named Natale Colette then stands. She declares that she will not lose to anyone when it comes to magic and will do her best to represent her distinguished archery magic family with pride. The sheer number of well-known names in the class is becoming apparent. Finally, Clarisse Rutherford rises. She introduces herself simply as an A-rank adventurer who is currently on break. Noah is stunned. He recognizes her as the Rising Star, a famous adventurer who achieved such a high rank as a commoner. He marvels that someone so amazing would also come to the academy. He listened as the homeroom teacher, having thanked everyone, began to outline their new academic life. She expressed her hope that they would use their time at the academy to better understand one another, regardless of their social standing as nobles or commoners. She then detailed the curriculum, explaining that the main focus would be hands-on combat training using magic. This would encompass duels, monster battles, and close-quarters combat. Furthermore, she mentioned there would be small group training tailored to their specific magic types, and even opportunities to undertake real adventure quests. While there would be some traditional classroom learning, she clarified that most of it was concentrated in the first year. Starting from the second year, the curriculum would shift to be almost entirely combat-focused. With a pointed finger, she announced the first major goal they should all be aiming for. That goal was the entrance festival. She described it as a school tradition where upperclassmen watch to see if the new students are truly worthy of being there. It is in essence a battle for the first years by the first years, making them the undisputed stars of the show. She emphasized the significance of the event, explaining that the winner receives both honor and fame. It is a one-of-a-kind opportunity, as students who claim victory in the festival are said to go on to become big names after graduation. Her tone then shifted, becoming more serious. She informed the class that before the festival, another major event was already on the horizon, capturing the students' full attention. This event is a monster subjugation training exercise in a place called Rimba. It will serve as a grand stage for them to showcase their skills before the festival, a true test of their honed magic and natural instincts in a real battle against real monsters. A sly smile played on her lips as she looked over the students. With a hint of amusement, she confessed that she, too, was looking forward to watching all of them in action. The announcement sent a ripple of determination through the classroom. While winning the entrance festival might be the big goal on the horizon, the more immediate challenge now loomed large. A confident smirk spread across his face. With the monster training in Rimba up first, he thought to himself that his school life was at last truly beginning. At the start of class, Noah Arclight unleashes a brilliant display of power, his lightning magic crackling as it shatters a stone target. The sudden burst of skill immediately draws the attention of his classmates. Arthur Elliott remarks to Clarisse Rutherford that such a performance is only natural for Noah. Elsewhere, other students murmur in surprise, wondering about the identity of the powerful newcomer they had dismissed as a mere commoner. Later, seated before a hearty meal in the grand dining hall of the academy, he lets out a weary sigh. The morning's magic class, he reflects, had truly worn him out. He admits to his friends that he felt he didn't perform too well, but vows to show them his true power when they venture out to face the monsters in Limba. Arthur, seated nearby, expresses his eager anticipation for the challenge. Their meal is suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. Leo Albert approaches their table, apologizing for the intrusion, but unable to contain his admiration. He praises Noah for his brilliant magic display earlier, specifically complimenting the impressive lightning magic and expressing his surprise that such talent had been lying dormant. He introduces himself properly as Leo Albert, acknowledging Noah's assessment of him as gifted. With a wide, genuine smile, Leo explains that he doesn't judge people by their status and that he simply loves magic. He considers himself lucky to be in the same class as someone like Noah, relishing the chance to grow and compete alongside him. Having made his introduction, Leo concludes by stating he is looking forward to his time at the academy. He offers one last apology for interrupting their meal before departing. As he leaves, Clarisse notes with a smile that Leo has already taken notice of Noah. Arthur, however, looks downcast. He sighs, consumed by the thought that Noah continues to draw more and more attention while he feels he's being left behind. The setting shifts to a martial arts training ground. A stern instructor with bandaged arms barks in order for the students to focus. She declares that just because they are mages, it doesn't mean they can afford to slack off in their physical training. She elaborates on her point, explaining that while magic would ideally decide every outcome, situations where one must rely on their fists occur more often than they might think. Hand-to-hand combat experience, she insists, will always prove useful. The rigorous training takes its toll. Clarisse cries out as she stumbles, admitting she has become too reliant on her summoned beast. As Arthur rushes to her side in concern, Noah struggles to maintain his stance, realizing he has never actually fought with his bare hands before. During the martial arts class, Noah Arclight extends a hand to Natale Colette, who is on the ground. She looks up at him, breathing heavily but clearly impressed, remarking that he's really something. He asks if she can stand, and she accepts his help, thanking him. As he helps her to her feet, she continues, explaining that after seeing his performance in class yesterday and today, she was already stunned by his exceptional magic. To think he was this skilled in martial arts, as well, was beyond her expectations. He explains that it's simply the kind of magic he uses, revealing that one of his spells is similar to physical enhancement. He adds, however, that a really tough body is still needed to pull it off. In the middle of his explanation, he deftly dodges an incoming kick from her. The sudden counter-move sweeps her off her feet. With a cry of pain and surprise, Natale is sent crashing to the floor, her face contorted in shock at how easily she was dispatched. He has her pinned, but compliments her attempt. "Nice ambush," he says coolly, "though it didn't do a thing to me." Overwhelmed, Natale concedes defeat, whispering that she gives up. Catching her breath on the floor, she mutters that if only she could use magic, she would never lose. From a seated position opposite her, Noah replies with unwavering confidence. Of course. He tells her he finds her confidence admirable. This praise catches her completely by surprise. Flustered and blushing, she declares that she is from the prestigious Colette family, and that when it comes to magic, no one can beat her, not even him. The compliment has clearly rattled her. After changing back into their academy uniforms, the combat class is dismissed. Arthur Elliot approaches Noah, asking how it went. Noah admits he's not as skilled in martial arts as he is with magic. Nearby, Natale tells him he should only say such admiring things to someone he intends to marry, while Clarice Rutherford muses that she might stand a chance against him in a barehanded fight. Their conversation is shattered by a deafening shout. "Freshman alert!" The sheer volume forces Noah, Arthur, and Clarice to clap their hands over their ears as the sound echoes around them. The group turns to find a wild-looking upperclassman with dark, shaggy hair and tattoos covering his arms. He loudly demands a performance from the freshman. Nearby, Leo Albert watches with a detached curiosity. The upperclassman's power flares as he bellows, "Challenge Taim!" With a manic grin, he unleashes his rock manipulation magic, demanding the freshmen show him their souls. He unleashes a powerful spell, Knock-Up Impact, causing the ground to erupt in jagged pillars of rock. The freshmen cry out in shock and confusion, caught completely off guard by the sudden assault. Amidst the eruption, Arthur Elliot shouts in frustration, questioning what is happening. The attacker, Doma, simply roars with manic energy, his arms still raised from casting the spell. His spell finds its mark. Arthur grunts in pain as a shard of rock strikes his arm. Nearby, Clarice Rutherford begins to chant, her grimoire glowing as she prepares a counterspell, while Natale Colette braces for impact. While his classmates are thrown into disarray, Noah Arclight stands his ground. With a calm expression, he effortlessly shatters an incoming rock pillar with a single, precise strike, remaining completely untouched amidst the turmoil as others fall around it. His initial assault concluded, Doma is confronted by a fellow upperclassman. She questions his extreme methods, asking if he's gone too far. Doma dismisses her, declaring it challenge time, and the fastest way to gauge the rookie's strength. He refuses to wait, wanting to see what the new blood is made of while they're still fresh. He then turns his attention back to the freshman, a wide, predatory grin spreading across his face as he realizes there are some real contenders among them. Having recovered slightly, Noah's group recognizes their assailant. They identify him as Doma Senpai, a third year and the eldest son of the infamous Doma family. Natale, however, defiantly states that she doesn't care who he is, she'll knock him down all the same. Doma laughs, noting that while not everyone from Class A is present, many have made the most of challenge time. His gaze sweeps over the remaining students and lands squarely on Noah's group. With a sharp grin, he remarks that they're not bad at all, then points a finger directly at Noah. He continues, explaining that he watched everyone's reactions and noticed that Noah was the only one who handled the situation with the bare minimum of effort. This, he declares, means Noah is one of the top students in the class. Noah looks up, finally realizing he is the subject of this intense scrutiny. In response to the praise, Noah offers a simple, thanks, I guess. Doma seems taken aback by the dry response, questioning why Noah is reacting so coolly to a compliment. He stares blankly for a moment, processing the freshman's words. Noah, with a hand brushing through his own hair, calmly states that simply being the best in his class holds no interest for him. His true intention, he declares, is to become the strongest in the entire academy. A wide, manic grin spreads across Doma's face. He points directly at Noah, exclaiming his approval. He finds that mindset truly commendable, declaring it's exactly how a first-year student should think. Fueled by this newfound excitement, he rips his shirt open, exposing his muscular torso. In honor of such confidence, he roars, they must settle this now. He throws his arms wide, challenging Noah to a fight, right here and right now, to determine who is truly the stronger of the two. From the sidelines, Noah's friends watch the escalating situation with varied reactions. Arthur calls out, urging Noah not to let things get too intense. Natale voices her concern that facing an upperclassman is too much, but Clarice remains perfectly calm, stating with certainty that Noah can handle it. Noah meets the challenge with a confident smile. He reminds Doma that he was the one who initiated hostilities, and so he should have expected a response. With a cool demeanor, he accepts the duel, formally asking if they should begin. His opponent's acceptance sends Doma into a state of pure ecstasy. He laughs, finding the freshman's spirit both laughable and wonderful. Beckoning with a finger, he declares his thrill at seeing such a spirited newcomer and invites him to a dance, signaling the start of their battle. Before a single blow can be exchanged, a blonde upperclassman steps between them, clapping her hands sharply. With authority, she commands both of them to stop. Doma turns to the intervener, his excitement soured into annoyance. He addresses her as Natalia, questioning why she's raining on his parade. She retorts that Haruka and the others won't remain silent if this continues, warning him not to feign ignorance. His expression sobers as he considers her words. He mutters about the vigilante squad, acknowledging that they may have stirred up too much trouble and that those guys appear whenever a problem brews. He then looks over at Noah, asking if he's truly okay with not fighting. He laughs, declaring that their chance will come again. With his hands on his hips, Doma informs Natalia that he only came to scout the spirited new recruits, and today is clearly not the day to put her in her place, as he has already gone too far. In response, Natalia tells him they are pulling back, stating that clashing with the vigilante squad is a hassle. She throws his shirt over his shoulder, remarking that controlling him is exhausting as he simply agrees. She then turns her attention to the remaining student, asking for his name. He looks back over his shoulder and replies plainly, Noah Arclight. Hearing the name, Doma pauses. He repeats, Arclight, noting that he has never heard of it and concluding it must not be a noble or distinguished name. As he and Natalia walk away, he shouts back, introducing himself as Benjamin Doma and ordering the rookie to remember it. Once they are gone, Noah and his companions stand amidst the pillars of Earth Doma had conjured. Arthur Elliot breaks the silence, wondering aloud what just happened. The group begins to process the encounter. Noah speculates that Doma simply charged in on impulse. Natalia Colette suggests it might have been his way of saying hello, while Natalia comments that both he and Noah are seriously strong. Arthur then provides more context, explaining to the others that Doma is quite famous. He reveals that the Doma family is a renowned magical bloodline, one that he has always looked up to. He continues, mentioning that he'd heard the eldest son was enrolled at the academy, but never imagined he would be like that. Clarice adds that she has also heard of them, noting that the Doma specialize in rock manipulation magic, a fact that seems to be new information for Noah. Arthur admits he was relieved when Doma backed off, believing that even Noah would have had a difficult fight. Noah, however, counters that he thinks it's great. He questions the point of coming to the academy, if not for someone wild to stir things up. Arthur can only look on, realizing he won't understand Noah's perspective until he witnesses it himself. Nearby, Clarice and Natalia observe their friend. Clarice notes that Noah truly never wavers. Natalia agrees, stating that one needs Noah's level of drive to succeed there. She then smiles confidently, declaring her belief that Noah can beat Doma without a doubt. Clarice recognizes this immediately as Nina's #1 fan energy. Filled with a new resolve, Natalia Colette declares her goal is to restore her family's former and noble glory. She vows that she won't lose to anyone. Beside her, Arthur Elliot pinches the bridge of his nose, looking utterly exasperated. Her passionate declaration is met with hearty laughter from Noah, who praises her spirit. Spurred on by his reaction, Natalia points directly at him, boldly proclaiming that she will defeat him someday. As their friendly rivalry begins to spark, a new voice cuts through the air. A young woman with an authoritative presence approaches, asking for a moment of their time. Noting that something seems to have happened, she requests the details of the storm they were caught in. Noah turns to face her, asking what she wants. She answers with a formal declaration, her gaze steady and serious. She introduces her group as the Vigilante Squad, the ones who protect the peace and order of the academy. Hearing this, Arthur Elliot steps forward, his frustration boiling over. He sarcastically congratulates her on finally showing up, gesturing to the exhausted Noah and Natalia and pointing out that their classmates are already wrecked. The squad leader remains unfazed by his outburst, her expression hardening. She looks down on them, remarking with disdain how a mere freshman, barely enrolled, has already managed to stir up so much chaos. Her disdainful remark is met by Noah, who steps forward with a calm but firm demeanor. He casually states that he doesn't know who the vigilantes think they are, but asserts that he and his friends have done nothing wrong. Beside him, Natalia grows visibly nervous. His nonchalant dismissal ignites her fury. She glares at him, her voice sharp as she questions if his words are meant as a direct provocation to her squad. Before he can answer, she acts. With a cry of Noah from a shocked Clarice, the vigilante squad leader draws her sword in a flash and lunges forward, the blade aimed directly at him. In a clearing scarred by jagged earth magic, the vigilante squad leader, Haruka Ichinos, kneels after her swift attack. She expresses disbelief that her strike was dodged. Standing calmly nearby, Noah points out that since neither he nor Arthur were responsible for the destruction, it must have been her. He then asks her to lower her weapon, questioning if she was the one who brought the other students to this dangerous location. In response to his accusation, Nina and Arthur immediately rush to his defense. Nina insists that her senpai would never do such a thing, while Arthur firmly states that Noah is not that kind of person. Haruka listens, her expression remaining stern and unconvinced. He reflects on the situation with a wry smile, thinking to himself that while standing out is fine, he may have taken the joke too far and is now on the verge of becoming infamous. Raising his hands in a placating gesture, he insists it wasn't him, explaining that a man named Doma went on a rampage there. Haruka's expression shifts slightly as she repeats the name, asking for clarification. Benjamin Doma? Her suspicion appears to wane. She inspects the lingering residue of earth magic and concedes that someone as powerful as Doma might indeed be capable of such destruction. Turning back to the group, she apologizes and asks them to tell her the full story. Sometime later, while stretching alongside Nina, Noah remarks that the upperclassmen at the academy are certainly a quirky bunch. Nina agrees, admitting that the earlier confrontation had genuinely surprised her. She elaborates, sharing what she's heard about the culprit. She knew the Doma family's eldest son was considered a loose cannon, but his sudden and extremely aggressive attack had exceeded even those expectations. As he walks with Natale, Noah observes that the academy seems to attract all sorts of people. He notes that even Haruka Ichinos from the security corps was surprisingly hot-blooded. Later, while sitting on a bench, he turns to Nina with a serious expression. He tells her that she had better be careful, leaving her to ponder his cryptic warning. He continued his warning to Nina, explaining that her status as a member of a ducal house puts her in a risky position. Within an academy filled with nobles, he noted it wouldn't be surprising if someone came after her, even in a supposedly secure place. He tried to reassure her, promising with a smile that he would be right by her side, so she needn't worry. She thanked him, but with renewed determination, she declared that she should be able to handle things herself and would do her best, having come all this way to enroll. With that, they wished each other well for the night, agreeing to meet again the next day. The next day, the grand and imposing structure of the Red Dress Magic Academy stood against a clear sky, its towers reaching towards the clouds. Inside a cavernous, stone-walled section of the academy, Arthur Elliot looked around in awe, remarking that the place was amazing and that it was his first time seeing anything like it. Noah, Nina, and Clarice stood with him, taking in the dungeon-like environment. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the corridor, causing Nina to cry out in shock. Noah, however, remained perfectly composed, a slight smirk on his face. Peering through an opening, they saw the source, a grotesque, drooling monster growling from behind a set of thick bars. Noah calmly told Nina she was overreacting since the creature was caged, but she insisted that it was still a shocking sight, especially since one doesn't get to see monsters very often. Clarice Rutherford then chimed in, calling Nina too soft. She explained with a confident air that adventurers like herself were used to this kind of thing. Noah listened, remembering Clarice's background. An instructor gathered the students, confirming everyone was present. He introduced the location as the Academy's underground monster containment facility. He elaborated that on this floor, they raise monsters ranked B and below for purposes like student training, magic and alchemy research, and summoning practice, essentially for experiments that cannot be performed on humans. The instructor continued, stating that due to the danger and secrecy, the area is protected by 2 strong barriers. Noah, however, perceived something different. He realized there were actually 4 layers of protection and understood the deception. They were deliberately understating the number to emphasize the facility's danger. As they walked deeper into the facility, Noah noted the large number of monsters present. He recalled the instructor's words that only B rank and below were kept here, his thoughts immediately turning to the most feared among them, the Cerberus and the Chimera. He recalled the 2 most infamous B rank monsters, the Cerberus and the Chimera. Their power was said to be equivalent to A rank, and while subjugation quests existed for B rank adventurers, everyone avoided taking on these 2. His thoughts were interrupted by the instructor, who explained that the Chimera's cage was so heavily secured it was impossible to see inside. He gave the students permission to look around freely, but sternly warned them not to touch any of the cages. He recounted a cautionary tale of a student who once messed around and opened a goblin cage, an incident that did not end well, as the creatures, though trained, are not as docile as they might seem. With permission to explore, the students observed the various monsters. Clarice, looking at a massive orc behind bars, remarked that it brought back memories. She explained to Nina that orcs are aggressive and breed quickly, often appearing in groups, which makes them a common rite of passage for beginner adventurers. Nina seemed impressed by her classmates' knowledge. Arthur turned to Nina, asking if she was familiar with monsters since she uses summoning magic. Flustered, Nina admitted that she wasn't really. She had read about them in books, but had not seen many in person. She quickly clarified that she was very interested in monsters and hoped to control one herself someday, but that most of her contracts were with spirits. Arthur agreed, noting that her familiar, Sylph, was a spirit type. Nina's enthusiasm was palpable. As they walked between the rows of cages, Noah offered Nina a quiet piece of advice. He warned her that even low-tier monsters could kill if she let her guard down, stressing that it's always better to be well-informed. His comment prompted Arthur to ask how he knew so much about monsters. Noah replied simply that he was from the countryside, where monsters were a common sight. Their conversation was interrupted by a new voice from behind them. A young woman in a slightly different uniform approached, correctly identifying them as first-year students. The group turned. Nina and Noah confirmed they were new students just looking around. The upperclassmen immediately recognized Nina, asking if she was from the Raymond family. Surprised, Nina confirmed this. The student introduced herself as Serena Yugdaria, a 3rd year, adding that in this country, it would be more surprising if someone didn't know of the Raymonds. When asked what she was doing in the facility, Serena explained that she was there to study monsters. Nina's eyes widened with excitement and admiration. To her, studying monsters at the academy was an amazing pursuit. Serena, however, seemed to regard it as nothing special to get excited about. The third-year student, Serena, explained her presence to the group. She clarified that upperclassmen have fewer classes, allowing them to focus on personal research or training. Having received permission from Professor Solfa, an expert on monsters, she was using the facility for her own studies. As she spoke, Noah's gaze fixed on a large book she carried. Recognizing the tome, he quickly deduced her field of study and asked if her specialty was alchemy. Serena seemed impressed by his sharp observation. She complimented his knowledge, noting that alchemy is a rather obscure branch of magic. Noah elaborated on his reasoning, stating that he figured studying monsters would require test subjects, a natural part of the alchemical process. He continued, explaining that alchemy's key difference from other magic is its replicability. Anyone who knows the formulas can use it. This, he pointed out, is why it's particularly popular among mages from commoner backgrounds. His explanation painted a picture of alchemists brewing potions in the countryside, a stark contrast to nobles, who would simply have dedicated healers at their disposal. The comment struck a chord with Nina, who realized her own family employed a personal healer. As Noah remarked on the rarity of healing mages, Serena connected the dots from his earlier statements, and, confirming he was a commoner, asked for his name. He introduced himself plainly, Noah Arclight. Upon hearing the name, Serena's eyes widened for a moment in recognition before narrowing in thought. The name sparked a memory. She recalled that Doma-senpai had seemed particularly interested in a first-year student, and she began to wonder if the name she'd heard was his. Voicing her suspicion, she asked him directly if he was the one. Noah confirmed that if she was referring to a large upperclassman, then it was probably him. A knowing smile touched Serena's lips, but her internal thoughts were grim. She considered Doma impressive but terrible, a man who feigns interest in freshmen only to treat them cruelly, hurt them, and then grow disappointed. In short, a complete pain to deal with. She laughs, remarking how Doma-senpai's interest in someone came out of nowhere. Serena admits she never expected a person he cared about to actually appear, then turns her attention to Nina, acknowledging her as a capable mage. He smirks, commenting that at the very least, Doma has a decent eye for talent. Noah calls Nina an interesting person and declares he'll remember her. Taking the opportunity, Serena asks Nina if she has an interest in monsters. The young noblewoman confirms that she does. She explains that because she uses summoning magic, she believes having extensive knowledge about monsters is important. The upperclassman nods in understanding, stating that the Raymond family's summoning magic is well known and that knowledge of monsters is indeed essential for its practice. She then extends a hand, offering to teach Nina everything she knows and asking her to come along. Overjoyed, Nina stammers her thanks and accepts the generous offer. Watching their exchange, Noah crosses his arms and agrees it's better for Nina to learn from a specialist than a simple adventurer like him. He notes that such knowledge is crucial for making contracts with monsters in the future. He decides he might as well listen in, since he has free time and his companions have already wandered off. He adds a condition, however, raising a finger to his lips. Nina, slightly flustered but eager, agrees and formally takes Serena up on her offer. His expression turns serious as he delivers a stern warning. Do not underestimate monsters. He elaborates, telling Nina not to touch them carelessly, though he concedes that Serena likely already knows this. With a wave, he wishes them well and departs. In a stone courtyard within the academy grounds, Serena begins Nina's first lesson, showing her a captured goblin held fast in a wooden stockade. Nina's initial apprehension gives way to a bright, enthusiastic smile, clearly fascinated rather than frightened by the creature before her. Pleased by the young lady's reaction, Serena notes that their time is up but invites Nina to come again. She explains that while the area is restricted, she is certain a professor would grant access if she accompanies Nina. As they prepare to part ways, Nina bows deeply, thanking Serena profusely and promising to take her up on the offer soon. Later, Serena rejoins Noah, Arthur, and Clarice. Noah asks if her excursion was helpful, and she confirms that it was, reflecting that some things simply cannot be learned from books and that this experience alone made coming to the academy worthwhile. She adds with a happy expression that Serena was incredibly kind and even promised to continue teaching her. Noah chuckles, remarking that while she may be exaggerating, her happiness is what truly matters. Sometime later, in their classroom, the homeroom teacher addresses the students. She announces that the extracurricular training in the Rimba Forest is scheduled for the following week, explaining that it is an annual tradition and serves as a warm-up for the welcoming festival. Leo Albert elaborates on her announcement, telling the class to think of it as a rehearsal for real adventuring missions. He clarifies that the academy will release some of its own monsters into the forest for a simulated hunt. Hearing this, Clarice offers her own perspective. She surmises that few of the students have actual experience hunting monsters and notes that while a former adventurer like herself is used to it, the experience will be valuable for everyone. Her words prompt Arthur to lean over and whisper to Noah, questioning if the Academy's monsters are truly as dangerous as wild ones. Noah replies with grim seriousness that nothing provides experience like putting one's life on the line, adding that it allows them to try things they wouldn't dare attempt against humans. He listened as Arthur Elliot mused that the noble students weren't accustomed to true life-or-death combat, which was why the Academy bred tamed monsters for training. The gravity of the phrase life and death seemed to weigh on Arthur's mind. He, however, offered a more practical reason. The Academy likely used captive-bred monsters to avoid unpredictable accidents, explaining that wild creatures, particularly when injured, would attack with ferocious desperation. His companion expressed relief, finding the prospect of wild monsters terrifying and glad for the chance to practice on captive ones first. But Noah issued a stern warning. Underestimating them would be a regrettable mistake. Arthur agreed, adding that simply facing a monster was different from having the will to kill it, a problem that led to numerous casualties every year. The thought resonated with Noah, his eyes narrowing with focus. He knew that monsters never held back. A moment of hesitation, even against a creature bred in captivity, could be fatal. Their conversation was interrupted by the homeroom teacher, who called for the students' attention. She reminded them that despite their skills, they were still just first years, and that monsters were a fundamental threat to humanity. For the training event, she announced they would be divided into parties of 3 before preparing to call out the first group. It seemed their group was already decided. Noah found himself teamed with Arthur and Serena Yugderia, forming what was apparently a reliable trio. While Arthur reacted with surprise, Noah crossed his arms with a confident grin, declaring that if they were going to participate, they would aim for nothing less than the top. The day after the exercise groups were announced, Noah Arclight wanders the academy grounds under the cover of night. As a breeze rustles the trees, he pauses, sensing a lingering strangeness in the air. His thoughts are interrupted when he comes across a figure he recognizes. It is Serena Yugderia, an upperclassman. He is surprised to see her out for a nighttime stroll. She turns to face him, addressing him by his full name, Noah Arclight, confirming that she remembers him. He finds this unexpected and, seizing the opportunity, asks how Nina is doing with her studies. Serena explains that Nina is incredibly dedicated and a joy to teach. She finds it rewarding to work with summoners who try to befriend monsters, noting that most others simply treat them as nothing but enemies. She continues, adding that Nina mentions him quite often. Whenever she brings him up, it's with nothing but praise, recounting how he helped her during enrollment and declaring him the greatest mage she knows. Noah is visibly surprised by the high praise. He smiles, feeling honored by her words. He admits that a place like the academy isn't exactly kind to commoners like him, and for that reason, he is seriously grateful to Nina. Hearing his sincere sentiment, Serena smiles warmly and remarks that he sounds like a guardian. Noah seems pleased, replying that it's a relief to know Nina is enjoying herself. They stand under the full moon for a moment. Noah agrees with her assessment, though his expression carries a hint of reservation. Serena picks up on his mood, asking if he isn't interested in the upcoming Rimba exercise. Noah quickly dismisses it as nothing, but then confirms that he has heard about it. He elaborates on his concern, explaining that most students at the academy come from noble families. Because of this, plenty of them have never even fought a monster before and tend to get overexcited about events like this. He confidently states that he has seen his share of monsters and is used to them. Serena acknowledges this with a hint of recollection, remarking that she had forgotten about his particular background. She then concludes that if that's the case, there's no need for him to worry about low-threat opponents. He clarifies that while he isn't especially concerned, he understands that any monster can be dangerous and he can't afford to let his guard down. Serena observes that his cautious nature matches the reports she's heard about his abilities, though she finds his general attitude towards monsters to be less than threatening. He retorts that she, Serena Senpai, is the one who is truly well-versed in monsters. Her expression sharpens as she bluntly tells him he has no charm. Changing the subject, Serena looks up at the full moon, noting the late hour. She warns him that the academy at night is full of risks and advises him to return soon. Her words pique his curiosity, and he asks if there's truly something happening, to which she replies that one can never be certain what might occur. He presses further, asking if she is one of those risks. Serena denies this, explaining that she's not like the other upperclassmen who, buried in their research, tend to accumulate a great deal of stress. Compared to them, she considers herself to be on the saner side. As she turns to depart, she gives him a final piece of advice, to watch himself. He asks for clarification. Serena explains that Nina, being from a ducal family, is a natural target for some. She elaborates that the academy is crawling with nobles, and consequently, it is also rife with those who harbor twisted intentions. His expression hardens with resolve. He makes a firm vow to protect Nina, regardless of who the threat might be. Sensing his determination, Serena cautions him. She concedes his strength, but reminds him that he is still only a first-year student. While she understands his desire to protect Nina, she advises him to maintain some distance to avoid attracting trouble himself. A small, wry smile touches his lips as he remarks on how cold her advice is. Against the backdrop of the full moon, she states plainly that such cold calculation is simply the way to survive in a place like the academy. She clarified that her words were not a warning, but merely advice born from her longer tenure at the academy. Noah, however, couldn't help but interpret it as a warning. He, however, was confident in his own abilities, stating that Nina was not weak and that he himself was the strongest one there. He vowed to knock away any trouble that came her way. Hearing his confident declaration, Serena offered a small smile, agreeing that they should both be careful. Noah thanked her for her time and waved goodbye as she turned to leave, content that she had said her piece. After she departed, he stood alone on a high balcony, contemplating the conversation amidst the towering architecture of the academy. The time for contemplation was short-lived, as the students were soon gathered at the edge of a dense, foreboding forest. Within a clearing, An instructor with a prominent scar on his cheek addressed the assembled first years, his voice sharp and commanding. He instructed them to burn the details of their first trial into their memory. They were to form groups of 3 and hunt down goblins that had been released into Rimba Forest. He continued to explain the trial's parameters. Supervisors would track each party's defeats, with every goblin kill earning 1 point. The final results would be posted for the entire academy to see. The instructor's tone grew more serious as he issued a warning. He explained that the simpler the rules, the easier it is for students to become careless, which often leads to serious injuries. This was especially true for those from noble families who had little to no real contact with monsters. His gaze swept over the students, his eyes sharp and intense. He assured them that supervisors would intervene if things became dire, but commanded them to stay focused and be prepared. In response to the stern warning, one student's voice rang out with misplaced confidence. He called out to the teacher, reminding him that they were all elites and that there was no way they would mess up. His boast continues, declaring that the rules for commoners don't apply to nobility and that they shouldn't be underestimated. Nearby, Noah Arclight confronts another student, Huey, telling him to take the arrogant noble's words to heart. He warns that idiots who drag their teammates down will only lead them to ruin. He leans in closer, pointing a finger at the stunned Huey, and warns him not to take the monsters lightly. He declares that it will be Huey and those like him who end up humiliated, not the creatures of the forest. Turning his back on Huey, he scoffs at the noble's attitude, dismissing them as pathetic, soft little rich boys. Huey, incensed, tells Noah to remember his words, while another student chimes in, telling Huey's group not to hold them back. The escalating argument is cut short by the trial instructor, who asks if they're done with their pointless bickering. He remarks that if a student messes up, the supervisor is the one who gets dragged into the trouble. He raises his voice to address all the assembled students, clarifying the role of the supervisors. He explains that while supervisors are assigned to them, they're not bodyguards. Their main job is to evaluate the student's performance. As the students listen intently, he elaborates on the rules of engagement. He states that supervisors will not intervene unless a situation becomes truly dangerous, and urges the students to keep that in mind and act accordingly. Meanwhile, another group forms, and their supervisor introduces himself with a friendly wave. He announces that he is Theo Hollow, and he'll be counting on them. Arthur Elliott recognizes him, noting that the Hollow family's magic legacy rivals even the Doma clan. Arthur then introduces himself and Nina von Raymond. Theo smiles, tapping his temple. He confirms that as their supervisor, he will mainly be watching from behind, tracking their actions and their kills. Hearing this, Arthur turns to Nina with a reassuring look. He acknowledges that this is likely their first time facing monsters directly, so it's natural to misjudge their own strength or the danger. He tells her not to worry too much if things get truly dangerous. Their supervisor offers one last piece of guidance. He tells them to trust their own strength and their teammates, as that is how they're meant to fight. He promises that if they misjudge anything, he will step in, asking if it all sounds simple enough. Elsewhere in the forest, another group of students prepared for the trial. Huey Nark scoffed at their supervisor's leniency, remarking that he was, as always, far too soft. Leo Albert turned to Ellis Northburn, acknowledging that for some, it was their first real subjugation, so a little caution was warranted. Ellis, however, crossed her arms with disdain. She declared that goblins were hardly real enemies for them, and asked Leo if he agreed. She pressed on, stating that calling it their first time was just an excuse, as she had been able to take down monsters at full force from the very beginning. Natale Colette chimed in with a cheerful smile, agreeing that the same was true for her. Faced with their confidence, Leo conceded, admitting that he too was the strongest from the start and had killed them easily. His claim, however, only seemed to agitate Ellis. She jabbed a finger forward, her face contorted in a fierce shout, proclaiming that the strongest was obviously Lord Van. Leo stood back, bewildered by her sudden outburst, wondering if there was someone even more unhinged than himself. She glared, her conviction unwavering, leaving Leo utterly speechless. He could only stand in stunned silence, finding the situation unbelievable. Finally, Ellis seemed to relent with a quiet fine. Her competitive fire, however, brought a smile to Leo's face. He laughed, admitting that this was the kind of spirit he was looking forward to, and declared that his party wasn't planning to lose either. Ellis met his challenge with a confident smirk, stating that this kind of contest was her specialty as a former adventurer and that her team would be taking the top score. Turning to her companions, she encouraged them to give it everything they've got. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and Leo looked on with a satisfied smile, approving of her spirit. As she steeled her resolve, a memory surfaced, a sharp, focused eye and a commanding voice echoing in her mind. "Don't disappoint me, apprentice." Fueled by this memory, her determination solidified. Leo acknowledged the moment, stating that it was time to begin and challenged her to show him the strength of an A-rank adventurer. With the challenge set, the trial officially commenced. Noah Arclight, standing before the assembled students, asked if everyone was prepared. As the groups began to disperse into the forest, Ellis Northburn set off on her own path. The trial instructor addresses the students, outlining their first test. Their target is goblins, and he commands them to face this battle with resolve to prove their strength. He then turns his furious gaze upon Noah, who stands calmly with his arms crossed. The instructor bellows at him to show that he isn't useless, while Arthur and Nina watch from behind. The students react differently to the pressure. Nina cheerfully encourages Noah and Arthur to do their best, while Arthur declares his intent to aim for the top, even alone. Noah simply smiles, suggesting they aim for #1 in their class. With that, the instructor officially begins the mission, sending the students into the forest. Now deep within the woods, Arthur remarks to Nina that Noah seems completely unnerved. Noah overhears, commenting that a forest this quiet is a rarity, likely due to the Academy's careful maintenance. He confirms Arthur's assessment is quite true. Unfazed, Arthur declares he is itching to find their first group of goblins. As they proceed, Nina suddenly recalls vital information. She announces to the others that she received a full explanation from Serena Senpai, immediately capturing their attention. She raises a finger authoritatively, beginning her briefing. Across all of Baller, she explains, goblins rank highest in terms of the damage they inflict upon adventurers. Her words paint a grim picture of adventurers being swarmed. She warns that goblins travel in packs of 4 to 5, and if one lets their guard down, they can be surrounded and torn apart in seconds. Continuing her explanation, Nina stresses the worst part of facing them. Each goblin is tough, possesses enough intelligence to act with purpose, and they always move in packs. She then points out the one advantage this behavior provides. Their group movements make their tracks easier to find. Spotting a fresh trail on the ground, the trio immediately breaks into a sprint, following the tracks deeper into the forest. He and his companions peer through the foliage, their quarry finally in sight. Arthur grins with anticipation, identifying the creatures as goblins. Beside him, Nina's eyes widen in alarm at the sight. Noah, however, remains composed, simply confirming that they have found their targets. In the clearing ahead, a pack of 4 goblins stands ready, snarling and brandishing their crude weapons. The battle begins. Within a dense forest, a training exercise commences. An instructor from the Red Dress Magic Academy observes from a distance as 3 of his students, Noah, Arthur, and Nina, are confronted by a small group of armed goblins. Pen in hand, the instructor prepares to assess what this year's new students are truly made of. Faced with the armed creatures, Arthur questions what they should do, while Nina asks if they truly have to fight. Noah, however, remains perfectly calm, a slight smile on his face as he declares the training exercise officially on. Brushing past his hesitant companions, he announces that he will take the lead, assuring them to leave it to him. As he steps forward, a horde of snarling goblins charges toward them. Arthur shouts a warning, pointing out that the monsters are coordinating their attacks. Unfazed, Noah simply holds up a hand, confidently telling his friend to just watch, as he's got this. He whispers a single word, and the air around him crackles with power. The lead goblin freezes, its instincts screaming of imminent danger as a swirling vortex of magical energy erupts at Noah's feet, enveloping the charging horde. With the incantation Thunderbolt, a powerful blast of lightning erupts from him. The goblins are caught in the electrical surge, their bodies seizing violently as they let out piercing shrieks of agony before falling silent. The attack is over in a flash. Arthur is amazed, remarking that Noah must be used to this. Noah casually dismisses the feat, stating they were just goblins and that he cast his magic as he normally would. He then offers a single piece of advice. Speed is everything, because if you hesitate, you'll be surrounded. His words strike a chord with Arthur, who acknowledges the importance of speed. He remains bewildered, however, questioning how Noah can be so calm despite not being an adventurer. Noah explains that in his childhood village, even villagers sometimes had to fight goblins. From the sidelines, the instructor quietly makes a note, for goblins down for Noah. Watching Noah's display of power, Arthur's expression hardens with resolve. He clenches a fist, declaring that they have no choice but to step up their own game. Beside him, Nina silently agrees. Their sudden shift in demeanor catches Noah's attention. Arthur grins, explaining that he can't just let Noah be the only one looking cool. Nina adds that they are mages too, and now they have a good example to follow. Stepping forward together, Arthur announces that it's now their turn to shine. Noah encourages them with a smile, telling them to show him what they've got. After all, he muses, it would be boring if he wiped out all the goblins by himself. Inspired, Nina joins the fray, urging her own summoned creature forward with a confident shout, directing her fiery companion, Sarachan, to attack the advancing goblins. Arthur follows suit, magic circles flaring around his hands as Nina conjures defensive shields. He roars as he charges, cleaving a goblin in 2 with a single, decisive sword stroke, fighting alongside Nina in the chaotic melee. After the initial clash, Arthur turns to Noah, boasting that he wasn't half bad. Noah agrees it was a good showing for a first time. With a smug grin, Arthur explains that as a noble, this sort of thing is a walk in the park. Noah's attention then shifts to the small creature on Nina's shoulder, identifying it as a salamander fire spirit. Nina proudly confirms it's her companion, Sarachan, and asks if she's cute. He affirms that the spirit is indeed cute, adding that Nina's firepower and ability to switch between elementals give her a significant advantage. Hearing this praise from Noah makes Nina blush happily. Nearby, the trial instructor tallies their kills, Noah with 8, Nina and Arthur with 2 each, remarking that their total of 12 is a decent start. Brimming with confidence, Arthur declares he'll take the lead, but Noah interjects, reminding him of the instructor's warning. He cautions that becoming accustomed to victory is precisely when things get dangerous, urging Arthur to stay sharp. Though dismissive, Arthur agrees, and the party ventures deeper into the woods. His bravado on full display, he immediately fells another goblin, shouting that it's his 4th kill. He quickly catches himself, muttering that this is not yet his true power, and pauses to regain his composure. After clearing a large number of goblins, the instructor updates the score. Noah now has 14 kills, and Nina has 8. Arthur, however, is dismayed to see he has the lowest count. Noah offers encouragement, telling him that taking down 4 was impressive enough, especially considering his initial uncertainty. He remains frustrated, complaining that Nina's spirit is doing the fighting for her, though he acknowledges it a valid form of magic. Determined, he states his desire to stand as their equal, and that he must perform better if he aims for the top. Lost in his competitive thoughts, he fails to notice Nina's sudden look of terror as she screams his name, warning him of a threat from behind. Arthur turns just in time to see a monstrous, hulking goblin with crystalline claws roaring down at him. Nina realizes with dread that his magic won't activate in time. As the creature's claw descends upon him, a hand suddenly appears before his eyes. A brilliant spark of lightning erupts from the hand, engulfing the monster and stopping its attack cold. The creature shrieks in agony before collapsing into a smoldering heap. As Arthur stares, shaken, he breathes a sigh of relief, admitting how close that was. Noah lowers his hand and calmly tells him, "You were way too careless, Arthur." As Arthur recovers, another student, HEIRESSES, approaches with a condescending smirk. He mocks Arthur for struggling against weak goblins, calling it typical for a fallen noble family. Arthur bristles as Huey continues his taunts, calling him lame for letting his guard down against such weaklings and sneering that he is nothing more than his family's failed name. Noah steps forward, confronting the arrogant student. Huey turns his sneer on Noah, goading him for having nothing to say. Calmly, Noah advises Huey to keep his taunts in check, pointing out that they're drawing unwanted attention. Huey merely laughs, dismissing commoners as carefree and boasting that there's a world of difference in skill between them. Noah quietly warns him that such an attitude will only lead to embarrassment later. He continues his assessment, noting that Huey's team is composed of average commoners, sheltered young ladies, and members of fallen noble families. Noah then observes that Huey seems quite full of himself, despite this. He concludes by stating that from his perspective, there isn't much difference between Huey and Arthur, a comparison that leaves Huey momentarily stunned and speechless. Recovering his composure, Huey demands to know their team's kill count. Noah calmly reports their total of 28. With a triumphant shout, Huey declares that he alone has defeated 33, proclaiming that they are on completely different levels. He dismisses them as losers and walks away. As Huey departs, Noah reflects internally that overconfident people are a liability when hunting monsters, and he questions whether he should truly leave Arthur to his own devices. Arthur turns to Noah and apologizes for getting him involved. Noah dismisses his concern, telling him not to worry. Still flustered, Arthur asks if Noah meant what he said earlier. Noah clarifies that while he doesn't think Arthur is weak, it is true that Huey is on a higher level. He explains that this is precisely why they need to get used to real combat, reassuring Arthur that he is bound to improve significantly from this point forward. Later, as he and Nina walk through the forest, she asks if he thinks Arthur will be all right. With his arms crossed, Noah confidently states that he'll be fine, reminding her of Arthur's declaration at the entrance ceremony that he was aiming for the top. She smiles, suggesting that Huey's taunts probably served only to motivate Arthur even more. Noah glances at her, intrigued by her observation. She playfully dashes ahead, calling for him to follow. With a simple agreement, he moves to catch up, and they continue deeper into the trial grounds. Meanwhile, channeling his frustration into action, Arthur leaps into a fray, cleanly slicing a goblin in two. At the same time, Nina unleashes her own power, commanding her salamander spirit, Sarachan, to burn a group of goblins to ashes with a blast of fire. She remarked with a smile that with Noah watching their backs, they were well prepared for surprise attacks. Arthur readily agreed, thanking Nina for the backup and complimenting her performance. He then turned his attention to Noah, thanking him for letting him take the lead as he was accustomed to fighting. Noah explained that it was more important for his teammates to gain experience. His concern then shifted to Nina, asking if her spirit was holding up. She confirmed that she had conserved enough energy to summon her spirit again later, which seemed to satisfy him. As they continued their trek, Arthur noted how deep into the forest they had ventured and asked for their position. Consulting a map, Nina reported that they were near the center and approaching the edge of their designated zone, concluding it was time to head south. Noah saw an opportunity in this, suggesting they overtake Huey's group along the way. Arthur eagerly agreed to the plan. Their plan was abruptly cut short by a piercing scream that ripped through the trees. All three of them froze, their faces etched with sudden alarm. Nina was the first to speak, wondering aloud what the sound was. As Arthur urged them to investigate, Noah's expression hardened. He recognized the sound for what it was, an emergency. A sudden, piercing scream cuts through the forest. Arthur Elliot identifies the sound as coming from another group section and immediately suggests they investigate. As he takes a step forward, a hand firmly grips his arm, halting his advance with a jingle of the chain connecting them. He turns to find Noah Arclight holding him back. Confused, Arthur questions the action, asking if Noah seriously intends to head toward the source of the screaming. Noah calmly replies that since they heard the cry for help, they cannot simply ignore it. He reasons, however, that the other group has a supervisor with them and should therefore be fine. Arthur argues back, looking flustered. He reminds Noah that their own results are on the line and that the enemy is likely just goblins. He tries to downplay the situation, stating that it's normal for students to get injured during this drill every year. With his arms crossed, Noah concedes that it would be ideal if the supervisor is already handling the situation. He adds a crucial caveat. However, they're dealing with monsters, and in such circumstances, anything can happen. He continues, explaining there is always a chance for things to go wrong. With a sudden surge of confidence, Noah declares that if he is present, he can definitely resolve any problem that arises. Arthur lets out an exasperated sigh, covering his face with his hand. He mutters about how seriously Noah takes things before trailing off into a thoughtful silence. Leaning closer with a knowing smile, Noah observes that despite Arthur's cold exterior, he is actually quite soft-hearted. Noah clarifies that his own motivation isn't about being soft-hearted. Arthur, slightly flustered, retorts that his urge to help is just an old habit from before he even enrolled at the academy. Nina von Raymond watches their exchange with a gentle smile. He dismisses the previous incident, urging his group to move on. Since the other students are already dead, he reasons there's nothing else that matters. Arthur quietly agrees. As they proceed, a sudden, sharp crack echoes through the trees, causing Nina to gasp, her eyes widening in alarm. Her reaction brings the entire party to a halt. The four students stare forward, their expressions shifting to stunned disbelief at the scene before them. They have stumbled upon a clearing utterly devastated by some immense force. Arthur voices their shared shock, questioning how goblins could possibly have caused such widespread destruction. As they absorb the chaotic view, Rick suddenly calls out, having spotted a body lying motionless at the base of a large tree. They approach and recognize the fallen figure as the supervisor from Huey's group. The man is alive, groaning about how awful the situation is, but he is clearly in a terrible state. The discovery sends Arthur into a panic. He demands to know why his supervisor is on the verge of death when they were told only goblins inhabited the forest. Noah, however, remains composed, telling Arthur to simply look around them. He gestures to the snapped trees and scarred earth, stating the obvious. This level of destruction was clearly not the work of goblins. A closer look at the supervisor's wounds reveals deep, vicious claw marks across his torso. It is undeniable proof that a monster powerful enough to bring a supervisor to the brink of death is lurking somewhere ahead. As his companions begin tending to the man, Arthur concedes the point. The realization hits Noah with grim certainty. Huey and the others might be getting chased by that very monster right now. He quickly assesses the supervisor's condition, noting that while the man is still breathing, he needs a healer urgently. Turning to his companions, he instructs Arthur to help carry the wounded man back to the teachers. A startled Rick points to himself, questioning the order, and Noah confirms it. Though flustered, Rick agrees. Noah explains his reasoning, telling Rick that he's counting on him because if goblins were to attack while he was alone, it would be difficult to fend them off. Rick acknowledges the trust placed in him. He then asks Rick to wait at their current location, suggesting that Huey and the other missing students might return to this spot. He promises they will come back for him once the supervisor is safe. Rick agrees without hesitation. Noah expresses his relief, admitting that Rick's cooperation helps a lot. He asks for one last confirmation, that Rick will be fine on his own, even without him and Arthur. Crossing his arms confidently, Rick assures him that he will be. With the plan settled, Noah gives Rick a final, stern warning. Do not do anything risky, and if he runs into something too strong, he must run. He then turns to Arthur, and they prepare to depart. As the others carry the supervisor away, Rick watches them go, hoping the man will be all right. He reflects that a second-year student wouldn't have been chosen as a supervisor for nothing. His eyes fixate on the gruesome wounds on the man's back, deep claw marks from what must have been a very large monster. Meanwhile, Noah's expression is grim. He tells Nina that his greater concern is the monster lurking ahead. He reasons that if Huey's group isn't at the rendezvous point, it means they are either still fleeing from the creature or something worse has happened. His dark thought is violently interrupted by a blood-curdling scream that rips through the forest nearby. Nina cries out that the other students will die if left alone without a supervisor. She reminds Noah that their own supervisor, Hollow, had left him in charge. He realizes that leaving just two of them behind is even more dangerous. Hearing the scream, Rick runs back, resolutely declaring that he is going with them. Nina looks on, her face pale with fear. Noah makes his choice. All right, he commands, let's hurry. Elsewhere, the wounded supervisor leans against a tree, clutching his injuries. He thinks grimly that no one had warned them about a monster of this magnitude. Arriving at the source of the scream, Nina von Raymond finds her classmate, Huey Narks, battered and bleeding. She rushes to his side, her voice filled with concern as she asks if he is all right. He can only manage a pained groan in response. He looks up, his expression twisting with resentment as he sees Noah Arclight has also arrived. He sarcastically asks if they've come to laugh at him, calling them the commoner boy and the shelter princess. Noah ignores the barb, his gaze fixed on Huey's wounds, noting the claw marks on his chest and bite marks on his arm are not immediately fatal. He then adds that despite Huey's earlier bravado, he looks pathetic now. However, Noah clarifies that he isn't heartless enough to laugh at someone who is half dead. Huey manages a weak, bitter smile, acknowledging Noah's strange kindness. He urges them to run while they still can, explaining that the creature is still back there. A heavy thud echoes from the direction he indicated, punctuating his warning. A palpable tension fills the air as they both stare into the woods. Huey insists they should flee immediately, reminding them that even a second-year supervisor was defeated by the beast. Noah, however, stands his ground. With a confident smile, he states that while he appreciates the warning, he has no intention of abandoning someone who is dying. Nina, caught between fear and surprise, stammers for him not to act so cool, her eyes wide with alarm as she senses the creature's approach. Just as she speaks, the monster emerges from the trees. It is a terrifying beast, a massive lion with spiraling horns and 2 venomous snakes for a tail, its maw open in a silent snarl. Noah immediately identifies the creature as a chimera, recognizing that it is far too powerful for students to fight. Nina, kneeling beside Huey, questions why such a monster is in a forest supposedly managed by the academy, which should only contain goblins. Noah elaborates that while its subjugation rank is B-class, this particular specimen possesses power bordering on A-class. The beast lets out a guttural roar, its glowing eyes fixed on them. Noah's own eyes narrow as he studies it, realizing he has never seen a chimera of this immense size before. He begins to walk towards the monster, his mind racing. He concludes that it's impossible for such a creature to have grown naturally in this forest. Furthermore, the Academy would never intentionally set loose a monster that even a supervisor couldn't handle. As he steps forward, Nina calls his name in a worried tone. He faces the beast, his eyes narrowed in analysis. The chimera's agitation is palpable, its glowing eyes and bared fangs a testament to a rage that feels anything but natural. The beast confirms his suspicion by lunging forward with a deafening roar, its massive paws aimed directly at him. From a distance, Nina and the injured Huey can only watch in horror as the monster descends. Its attack is not aimed at Noah, but at Nina. A massive claw tears through the air where she stood just a moment before, the sheer speed of the assault leaving her wide-eyed with terror. But before the blow could land, Noah moves in a blur, snatching both her and Huey from the path of destruction. The chimera's paw smashes into the empty ground, shattering the earth with explosive force. Safely out of immediate danger, Huey grumbles in pain, pointing out that he's the one who is actually injured. Nina, still processing the near-death experience, stammers that it was too close, acknowledging that she would have been sliced in half. He turns his attention to Nina, asking if she's all right and apologizing for not having time to be gentle when he grabbed her. She quickly reassures him that she is fine, thanking him for saving her yet again. With her safety confirmed, Noah's focus returns to the growling chimera. Huey, incredulous, shouts at him, questioning what he thinks he's doing and insisting there's no way he can handle such a creature. Noah cuts him off with a sharp command to be quiet. He ignores the warning, a confident smirk spreading across his face. With a pointed finger directed at the salivating beast, he calmly declares that it is time for some pest control. Facing the students, the chimera lets out a low growl. Noah Arclight observes the beast, sensing something amiss in its extreme aggression. He considers that its current caution might be a reaction to his previous attack, a sign that it is watching them intently. His companion, Leo Albert, suggests that the 3 of them should combine their strength and use a specific technique. Noah immediately dismisses the idea, stating they cannot. He reasons that leaving the monster could endanger other parties, and more critically, Huey's injuries would prevent him from surviving a long retreat. Nina von Raymond, her hands clasped in worry, asks what their plan is. He turns to Nina with a disarming smile, telling her to relax. With unwavering confidence, he declares himself the strongest among them and tells her to simply trust him as she always does. From the side, an injured Huey mutters under his breath, questioning if Noah is just trying to look cool. Continuing his reassurance, he advises her not to show fear in front of a monster, promising to make the fight easy. As Nina begins to voice her concern, he abruptly pinches both of her cheeks, her face flushing in surprise. Leaning in close, he instructs her to steady her breathing and remain calm. He explains that fear creates openings in a fight, and even for the stronger combatant, a single moment of weakness can lead to defeat. He tells her to bury that fear deep within her heart. He continues softly, telling her to breathe and settle down, reminding her that he is there with her. Nina's wide eyes show she is processing his words, her initial panic beginning to subside. Having regained her composure, Nina thanks him and confirms she will try to calm down. With that, Noah turns his full attention to the chimera, announcing that he is about to act and that she should watch closely. The beast responds with a deafening roar, its maw wide and dripping. The creature lunges forward, once again making a direct line for Nina. Noah watches its advance with a sharp, analytical gaze, wondering aloud if the beast is some kind of flirt. As it charges, he raises a hand, and a complex, glowing magic circle materializes in the air before him. A bolt of pure energy sparks from his outstretched hand and slams into the chimera's face. The impact is violent, sending blood splattering as the beast recoils, roaring in agony from the direct hit. Despite the powerful blow, the chimera remains on its feet, its glare still fixed on Nina. No one notes its persistence, questioning if she is some kind of monster magnet. He dismisses the thought for now, deciding they can figure out after he brings the beast down. Cautiously, he begins to creep forward, preparing for his next move. He stood his ground as the chimera let out a piercing screech. Beside him, another student with light, messy hair confidently prepared an attack, announcing its name, Lightning Cutter. The student's spell manifested as a blade of pure energy, cleanly slicing off the beast's serpentine tail. The chimera roared as dark blood splattered from the wound. With a smirk, the student taunted the enraged creature, asking if a mere slice to its tail was enough to make it howl so pathetically. In response, the chimera lunged, its massive fang maw wide open. He charged forward to meet the beast head-on, but its speed was deceptive. A powerful swipe from the chimera's clawed foreleg sent the student flying backward through the air. Twisting his body, he managed to land precariously on the chimera's broad back, clinging on for dear life. From a safe distance, Nina and Leo watched the chaotic scene unfold. Seeing his impromptu ally in danger, Noah raised a hand as a complex magic circle materialized before him. He calmly uttered the spell's name, Spark, prompting looks of utter amazement from Nina and Leo. A concentrated bolt of pure energy erupted from the sigil, striking the chimera directly in its face with concussive force. The beast stumbled back, its head thrown back by the impact. It roared in a mixture of pain and disorientation, its massive body momentarily unbalanced. As the chimera lay stunned, Noah observed it coolly. He thought to himself that the creature's hide was incredibly tough. A twitch in the beast's eye signaled its imminent recovery. Its rage now fully ignited and focused. The chimera pushed itself up and unleashed a deafening, furious roar directly at Noah. He stood his ground, observing the enraged beast. Something was wrong. A normal creature would have retreated by now, yet this one's survival instincts seemed completely absent. His gaze narrowed as the chimera growled, drool dripping from its maw. He surmised that its aggression had been forcibly amplified, perhaps through drugs or sensory manipulation. This chimera, he realized, might be a victim too. He calmly reached up and adjusted the cravat at his neck, his decision made. His actions caught the attention of his classmates. Leo Albert wondered aloud what he was planning, but Nina recognized the posture instantly, realizing it was the same magic he had used against Rufus. As the chimera snarled, Noah resolved to end it quickly, dark energy beginning to crackle around his outstretched hand. He unleashed his power. A complex magical sigil materialized in the air above him as arcs of dark lightning erupted from his body, engulfing the roaring chimera before him. He gathered the volatile energy into a condensed sphere in his palm, declaring the name of the spell, Black Thunder. The devastating blast of dark energy shot forward, striking the chimera directly in its head with overwhelming force. The spell dissipated, leaving a cloud of smoke and scorched earth in its wake. Noah stood calmly amidst the destruction, his hand still raised, as his fellow student looked on in disbelief. The smoke cleared to reveal the chimera lying motionless on the ground. The other student asked if it was over, and Noah quietly confirmed it was. Watching from a distance, Nina noted the devastating power of Black Thunder on a living creature, finally understanding why he had only targeted Rufus's magic and not the boy himself. She explained her realization to a stunned Noah, stating that the chimera hadn't even tried to dodge their attacks. Normally, she reasoned, the fear of death would force any creature to flee. He agreed, adding that the beast lacked any natural fighting instinct or drive to defend itself. He stands over the fallen chimera, confirming his suspicion that its lack of wild instincts made it easier to defeat. Nina, however, is overcome with awe, exclaiming that he took it down in a flash. She declares him seriously amazing, noting that no one else uses magic with such devastating normality. Just then, their classmates arrive. Nina, flustered, urges an injured Huey to be quiet, promising to get him to a healing mage. He dismisses her concern, but Leo suggests it's time they all reevaluate their perception of Noah. Arthur adds with a smirk that he never expected such entertainment, prompting Nina to insist they should worry because they're classmates. As the others talk, Noah's attention is fixed on the chimera's corpse. He inspects its mouth, observing a blue-stained tongue and crimson-dyed eyeballs. He concludes that these are not lingering traces of a spell, but the clear side effects of a drug. His investigation is cut short as his head snaps up, sensing an approaching presence. His classmates, unaware, continue their discussion. Leo insists they get Huey treated immediately, a sentiment Nina echoes. Arthur agrees, suggesting it's time to head back. Huey remains silent, his expression a mixture of pain and resentment as he processes the humiliation of having been saved. Supported by Leo and Arthur, a chained Huey turns to Noah and Nina, asking if they are all right. Before they can answer, a voice cries out from a distance, reporting a massive burst of light erupting from their location. Two figures appear through the trees, one of them the trial instructor. He observes the battered students and remarks that they are far from okay, having been drawn by the immense light and sound. As Huey fumes over being rescued, Leo smugly declares himself the strongest one present, infuriating Huey further. The scale of their battle is made clear by the sight of the colossal, slain chimera. In the aftermath of the chimera's defeat, the training exercise was immediately halted. Teachers were dispatched into the forest to investigate, but their search yielded no other threats. Noah was the only one to have encountered and defeated such a beast. Huey, whose wounds were deep, was taken to the healing area for treatment. Soon after, the training resumed and concluded without any further trouble. That night, Noah found Yobareta standing by a fountain in a quiet courtyard. He approached her, calling out her name and asking if she was out for a stroll. She turned to him with a bright, almost relieved smile, remarking that she had heard a chimera had barged in. She confessed she had been really worried about it. Her expression then grew serious, her eyes fixed on his. She admitted that, honestly, she had thought he was going to die. Noah's demeanor hardened. He cut straight to the point, accusing her of being the one who set the chimera loose with the specific intent of targeting Nina. After a moment of silence, Serena simply smiled and asked why he would think such a thing. He explained that he found something when he killed the beast. Holding up a small nameplate, he revealed that it showed the location of a monster breeding site situated beneath the academy. He theorized it had been buried in the chimera's fur when it was small and was never retrieved as the creature grew. Serena, now joined by Arthur Elliott, coolly asked what that had to do with her, pointing out that other people were at the breeding site. Noah countered that the chimera was raised underground and then released into the forest, just like the Skaveling. He urged her to listen, stating that all connections pointed to her. The reaction he detected from the chimera's body was proof. Its killing instinct was unnaturally focused due to a berserk drug created with advanced alchemy. He accused her of creating a perfect killing machine by inducing its growth. Serena calmly retorted that alchemy isn't particularly rare. She suggested that anyone who studied advanced alchemy could have bred the monster. Unfazed, Noah pressed on, questioning why the chimera specifically targeted Nina. He recalled Serena's apparent kindness, how she promised to continue teaching Nina, and deduced that she used her time in the underground facility to collect Nina's biological data, such as her hair and blood. He delivered his final conclusion. Serena used that biological data as the foundation for her alchemy, creating the berserk drug and injecting it into the chimera to program it to hunt Nina. He states his conclusion with cold certainty. Serena Yobareta is the only one who fits all the conditions. With a calm, unwavering smile, she confirms that he is right. In response, she freely confesses, her smile widening as she clutches her book. She admits to being the one who tried to kill Nina, chuckling as she tells Noah he is absolutely correct. She adds that she always knew she would be found out eventually. Noah listens, his expression hardening at her casual admission of guilt. She elaborates on her original plan, explaining that everyone was supposed to die. She hadn't anticipated Noah surviving the chimera, acknowledging that he is someone held in high regard by both Doma and Haruka. Continuing her explanation against the backdrop of the Grand Academy, she reveals the intended outcome. The chimera would kill everyone, and she would simply escape, ending the entire affair. Noah offers a dry, almost sarcastic apology for ruining her plan. Serena looks down, lamenting that her mission failed and she was caught, concluding that her only option now is to flee. Hearing this, his eyes narrow with intensity. He challenges her confidence, questioning if she truly believes she can escape from here. In response, Serena's confidence is unshaken. She reveals with a sly smile that she still has strong, trustworthy allies waiting for her outside the academy. He presses for her motive, demanding to know why Nina was the target. Serena explains that while Nina is a good person, her status as a member of a duke's house automatically makes her a target. He scoffs, asking if this is just some foolish political game. Serena calmly refutes him, stating that the very future of the country depends on it. She reveals the king is dying, and the battle for the throne has already begun. A conflict so dangerous that even powerful dukes are trying to stay out of it. An image of the weary king and a bound captive underscores the gravity of her words. He closes his eyes, seemingly accepting her resolve. While not fully understanding her motives, he can see she is determined and decides he will not ask anything more. Taking his silence as acquiescence, Serena declares that she will now proceed to finish her job by killing Nina. His passive demeanor vanishes instantly, replaced by a sharp intensity as lightning crackles around him. He warns Serena that if she dares to go after Nina, he will not forgive her. Unfazed, Serena simply smiles, announcing her intention to leave and find a peaceful life in some faraway corner. He scoffs, questioning if she truly believes he would let her escape. With a wide, confident grin, Serena concedes that while he defeated the chimera and could likely stop her alone, she doubts even he could handle all of her allies if they were to attack him at once. Waving casually, she thanks him for buying her some time, remarking that their recent interactions were fun. As she speaks, Noah's eyes widen in alarm. Serena's parting words are a hollow wish that her allies don't end up killing him. At her signal, a group of robed and armored figures descend from the rooftops, surrounding Noah. From a safe distance, Serena watches with a smug expression, wondering aloud why he isn't running and musing that even someone of his caliber must be shivering with fear. He completely ignores her taunt and the surrounding enemies. Instead, a A confident smile spreads across his face as he points a finger toward her, then directs it upward, telling her to watch above. In a flash, a sweeping slash of immense speed cuts through the air, incapacitating Sarina's allies in a single, fluid motion. They cry out in pain and shock as they're struck down. The attack's origin is revealed. A woman with dark, braided hair now stands beside Sarina, the flat of a katana blade pressed firmly against her neck. Noah smirks from across the courtyard, informing the stunned alchemist that she isn't the only one with allies. Sarina, trembling, can only stammer out a question of who her captor is. Her captor introduces herself as Haruka, one who hates evil. She calmly states that Sarina's allies have already been put to sleep. With unwavering confidence, Haruka declares that it is the duty of the Vigilante Corps to protect the Academy's peace, and she will not allow Sarina to have her way. With Sarina Yugderia now subdued, Noah addresses her, apologizing with a wry smile for having to expose her. Sarina, her expression a mix of frustration and defeat, accuses him of ruining all her plans. He counters coolly, stating that if he had truly gone too far, he would have killed them all. She should consider herself fortunate to merely be captured. She grits her teeth, a bead of sweat on her temple, and concedes that her downfall was underestimating his capability and willpower. He smirks, agreeing with her assessment. He points out that if he hadn't intervened, Nina would have been consumed by the chimera, and Sarina would be basking under a foreign sun, her scheme successful. Her defiance crumbles into resignation. With a heavy sigh, she acknowledges that she has no place here after a failure and tells Haruka to do as she pleases. As a final request, she asks them to tell Nina goodbye. He questions the sincerity of her concern for Nina, but promises to pass the message along, just in case. Haruka then informs Sarina that she will be barred from the underground facility, though she adds that advancement might eventually grant her access again. As Sarina's captured allies look on, Haruka closes the book on the matter, calling Sarina impatient. She gives the order to take Sarina and her cohorts away. As they are led off, Haruka turns to Noah, offering her gratitude. She states plainly that he saved them, causing him to look up in mild surprise. He asks about Sarina's fate, reminding Haruka that she is a favorite of Nina's. Haruka explains that this was no simple fight. It was an incident that involved other students and targeted the Duke's family. Because of the delicate nature of the situation, Sarina will be judged accordingly, and the details will be kept confidential, even from Haruka herself. He accepts her explanation, simply expressing relief that he was there to help. Seizing the opportunity, Haruka asks if he has considered working with the Vigilante Corps. She notes that the Academy is full of mages with twisted minds, and his skills would make him a perfect fit for keeping them in check. He immediately declines the offer, stating he has zero interest in playing the role of an enforcer. He does, however, agree to help out if another situation arises. With a sigh, Haruka accepts his answer. She confirms that they will count on his help should the need arise again. Thanking him once more for saving the day, Haruka turns and walks away, leaving Noah alone by the fountain. Under a flag bearing a two-headed eagle, a grand carriage escorted by mounted knights proceeds through the city. Inside, a maid with dark, neatly tied hair looks out the window and remarks to her charge, Lady Iris, about the beautiful scenery. The girl in the carriage, a young princess with long, dark hair and large, expressive eyes, looks out with a somewhat forlorn expression as her arrival is announced. Despite the fanfare of her procession through Ramdas, the capital of the Skaldia Kingdom, she clutches a stuffed bear and quietly laments how boring it all is, wishing she could be playing by the sea or in the mountains instead. Meanwhile, at the Redras Academy of Magic, Arthur Elliot excitedly tells his friends about the arriving princess, his hands clenched as he exclaims how incredibly beautiful she is. His companions are less than impressed. Seated around a table, Nina von Raymond dryly comments that he says that about every girl. Sarina Yugderia disagrees, suggesting Arthur isn't like that. She then turns her attention to Nina, telling her that she is far too pure. She elaborates on her point, stating that the way Arthur looks at Nina is seriously dangerous. Arthur listens with a nervous expression as Nina looks down, contemplating the remark. He leaps to his feet in protest, flustered as he shouts that it's not true at all and that he has never looked at Nina in such a way. His outburst makes Sarina visibly uncomfortable. He attempts to clarify his point by gesturing towards Nina's chest, but she cuts him off. With a dismissive look, she crosses her arms and retorts that while she may believe him, she definitely feels his pervy stares. The scene shifts abruptly. Arthur now points emphatically at Nina, who sits blindfolded before a roaring fire, a sword resting beside her. He continued the conversation, turning to the group to ask about the so-called Ice Princess. The name sparked a memory for Noah, who identified Revoltaria as the goddess of ice and snow from the celestial faith. Arthur, clenching a fist in excitement, confirmed that he was correct. He continued with fervor, explaining that the princess is renowned as a legendary beauty, an embodiment of it, in fact, whose looks are said to rival the goddess herself. He then pressed Noah, asking if he wouldn't want to see her at least once. Noah replied with a shrug, stating that he wasn't particularly interested in princesses. He threw an arm around Noah's shoulders, refusing to believe his friend's indifference. Arthur insisted that while he understood the desire to act gentlemanly, any man would be curious, and claiming not to care was an outright lie. He calmly clarified his position, explaining that it wasn't a matter of not caring about attractive girls. He continued, gesturing towards Nina and Serena, and stated frankly that they were both quite pretty. He reasoned that since he was already used to seeing attractive girls, the princess probably wouldn't be much different. The unexpected compliment sent a jolt through both young women. Nina, blushing furiously, stammered and asked what he was saying, while Serena loudly declared that there are certain jokes one simply shouldn't make. He looked genuinely confused by their outburst, insisting it wasn't a joke. He asked what the problem was, offering to apologize if he had bothered them. Her face flushed. Nina stammered that it wasn't as if she cared what he thought of her, nor that she hated the comment. Noah pointed out her stuttering, prompting her to yell at him to shut up. Nearby, a bewildered Serena watched the exchange, wondering to herself what was happening and if Noah had said something strange. She expressed her disbelief that Arthur had managed to steer the conversation back to its original topic. Ignoring her comment, Arthur pressed on, asking about the visiting princess. He began to explain the political situation. The anniversary of the peace treaty between the Skaldia Kingdom and the Cardis Empire was approaching, and this year, the princess would be visiting from their side. His excitement grew as he added that not only is Lady Iris rumored to be in the area, but Princess Revolteria herself would be present. Noah, however, remained unconvinced. He reasoned that even if she did come, she would likely remain within the castle, meaning they wouldn't get to see her anyway. In response, Arthur gestured enthusiastically, urging them to consider that since she was in the same country, there was at least a chance they might catch a glimpse of her. He clenched his fist, his voice filled with passion as he declared her the most beautiful girl in the world, someone every man wishes to see at least once. Nina sighed, remarking that men are hopeless. She pointed out that two of the top beauties in their class were right there with him, questioning the need to chase after a princess he might never even see. Frustrated, Arthur covered his face with his hand and sighed, telling her she just didn't get it. Nina, annoyed, crossed her arms and asked what he meant. He explained that the princess was on a completely different level, comparable to a goddess, and that Nina was out of line for even making the comparison. Her face twisted in fury, her teeth bared as she demanded to know what he meant. With a sharp glare, Arthur warned her to apologize while she still could. He flinches back in alarm as Nina, her face twisted in fury, draws her sword. She threatens to kill him if he continues messing around, prompting his frantic protest that drawing a weapon is against the rules. His panic pleas are met with a furious shout for him to shut up. He can only think about how terrifying she is in this state, while Serena Yugdarea sits silently between them. The confrontation escalates as Nina raises the sword high, declaring that he is seriously getting on her nerves. Arthur recoils, insisting that violence and drawing a sword are definitely fouls. As the argument reaches a fever pitch, Noah Arclight calmly sips his tea from across the table. With an air of exasperation, he remarks that the two of them clearly don't know how to relax. Hearing his voice, Nina's anger vanishes, replaced by a cheerful smile. She turns to Noah and suggests that a lively argument is more fun than silence, noting with a laugh that some students even leave the academy over such things. His expression becomes serious. He asks if she means Serena Yugdarea, revealing that only he and the vigilante group were aware that she had been acting behind the scenes. He explains that to everyone else, it simply appeared as though Serena dropped out voluntarily for personal reasons. The memory seems to affect Nina, who was once close to her and now appears somewhat lonely. Abruptly shifting the mood, Nina leans in close with a playful smile. She asks Noah if he knew that the capital becomes extremely festive during the Peace Memorial event. He looks away, slightly surprised by the sudden change of topic. He admits that he didn't know, explaining that he hasn't spent much time in the royal capital. She points a finger at him, emphatically confirming his lack of knowledge. Noah simply looks back at her, teacup in hand, with a questioning gaze. He was startled by Nina's sudden, intense stare. Her face was mere inches from his, her expression unreadable as she silently scrutinized him, prompting him to nervously ask what was wrong. Her intensity then melted into a bright, eager smile. Pointing a finger confidently, she declared that she would be his guide and show him around the capital. Blushing and taken aback by the abrupt change, he could only stammer, questioning the suddenness of her offer. She explained her reasoning simply, stating that since he was always helping her out, she wanted to return the favor as a token of her gratitude. He considered her proposal. Musing on the idea of a tour, he acknowledged that things had finally settled down after the Rimbo exercise, concluding it might be a good time to explore the city outside the academy grounds. Having made up his mind, he agreed, telling her he would count on her to show him some cool spots. In response, Nina flexed an arm triumphantly, enthusiastically accepting the responsibility. As she began to lead the way with a cheerful hum, he watched her go, asking if she was accustomed to giving tours and entertaining guests. She turned back, a bashful smile on her face, and admitted that she wasn't at all. With a peace sign, she confessed that she was simply very excited to be going out with a friend. The earnest admission made him reflect on her background, realizing just how sheltered she must have been living in a duke's house. Meanwhile, in another grand residence, a maid attempted to console a pouting Lady Iris. The maid reminded her that the upcoming visit to the Skaldia Kingdom was an important diplomatic mission and urged her not to sulk. She added that Iris's friends would surely love any souvenirs or stories she brought back, but the young princess seemed unconvinced, murmuring that she wasn't sure she had any friends. Her doubts were quickly challenged by the arrival of her classmates. One expressed disappointment that Iris wouldn't be joining them, but another cheerfully announced that her father was taking everyone with him. A third girl excitedly suggested they all buy matching, inexpensive souvenirs. The idea thrilled Iris, who eagerly agreed. Her spirits lifted. Her newfound excitement, however, was abruptly cut short. She began to say what she wanted, but trailed off as a dark shadow fell over her expression. Her fists clenched tightly at her sides as an intense, unspoken feeling overwhelmed her, leaving her friends to look on in confusion. She lashes out at her friends, declaring with false bravado that she's going to meet the king of Skaldia and that they must be jealous. Her friends, however, simply wave goodbye, casually wishing her a nice trip and dismissing it as just another royal duty. As they walk away, her facade crumbles, and she clenches her fist in frustration, wondering why she's always like this and wishing things could be different. Later, in the quiet of her chambers, Princess Iris, now in an ornate gown, sits with her maid. She asks how long her father plans to stay in the country, remarking on the large number of knights serving as his escort. The procession of heavily armored knights on horseback is indeed a formidable sight, a display of power and security that makes Iris question if it is all truly necessary. Her maid explains that it cannot be helped, as the display is a symbolic event meant to showcase the friendship between the two nations. The young princess then asks if her own presence is even needed. The maid confirms that it is, adding that Iris surely already knows this. With a sigh, Iris slumps, lamenting that to her father, she is nothing more than a diplomatic tool, a pretty doll that men can't take their eyes off. Attempting to change the subject, her attendant mentions that the royal capital is said to be quite festive at this time of year. She counters that such things have nothing to do with her. Watching a celebration from afar would only make her feel worse, and she knows her father would never allow her to go outside anyway. Unwilling to give up, the maid suggests they play together inside the castle, promising it will be fun. Iris, however, covers her mouth and mutters that the idea is just boring. The princess coldly retorts that she is already sick of being with her maid, Elle. She tells her companion that it's not her problem if Elle is bored too, and dismisses her, telling her to just go do her job. The princess had dismissed her once more. Her maid, Elle, tried to remain composed, reflecting that she had been shut down again. She reasoned with herself that it would only require 3 days of patience. Behind the closed door, Princess Iris let out a weary sigh. Her maid's parting advice echoed in her thoughts. Just smile, and it would all be over before she knew it. Her journey began, the carriage rattling along the road. Gazing out the window, Iris felt utterly trapped, wistfully wondering if there was any knight out there who would come and save her. As the procession continued, a flag bearing a proud, eagle-like crest fluttered in the wind, a symbol of the very state affair she was bound to. Meanwhile, in the capital's bustling streets, Noah Arclight stood with his classmates. He was approached by a cheerful Nina von Raymond, who asked if it was just the two of them for the tour. Her question left Noah utterly bewildered. On the ground, a man gasped for air, celebrating his newfound freedom. Nearby, Princess Iris and her maid, Elle, flee down a stone alleyway. Elle urgently calls out to Lady Iris, warning her that her father's guards are in pursuit. Clutching a teddy bear, Iris joyfully exclaims that they actually managed to escape. Elle expresses her worry, pointing out that they'll be severely scolded if they're caught, especially since they've fled to another country. Iris, however, laughs without a care, retorting that it's fine as long as no one sees them, and that they should enjoy the thrill of the escape. She glances back at the distant castle, disdainfully calling it her father's little garden and the suffocating Cardis Empire. Her mind flashes back to the oppressive life she left behind, leering adults and cruel classmates she was forced to call friends. She had felt utterly devoid of freedom. Her reverie is broken as she stops short, startled by the scene before them. Elle, noticing her sudden halt, asks what she sees. Before them is a street teeming with life. A massive crowd of people are laughing and conversing, their collective joy creating a vibrant, overwhelming atmosphere. Iris stares, her eyes wide with pure astonishment. She thinks to herself that the sight is more beautiful than she could have ever imagined, marveling at how happy everyone appears. But her awe quickly turns to fear. Peeking from behind a corner, she realizes she can't go any farther. She worries that someone might recognize her, which would bring their escape to an abrupt end. Seeing the princess's hesitation, Elle leans in with a gentle smile. Want to give it a try? She asks softly, prompting a look of surprise from Iris. Her smile broadens into a confident grin. Elle reasons that since they've already snuck out, there's no turning back. If they're going to be scolded regardless, they might as well enjoy themselves. She gestures openly towards the bustling street, reminding Iris that she told her this would happen. Just seeing it from the outside brings a feeling of lightness, she explains, but stepping inside is even more magical. With a decisive tap, Elle takes Iris's hand and leads her forward into the crowd. They are immediately enveloped by the festival's energy as vendors call out to them, offering food and wares. For the first time, both the princess and her maid share a look of pure, unadulterated joy, her eyes wide with excitement. The princess points towards a stall selling roasted chicken. "Oh, look at that," she exclaims, tugging on her maid's cloak. Without waiting for a reply, she eagerly asks the vendor for one order of chicken. She quickly amends her request, holding up 2 fingers. "Make it 2, she insists, explaining that as partners in crime, they should eat together. A smiling Elle agrees, and soon they are presented with 2 large, steaming pieces of chicken. As they continue to explore the festival, taking in the sights of cotton candy and street performers, their paths unknowingly cross with others. In another part of the crowded square, Noah Arclight watches as Nina von Raymond excitedly waves him over, a wide smile on her face. He observes to himself that she seems to be having a wonderful time. He joins her, and the two of them make their way through the throng of people, a striking pair amidst the lively chaos of the festival. Her attention is quickly captured by another vendor. Noah, let's try those meat skewers from that stall next, she suggests enthusiastically. He agrees with her choice, and she tells him to wait right there as she heads off to buy them. As she places her order, the stall owner cheekily asks if she and the young man are on a date. A deep blush spreads across Nina's face as she frantically denies it, but the vendor simply laughs, remarking that everyone says that, before handing her the freshly cooked skewers. She rushes back to Noah, who notices her flustered state and asks if something is wrong. Brushing it off, she insists nothing is amiss and, with a beaming smile, presents him with a skewer. He takes a bite, his expression immediately lighting up with pleasant surprise. This is seriously good, he exclaims. His enjoyment is cut short when Nina suddenly stops, a look of realization dawning on her face as she glances at the time. She apologizes, explaining that she completely forgot a promise to check in with Grandpa Haru and must go see him immediately. He recalls the imposing, protective old man. Nina confirms this, explaining that Haru is her caretaker. She adds that she doesn't want to cause him any trouble, particularly since she had to request special permission just to enroll. She waves goodbye to Noah, reassuring him that she'll be fine. Though she imagines her caretaker, Haru, would be furious if he knew, she explains that she already sent a letter to smooth things over. Noah, knowing the man's temperament, accepts her explanation and tells her to take care. With a cheerful smile, she promises to meet him later at the Fountain Plaza before disappearing into the festival crowd. Left alone, Noah turns his attention to his surroundings, noticing an unusually large number of knights stationed everywhere. He identifies the different factions based on their armor. The ones with red stripes are knights from his own kingdom, Skaldia. The others, marked in blue, belong to the Cardis Empire, the nation of the visiting princess. Sighing, he observes the heavy security presence. He reflects that he finds the peaceful sight of the bustling festival far more soothing than any potential conflict. Elsewhere, Princess Iris, clutching a teddy bear, marvels at the festival's wonders. Her maid, Elle, admits to feeling worn out but expresses her gladness that Iris is enjoying herself. Iris suddenly calls out to her, questioning why she shouted. The princess insists that from now on, Elle should call her Alice when they are out in public and refrain from using formal titles. Though Elle hesitates, Iris playfully pleads with her. Flustered, the maid finally agrees, stammering out the name Alice. Iris beams, delighted by the informal address, while Elle apologizes for her awkwardness. Having rested, Elle suggests they decide what to do next, but as she turns, a hand suddenly grabs her from behind. An unknown man seizes Elle, pressing a knife to her throat. He yells for Alice to run and get away. Iris freezes, her eyes wide with terror as she stares at her captured maid and demands to know who the attacker is. As the first assailant holds Elle hostage, a second man with long, light hair appears beside the princess. The captor tells his accomplice to look closer, confirming that they have the right person, Princess Iris. Iris is paralyzed with fear, realizing another enemy appeared beside her without her even sensing him. As Elle gasps in pain, Iris screams desperately for her to run and escape. She watches in horror as the man with the goatee holds her maid, Elle, in a chokehold, telling the struggling girl to keep her mouth shut. The other assailant, the one with long, light hair, then turns his attention to the princess, calmly stating that she will be coming with them. As the gravity of the situation sets in, a question hangs in the air. Is the Snow Princess in danger? Elsewhere, walking through a nearby alley, Noah Arclight pauses, a flicker of concern on his face as he wonders if he just heard someone scream. In a quiet alley, 2 cloaked men confront Princess Iris and her maid Elle. The man with light-toned hair waves casually, addressing the princess by name and asking her to accompany them. Iris, clutching a small teddy bear, is visibly frightened, questioning who these strangers are. Her maid, Elle, notes with alarm that their attire is unlike that of the palace knights. The man calmly identifies his group as the Red Wings. The name strikes a chord of terror in Iris. She recalls her father speaking of them, a terrorist organization operating in secret within the Cardis Empire. As this realization dawns, his companion with the dark hair seizes Elle from behind. He leers, commenting on Princess Iris's stunning beauty even while dressed in a simple robe. The blonde man warns him not to harm the maid, but the other dismisses the caution, suggesting a little fun wouldn't hurt. He continues his taunts, claiming they'll never get another chance like this and should enjoy themselves. Hearing this, Iris's fearful expression hardens into one of cold fury. Held fast, Elle's eyes narrow with defiance, glaring at her captor. Her silent resistance is met with a derisive laugh. The man mocks the princess for her poor manners, threatening to teach her a lesson. This pushes Iris past her limit. She screams for them to shut up, declaring that she will handle the situation herself. Her outburst only amuses him. He finds it adorable that she's playing with dolls, while his blonde partner simply looks on, intrigued. Ignoring their condescension, Iris's voice rings out with authority, roaring for them to be quiet and to let go of Elle. She thrusts the teddy bear forward as a brilliant, intricate magic circle materializes behind it. With newfound power in her voice, she calls out its name, Tiki-chan, and commands it to awaken. The two men stare in shock. The dark-haired captor exclaims that the princess is not only a mage, but a puppeteer. Unfazed, Iris points directly at him and orders Tiki-chan to blast him. His partner, however, remains skeptical, scoffing that such a toy could never harm them. She commanded her animated bear to defend them. The plush toy lunged forward, its stuffed arm intercepting a strike from the light-haired terrorist, who stared in shock at the unexpected resistance. The bear's counterattack sent the larger, muscular terrorist reeling. His companion watched the scene unfold, casually telling his partner, HEIRESSES, not to get so serious over a mere doll. As their assailants were momentarily stunned, Elle rushed to her mistress's side, crying out her name. Princess Iris, flushed with success, hugged her maid tightly, overjoyed that her magic had worked and believing she could now protect them. The light-haired man, however, simply sighed, muttering that he was always the one cleaning up after idiots. Her confidence bolstered, she stood before Elle and shouted at the men to leave them alone, threatening to blast them with her still-moving Tiki-chan. She declared they weren't scared, but her bravado was met with a cold, analytical gaze. Her threat died in her throat when she saw the man holding the very same bear, now limp and lifeless. Iris stared in horror, realizing he had somehow taken it. He confirmed her fears, explaining that while they were tearfully clinging to each other, he had simply taken care of it, then coldly asked if she had any other tricks. Panic set in as she realized her other dolls weren't there, and she only knew basic magic. The terrorist mocked her efforts, remarking that for a princess, her use of figures was decent enough, but now she had nothing. Before she could process his words, he moved with blinding speed. In an instant, he closed the distance and delivered a powerful blow to both the princess and her maid, striking them simultaneously in the stomach. The force of the impact sent a wave of agony through her. She crumpled, overwhelmed by the sheer, blinding pain and the incredible speed of the attack. Looming over her, the terrorist remarked that her crying face was a turn-on, as expected of the Ice Princess. He warned her not to resist, as they needed her unharmed for negotiations. Through her pain, Iris retorted that her father would never negotiate with terrorists, even if she were used as bait. He dismissed her claim, stating her father only acts that way because she is his favorite. He then delivered a final, crushing blow, revealing that he himself was brought to this country by her father, only to be treated as a disposable accessory. To the king, he explained, losing a gem like him would mean nothing. As she lay defeated, the light-haired terrorist looked down on her with a dismissive smirk. He stated plainly that his orders were to bring her back. He continued, explaining that he was merely following his leader's directive. If her capture proved to be pointless, he mused with a sharp glare, he would decide her fate then. Below him, Princess Iris could only stare up in abject terror. Kneeling on the ground, she began to plead. She accepted her own fate, but begged him to spare her maid, Elle. Her maid cried out her name in distress, but the terrorist was unmoved. He turned his back on them, declaring that the girl had to die. His gaze was cold as he explained the tactical necessity. If the maid saw them, she could report their activities, causing the Red Wing's entire plan to fail. Hearing this, the princess grew even more desperate. She pleaded for them to spare Elle, reasoning that since they might kill her anyway if she proved useless, they should at least let her maid live. He remained firm, stating that the woman's death was an absolute, minimum condition for them to take the princess. It was, unfortunately, non-negotiable. At this final verdict, Elle looked to her lady, her voice filled with emotion as she called Iris her friend, her mother, and her big sister. Overwhelmed, the princess cried out that Elle was someone precious to her. In a final, desperate act, the maid rose to her feet, drawing a sword to defend the princess. The light-haired terrorist told her to blame her own reckless behavior before striking her down. Iris could only scream her name in horror as she was restrained. As she fell, the maid's final thoughts were of apology, lamenting that she wasn't strong enough. It was all her fault. Her life fading, Elle urges Princess Iris to survive, expressing her faith that help will eventually arrive. With her last breath, she confesses that she has always loved the princess. The terrorist bids her a cold goodbye and delivers the final blow, causing Iris to cry out in a raw scream of anguish. The princess stares in stunned silence, tears streaming down her face as she processes the loss. The terrorist remarks that witnesses must be eliminated, but his attention is suddenly caught by a figure who has just appeared at the alley's entrance. He confronts the newcomer, demanding to know who this idiot is that has come to die. The young man, Noah, calmly explains that he just happened to see them when he turned into the alley, questioning why the terrorist had to do this. His gaze shifts to the distraught princess, a confident smile playing on his lips. He tells her there was no way he could have ignored the situation. He then asks her directly, a simple question cutting through the tension. Do you want help? Iris hesitates, the thought flashing through her mind that despite being somewhat skilled in magic herself, she couldn't even manage to scratch the man. The terrorist watches the exchange, concluding that this newcomer must be incredibly strong. Noah tells him not to worry, adding that it wouldn't be right to drag a civilian from this country into the matter. He stands with unwavering confidence in the narrow alley, making a stunning declaration. I'm the strongest, after all. His bold claim is met with utter confusion from both the princess and her attacker. Unfazed, Noah presses the point, asking what other options they have but to believe it. He offers a confident smile, encouraging the distraught princess to fight until the very end, even if it means relying on someone else's strength. His words seem to reach her, as she covers her mouth, trying and failing to stifle a sob. Her composure finally shatters, and with tears streaming down her face, she cries out, desperately pleading for help. In response to her plea, he gives a reassuring thumbs up and a bright smile, declaring that he's got it and formally accepts her request. With the agreement made, the Red Wings member turns his attention to the newcomer, noting his uniform. He identifies Noah as a student from Legras and, seeing his clueless look, dismisses him as a newly enrolled first year. His eyes narrow with contempt. He tells Noah that, for his own good, he should back off. The terrorist scoffs, declaring that a mere brat acting on a whim is no match for him. Noah, however, remains completely unfazed, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He brings up the terrorist's earlier vow to leave no witnesses and taunts him, asking if he's afraid to fight. The taunt strikes a nerve. A vein throbs on the terrorist's forehead as his eyes burn with silent fury. His patience exhausted, the man draws a knife. He states that he never intended to let them leave anyway, and that asking was just his personal style. He can't stand how cocky kids are these days. Unimpressed by the drawn blade, Noah waved a dismissive hand. He declared he had enough of the posturing and had no interest in his opponent. The terrorist stood his ground, retorting that he cared little for the so-called style of someone who would bully the weak. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, leveling his weapon directly at Noah. He concluded that the young man must truly have a death wish. He continued his lecture, stating it was time for Noah to understand how pointless his life was, and that he was about to die for the simple act of trying to save a girl. With a sudden burst of movement, he lunged forward, formally introducing himself as number 3 of the Red Wings, Gale of Idiola. Noah seemed unimpressed by the title, questioning what the Red Wings even were, as he'd never heard of them. Gale's eyes narrowed as he replied that people from this country had no need to know. He added that it didn't matter, since Noah would be dead soon anyway. A confident grin spread across Noah's face as he countered that he would simply beat the information out of him. Gale scoffed at his confidence, remarking that the boy clearly hadn't seen much of the world. As Princess Iris cried out a warning, Gale exploded into motion. He commanded Noah to die with regret as his blade slashed through the air with astonishing speed, causing Noah's eyes to widen in surprise. The attack was a blur, yet Noah remained perfectly still. He calmly assessed the movement, dismissing it as too slow. He instantly understood. This was not a mage, but a pure, professional killer, experienced in the art of taking lives. He then vanished. Noah thought to himself that Gale was nothing special. The old butler from Nina's estate was faster. The terrorist skidded to a halt, his eyes wide with disbelief as he frantically searched for his target, who had reappeared silently behind him. He stood before the stunned terrorist, a complex magical sigil glowing on his arm. With a single word, he dismissed his opponent's entire effort. Weak. Gale could only stare in disbelief, his attack utterly nullified. Without warning, a spark of energy erupted from his hand, striking Gale squarely in the chest. The terrorist cried out, stumbling backward from the force of the blow before collapsing to his knees, utterly defeated. With the threat neutralized, he turned his back on the fallen terrorist. Approaching Princess Iris and her maid, Elle, he heard the maid remark that she had told the princess so. Noah smiled brightly, confirming to the princess that it was no lie. He truly was the strongest. He then glanced back at the terrified Gale, who was struggling to push himself up. With a condescending smile, Noah remarked that it was Gale, not him, who was ignorant of the true scale of the world. The terrorist's eyes widened in horror as he understood the finality of his situation. Execution was imminent. With his opponent defeated and slumped on the ground, Noah Arclight walks away, letting out a sigh of relief. He remarks that for all the talk, the fight was simple, and wonders about the strength of the man's group if this was their number 3. His demeanor softens completely as he holds up a mended teddy bear. With a gentle smile, he announces that the request has been fulfilled and tells the toy that the ordeal is over. He then offers the repaired bear to a small, dark-haired girl, who reaches out for it with both hands, stammering her thanks. She clutches the toy tightly to her chest, her eyes squeezed shut with relief as she expresses her heartfelt gratitude once more. As the girl holds her bear, her maid approaches Noah. He tells her not to worry, then asks if the child is all right. The maid, overwhelmed, thanks him profusely, admitting she doesn't even know how to properly express her gratitude. She bows deeply, tears of relief streaming down her face. Through her sobs, she explains that thanks to him, they didn't lose Lady Iris. Noah appears slightly taken aback by the display, dismissing her gratitude by claiming he just happened to be walking by. The maid straightens up, still looking at him with reverence. His casual expression vanishes as the name finally registers. He asks sharply if she said, Iris, realizing with a jolt that he's heard that name somewhere before. At that moment, the young girl calls out to her maid, Elle. The maid's eyes widen in sudden recollection, remembering something Arthur had told her. The memory surfaces, Arthur speaking of a rumor in Raitei about a princess named Iris, also known as the Snow Princess. In the present, Iris looks up with alarm, the realization dawning that her identity may have just been exposed. Her maid, Elle, apologizes profusely, realizing Noah has already figured out the truth. Iris, however, confirms his suspicions are correct, stating that to hide her identity after he saved them would be rude. She then asks if he is certain he wants to know. He now understands why such dangerous people were after them. Iris formally introduces herself as the Snow Princess of the Cardis Empire and offers him anything he desires as thanks for his help. Noah, however, waves off the offer, stating he doesn't need a reward and was simply killing time. He repeats that he doesn't need anything, but Iris misinterprets his refusal. Blushing and fidgeting with her fingers, she concludes that because of her position as a princess, he must wish to take her as his bride. His confused silence is taken as confirmation. Iris seems pleased with her own deduction, thinking to herself that all men are the same and closing her eyes with a contented smile. He bluntly clarifies that his words meant exactly what he said, questioning why he would ever take her as his bride. The statement shatters her fantasy, and she stammers in disbelief, reminding him that she is the Snow Princess. His bluntness continues as he wonders aloud why all princesses are so foolish, a comment that strikes Elle with the force of a physical blow. Iris shouts back in frustration, unable to comprehend why he would refuse both a reward and a bride when she offered him anything. Her frustration boils over into a screeching tantrum. Noah, taken aback, asks if she is all right. Elle rushes to Iris's side, trying to comfort her while admonishing Noah for his disrespect. He steers the conversation back to the practical matter at hand, asking what their plans are. He correctly deduces that her king is in diplomatic talks with his own, and that she must have snuck out. A blushing Iris quietly confirms his theory. He glances toward the city, observing armored figures in the distance. He remarks that it makes sense that her country's knights are all over the place, as they must be searching for her. He then adds that, to be honest, it didn't feel like her previous pursuers were trying all that hard. The comment lands heavily on Iris, who looks downcast, concluding that she must not be worth the risk of their lives. She mulled over his words, the phrase, not worth protecting, echoing in her mind. Noah observed her, remarking that it sounded like things were complicated in her country as well. She turned to her maid, Elle, admitting that she had always known this. The princess worried that returning now would only lead to a massive scolding, and she asked what they should do. He overheard her resignation and challenged it, asking if she was truly okay with just accepting her situation. Startled, Iris asked him what he meant. He gestured toward the unconscious forms of her pursuers, covered by a cloak on the floor. He pressed her, stating that she must have had a reason for sneaking out, something she wanted to do. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she confessed the simple truth. She had snuck out because she wanted to enjoy being outside and experience the festival. Averting her gaze, she shyly thanked him, remarking that he was kind of like a knight. A bright smile spread across Noah's face as he declared that he would help her with that, too. His attention then returned to their captives. He announced that the first step was to tie the men up, suggesting they might be able to get some information out of them. As they prepared, one of the men, Nyuugaku, began to regain consciousness. His vision cleared to find Noah looking down at him, asking if he was awake. The man found himself kneeling and bound back to back with his companion, wrapped in heavy chains. As he cried out in confusion about his restrained body, Noah calmly explained that they had gone ahead and tied them up. His captive furiously demanded to know what they thought they were doing. With his back turned, Noah retorted that it was simply the obvious thing to do. He allowed his associate, Elle, to begin the interrogation. She demanded to know where their comrades were hiding, but the captive, Nyuugaku, simply laughed. He declared that even if he were to die, he would never betray them. His defiance drew Noah's attention, who stepped forward and commented on the man's loyalty. Enraged, Nyuugaku demanded to know who Noah even was. He calmly replied that he should be the one asking that question, reminding the man that he and his partner had already been knocked out by Iris before he had even arrived on the scene. He continued to mock them for being taken down by a princess, dismissing their group, the Red Wings, as nothing impressive. At this, the other captive, Gale, told his partner to stop talking. He conceded that Noah wasn't half bad, but issued a warning. There were people in the Red Wings who were far stronger than he was. His partner chimed in with a sneer, vowing that their comrades would eventually capture the princess and rescue them. He declared that stepping outside had been her first and last mistake. Hearing their conviction, Noah's expression hardened. He mused that the Red Wings were just as rumored, a group that has stained their hands with blood time and again, all in an attempt to change the country. This grim confirmation sent a visible shiver of fear through Iris. He continued, laying out their entire plan. They targeted Iris when she let her guard down, intending to use her as a bargaining chip with the Empire. Their critical miscalculation, however, was that the Emperor cared little for his daughter. Noah explained that the Emperor would simply reject their deal, leaving Iris to be used and ultimately killed by her captors. The sheer callousness of the plot filled him with disgust. He sighed, lamenting that wherever power gathers, the worst kinds of people inevitably follow. With a sharp glint in his eye, he decided there was no helping it. With his decision made, he lunged forward, grabbing the one called Gale by his hair. "Hey, tough guy," he said, his voice low and menacing as the captive grunted in pain. He tightens his grip, his voice low and menacing as he demands the location of the Red Wings' leader. Gale, however, shouts back in defiance, questioning why he would ever divulge such information. Unfazed by the resistance, he leans in closer with a confident smirk. He confirms that the rest of the Red Wings members are at their base before declaring his intention to take them all on at once. His audacious claim stuns Princess Iris, who stands behind him and asks if he is insane. He calmly explains to his captives that they never planned for someone of his strength to be guarding the princess, presenting them with a once-in-a-lifetime chance to eliminate him. As he speaks, Elle trembles in fear. He then turns the logic on them, suggesting it's not a bad deal for the Red Wings either. It would be far smarter for their entire group to gather and attempt to take him out directly. Gale remains silent, considering the unexpected proposition. After a moment, Gale voices his distrust. He refuses to say anything, arguing that he has no guarantee Noah will go alone. If he simply reports their location to the Knights, the Red Wings will be wiped out completely. He quickly adds a layer of bravado, scoffing that they wouldn't lose to a mere group of Knights anyway. Beside him, Nyuugaku glares in silent agreement. Noah smirks, unimpressed. He tells Gale he doesn't know when to shut up, reminding him that he's already seen what the Red Wings are made of, given the state of their defeated number 3. The tense exchange is broken by Iris's worried voice. She frantically asks what he's been saying, expressing gratitude for the rescue, but insisting that trying to fight the entire Red Wings organization alone is madness. He turns to face her, his expression softening into a gentle smile. He tells her to calm down, reminding her that she came to this country for the sole purpose of enjoying the festival. Iris hesitantly agrees. With unwavering confidence, he gives her a thumbs up and declares that the Red Wings are simply in the way. He reaffirms his earlier claim of being the strongest one there, leaving Iris speechless as she asks if he truly intends to defeat them all by himself. He is approached by Princess Iris and her maid, who asks if his declaration is true. Noah turns, momentarily failing to recognize the woman. The maid introduces herself as Elwile. She clarifies his intent, asking if he means to give Lady Iris peaceful days in the country as a gift. Iris herself looks on, clutching a small stuffed bear. He confirms her summary with a confident smile. He had already promised to help Iris, considering it a small detour. To him, the solution is simple: crush the Red Wings, and the problem is solved. Elle seems convinced, stating that he appears more reliable than the Empire's Knights, and that they will place their faith in him. However, she notes that she is no ordinary maid and immediately pivots to the practical problem: the location of the enemy's base. She asks if he has a plan. Instead of answering, Elle turns her attention to the bound captive, Nyuugaku. She explains that her work often requires her to deal with ruffians who approach the princess. Holding up several magical scrolls, she utters an activation command: release body. The scroll affixes itself to Nyuugaku's face and erupts, engulfing him in a painful aura. He screams in agony as his fellow captive watches in horror, demanding to know what she is doing. With cold focus, Elle fans out more scrolls. She observes that the other man, Gale, seems stubborn, but Nyuugaku's looks like he will break quickly. She declares her intention to interrogate his body to find their base. Nyuugaku grimaces, sweat pouring down his face as Elle holds the scrolls before him. She asks, menacingly, if he thinks he can endure more of them. As the sounds of torture continue, Princess Iris calls out to her maid, her voice filled with concern. Before she can see more, Noah gently covers her eyes with his hand. He tells her that she doesn't need to watch, explaining that this is dirty work. The princess is left speechless. He continues to shield the princess as the captive, Nyuugaku, writhes on the floor. Engulfed by an invisible, agonizing force emanating from the magical scroll, the man lets out a guttural scream, unable to withstand the torment. From across the room, Elle watches the scene unfold with unnerving calm, holding several more scrolls in her hand. She asks for the location of the Red Wings' base, casually mentioning that she is terrible with magic and isn't quite sure how powerful the spell she is using actually is. Her voice remains steady as she suggests he confess quickly. As Nyuugaku convulses in pain, she adds a chilling warning: she might accidentally kill him before she is finished. The tense interrogation is abruptly shattered by Princess Iris. She loudly declares that she is thirsty and feels like flying freely in an airship, then immediately commands Elle to get something to tie the prisoners with. Elle, ever the dutiful maid, agrees instantly, while Noah watches, completely baffled by the princess's erratic stream of consciousness. His eyes widen in utter disbelief. The princess's bizarre and nonsensical demands in such a grave situation leave him stunned and questioning what could possibly be going through her mind. Smoke drifts over the town rooftops where the confrontation has concluded. Nyuugaku lies defeated and bound in chains, while Gale kneels nearby, his hands tied. Noah Arclight observes the scene, remarking to Elle that she seems unnervingly accustomed to such violence. A wide-eyed Iris asks if the ordeal is finally over, to which Elle calmly replies that such skills are simply part of a maid's duties. She holds up a piece of paper, confirming to Lady Iris that it is indeed over. Elle announces that she has successfully obtained the location of the Red Wings' base. The captive Gale glares with pure fury, his teeth gritted. He curses Nyuugaku for breaking, questioning how his comrade could dare call himself a member of the Red Wings after such a betrayal. He strains against his bonds in impotent rage, while Nuera's groans in pain on the ground, too broken to respond. As the two men are left to their misery, Noah approaches the defiant Gale. He addresses him by his other name, Idiola, and casually remarks on what a rough day it has been for him. He continues with a slight smile, noting that El truly worked him over and that it would be unreasonable to expect anyone to withstand her methods. Gale can only glare back in silent fury. His silence breaks as he snarls back, shouting that he would never have talked under that kind of duress. Unfazed, Noah simply raises a hand to his ear. He dismisses Gale's bravado, stating that it's fine since they now know where the others are hiding. He then reveals the location, the southeastern part of the Rimba forest. Sometime later, he stands at the edge of that very forest, surveying the dense woods and rocky cliffs. He confirms to himself that, just as the information suggested, there are no monsters in this area. As he completes his assessment, El and Iris join him. El adds that the area is also vast, concluding that it makes for a perfect hiding spot. He stands before a worried Iris, the two captured Red Wings members bound behind him. He tells her to relax, promising to finish his task quickly and come right back. Clutching her teddy bear, Iris questions if he is truly going alone. Overcome with a sense of responsibility, she declares that she is coming with him, unable to simply wait when she feels this is all her fault. In response to her outburst, he turns to face both her and El. He explains that he cannot simply drag a princess along on such a dangerous mission. He then offers a compromise. He continues with a confident smile, promising that once he has crushed the Red Wings, he will come to pick her up at the castle. Iris looks up at him, surprised by the suggestion. He then adds that afterward, they can go check out the festival stalls together. A blush spreads across Iris's face, caught off guard by his casual invitation. Giving her a reassuring thumbs up, he insists that she shouldn't feel guilty. He tells her that kids should act like kids, and that he wants her to wait and enjoy the festival in peace, just as she had originally wanted. He promises they will have fun together when he returns. His words leave Iris flustered. She internally questions his comment about kids, noting that they are not so different in age. Despite her thoughts, she meekly asks if it is really okay for her to just wait. He reassures her with unwavering confidence, glancing back at the bound captive. He vows that as long as he is around, the festival will be safe. The Red Wings will be gone, and should any other threat emerge, he will protect her. He turns back to her, explaining that he has already committed to this course of action and that bailing halfway is not his style. He tells her to consider this an extension of her original request for help. Convinced by his resolve, Iris turns to her maid. She asks El for her opinion on the matter, acknowledging that it would mean they would be sneaking out again later. Standing near the defeated captives, El gives her formal assessment. She reasons that if Noah truly defeats the Red Wings, no threat will remain. Furthermore, it would prove he is the best guard they could hope for. As Iris's maid, she concludes she has no objections. Iris, her face alight with excitement, celebrates the promise of the festival. El, ever the composed attendant, gently tempers the young lady's enthusiasm, advising patience but reassuring her that they will indeed get to go. Observing the exchange, Noah remarks that El is quite soft on Iris. With a confident smile, El turns to him and begins to state her priorities, saying that if she were forced to choose between the country and Lady Iris, she finishes her thought without a hint of hesitation, declaring that she would pick Lady Iris. Hearing this, Iris beams with affection. Noah accepts her fierce loyalty with a slight smile, instructing them both to behave and wait for his return. Iris readily agrees, promising to trust him. He nods, calling her a good girl. He then pats her on the head, much to her chagrin. Flustered, she protests that she is not a child, but he dismisses her complaint with a casual affirmation. With that settled, he announces it's time to move. He lays out the first step of his plan. For their safety, he will send them back to the palace to inform the knights about the Rumba hideout. El inquires how they should travel, suggesting a carriage. He immediately rejects the idea, stating a carriage would waste time. He declares he will get them there in an instant as a crackle of energy emanates from his feet, leaving El to wonder what he means. In a flash, their surroundings change completely. They now stand before the Grand Palace, a column of residual energy connecting the ground to the sky. El stares in disbelief, questioning if it was teleportation magic, but Noah clarifies that it was something else entirely. As the energy dissipates, Iris notices her hair is frizzy from the static, a lingering effect of their instantaneous journey. Noah confirms she must have felt a tingle. El, however, eyes him with growing suspicion, demanding to know what he truly is. He stands before the palace, arms open in a casual gesture, and offers a simple, yet enigmatic answer. He is just a student. For now, he gives a final wave, announcing that this is where they will part ways for now. He explains his intention to head to Rimba to wipe out the enemy, adding a crucial instruction: do not mention him to the knights. His attention then turns to Iris. With a confident thumbs up, he advises her to be more careful about sneaking out in the future. Blushing and clutching a stuffed animal, the princess asks for his name. He introduces himself as Noah Arclight, urging her to remember it. In a flash, he vanishes. Elsewhere, in a forest clearing, a group of cloaked men are violently startled as lightning erupts from the ground, sending a shockwave through their ranks. One man questions if it was magic, but another denies it, shouting for the intruder to show themselves. From the epicenter of the disturbance, Noah appears, residual energy crackling around him. He smiles casually at two of the men and confirms their identity, asking if they're the Red Wings. The other members of the group stare in disbelief from a distance. Their apparent leader demands to know who this upstart is and what kind of spell he used to appear from nowhere. His expression hardens. Noah's eyes narrow as he assesses the number of terrorists before him, his resolve solidifying. His presence and knowledge provoke the terrorists. One aggressively asks what if they're the Red Wings, while another furiously demands to know where he heard the name Princess. Noah calmly states his purpose. He is there to crush them, so they can never harm the princess again. He continues nonchalantly, explaining that he just happened to walk in on their comrades, Idiola and Nuras, while they were in the middle of the kidnapping. The mention of those specific names sends a ripple of shock through the assembled terrorists. Their eyes widen in collective disbelief. One of the men scoffs, calling a load of crap and pointing out Noah's uniform, identifying him as a mere Legra student. Unfazed, Noah smiles and confirms that he and the princess were indeed the ones who took the other two down. His claim of defeating two of their members is met with disbelief. One of the Red Wings terrorists, a man with dark hair, steps forward, ordering him to move aside. In response, a large, muscular man with spiky, light-toned hair erupts in fury. His subordinates identify him as Jix as he raises a hand, shouting that a mere student dares to show such disrespect toward Idiola. He continues, his face contorted with rage, boasting that Idiola is a great man who holds the rank of number 3 and is second in strength only to Jix himself. He insists that Idiola's title, Gale, is not just for show. Noah, however, remains unfazed, a confident smile playing on his lips. He casually questions the title, confirming that he beat Idiola at Gale's speed, and coolly suggests that they should rethink their rank. His words strike a nerve. Jix grits his teeth, admitting that it's true they haven't received Idiola's regular report. For that insolence alone, he takes a heavy step forward, grinding his boot into the earth. He tears off his cloak, revealing his powerfully built torso. Towering over the student, Jix declares that Noah's words are worthy of death, challenging him to try and kill him. The two lock eyes in a silent, tense standoff. Noah's gaze is sharp and steady, while Jix's is filled with murderous intent. Before a blow can be struck, a calm voice echoes from above, telling Jix to calm down. Jix looks up in surprise toward a figure perched on a high rock. The voice belongs to a man with long, light-toned hair, sitting with an air of complete authority. The other Red Wings members, Jix included, immediately recognize him, exclaiming, "Leader," and "Mr. Rage." The leader, Rage, smirks, remarking on Noah's confidence. He warns the boy that Jix is their number 2, and angering him further means he won't get away with just a few bruises. Unintimidated, Noah identifies him as the leader and declares his purpose. He is there to shut the Red Wings down. His audacious claim was met with disbelief. Jix, the hulking number 2, questioned the very idea of shutting down the Red Wings, while his leader, Rage, watched silently from his perch. Rage, however, dismissed the threat with a wave of his hand, suggesting that even as a joke, Noah had chosen a poor time and place. He pointed out that a student in Allegra's uniform had no business pursuing them. Unfazed, Noah replied that he had his reasons. Their presence was preventing Princess Iris from enjoying the festival. A confident, almost mocking smirk spread across his face, which did not go unnoticed by Rage. He stood his ground, a lone figure in his academy uniform, facing the entire assembly of cloaked Red Wings members. The initial disbelief among the terrorists erupted into uproarious laughter. They mocked the idea that a single brat could wipe out their organization for such a trivial reason, reminding him that they were the ones who would overturn the entire empire. Their laughter died as Noah's expression hardened. He declared coolly that their grand dream would end right there. One of the members, noting his attire, asked if he was a knight hired by the princess. Noah simply confirmed it was something along those lines. Rage sneered at the thought, remarking that the princess must have some twisted taste to send a single student on what he considered a suicide charge. As he spoke, Noah began to walk calmly toward Jix. Seeing this, Rage gave the order. In that case, he declared, "We'll have our number 2, Jix, handle you." With a roar, Jix launched himself forward, his fist cutting through the air in a powerful, sweeping arc aimed directly at Noah. But the blow never landed. In an instant, a gaping, smoldering hole appeared in Jix's chest. The massive man stumbled, his eyes wide with shock, before collapsing to the ground, defeated. Rage could only stare, utterly bewildered. Noah stood perfectly still, a faint wisp of energy dissipating from his raised fingertip. "Oops," he said with a slight smile. "One spar was enough, huh?" He lowered his hand, adding that he had apparently given his opponent a little too much credit. He remains unfazed by Rage's dismissive anger. With a confident smirk, Noah clasps his hands together and issues a challenge to the entire group, telling them to stop arguing over who goes first and simply come at him all at once. Provoked by his arrogance, the Red Wings members surge forward in a unified charge, roaring for his death. He calmly apologizes, explaining that he is short on time. With a determined glint in his eyes, he declares his intention to end the fight immediately and without holding back as a brilliant flash of energy begins to emanate from his body. In an instant, a massive web of lightning erupts from him, engulfing the charging mercenaries in a blinding, chaotic storm of electrical power. From the edge of the blast, Rage watches in horror as his men scream, caught in the maelstrom. He frantically searches for Noah within the blinding light, questioning the nature of the overwhelming lightning magic. His eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock, unable to comprehend the scale of the power being unleashed. The blinding light fades, revealing the leader of the Red Wings collapsed and defeated on the forest floor. Sometime later, 2 armored soldiers arrive on the scene. They identify the location as the Red Wings base, just as Lady Iris had told them, and realize the huge flash of light they witnessed must have come from here. Before them lies a field of unconscious bodies. One of the soldiers turns to Noah, who stands alone amidst the carnage, and asks in disbelief if he was the one responsible for this devastation. Suddenly, one of the downed Red Wings members begins to stir, shouting the beginning of a name or place, Legra's Stew Dash. The soldiers whirl around in alarm. Before the armored soldiers could get any answers, the boy who had single-handedly decimated the Red Wings was gone, lying defeated on the ground. The leader of the vanquished group stared up at the empty space where his opponent had been. He couldn't comprehend it. The boy had simply vanished. He questioned if this one individual was truly responsible for taking down his entire organization. All they had was a report on the base's location, giving them no clue as to the identity of their mysterious, overwhelmingly powerful assailant. In a bustling city market, Noah Arclight and the cloaked princess Iris stand before a stall, examining the various accessories on display. Iris mentions her desire for a nice accessory, and Noah points to a specific item, suggesting it looks good. She looks at it, a blush creeping on her cheeks, and asks if that is the one he likes. He explains that he simply thought it would suit her, though he concedes it's a bit plain and that she could afford something much fancier. Iris looks down, slightly disheartened by his comment. She lightly strikes his back, chiding him for almost revealing her identity as a princess in public. He quickly apologizes for his slip-up. After purchasing the item, he holds up his coin purse with a smile, asking if that is truly the one she wants. Clutching a simple ring to her chest, Iris confirms with a deeply flushed and happy expression that this is the one she likes. Her demeanor then shifts, and she calls out to Noah with sudden gravity. With a burst of flustered determination, she blurts out a request for him to become her knight. The sudden declaration leaves Noah utterly stunned, and he asks what she means. She clarifies her statement with unwavering conviction, pointing directly at him. She is officially appointing him as her knight, tasked to protect her. Noah, still reeling, begins to say he would love to accept, but trails off. He regretfully informs her that he cannot. He explains that he is unfortunately in the middle of an assignment from his master. The news leaves Iris completely shocked. He elaborates that the assignment comes from his school, the Redras Magic Academy. The task they gave him, he explains, is to stir up some trouble. Iris can only stare, bewildered by the bizarre nature of his mission. He quickly clarified that the assignment wasn't to be taken literally. The academy simply wanted him to show off and make a name for himself. Iris, listening intently, murmured that for someone of his caliber, such a task should be a piece of cake. However, he explained that it wasn't so simple. The assignment wasn't just about using brute force or power to get his way. If he did that, people would only end up fearing him, and he would never be able to build genuine relationships. His words struck a chord with the princess. He pointed out that she, of all people, should understand, having spent her entire life holding herself back, trapped in a whirlpool of control and authority. He concluded that someone like him, someone with power, needed to prove himself the right way by handling things properly. A part of him still seemed to grapple with the concept, not quite understanding it, yet grasping the core idea. Following his explanation, Iris's expression softened. She admitted that she understood, confessing that having real friends was something she had always wished for as well. Her wistful confession was met with his confusion. He asked what she was talking about, stating plainly that they were already friends. The declaration left Iris speechless and blushing. He elaborated on his point, reminding her that they had stood up to the Red Wings together. In his view, that experience was more than enough to make them friends. He then added a caveat, musing that a princess and a commoner might not be a conventional match for friendship. Iris, flustered, immediately insisted that wasn't true at all. Her vehement denial gave way to overwhelming emotion. With tears welling in her eyes and a bright, relieved smile, she clutched her hands to her chest, savoring the word friends. Her joy solidified into confidence for him. She gave him a thumbs up, guaranteeing that he would complete his assignment in no time. Noah's expression hardened with resolve. He knew exactly how to begin. At the upcoming Welcome Festival, an event where new students compete. There, he would prove he was the strongest first year, his own proper way of stirring things up. He is taken aback when Iris, her face flushed with excitement, declares her intention to come and cheer for him at the Welcome Festival. He points out that the festival is still a ways off and, more importantly, questions whether a princess like her could even attend such a school event. Unfazed, she insists that she has to at least ask, her desire to go overriding any protocol. Her determination gives him pause. He considers the political situation, realizing that since their countries are allies, her attendance could perhaps be framed as a cultural exchange, which might allow the authorities to let it slide. Having found a potential solution, he tells her that while it's a no for now, he'll think about it once he finishes his current assignment. He promises to wait for her, though he cautions her not to get her hopes up. Iris reluctantly accepts, though she pouts, muttering to herself that he still treats her like a child despite their similar ages. He then offers to escort her for the day, teasing that she would likely get lost if left to her own devices. Offended, she demands to know what he takes her for. His deadpan response, "The Empire's princess?" only earns him a sharp rebuke for his rudeness. He looks at her, a gentle smile on his face, and tells her sincerely that seeing her express genuine emotions like laughter and anger suits her far better than the stoic facade of her royal status. His words leave her flustered, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. She turns away, calling him annoying and impatiently telling him to hurry up and begin their tour. As she stomps ahead, still visibly embarrassed, he follows with a knowing smile, thinking to himself that she is, indeed, still just a kid. Her maid, Elle, now walks beside him, observing the pair. Elle turns to him and quietly offers her thanks. Confused by the sudden gratitude, he asks her what she means. She explains that she is grateful to him for bringing out a side of Lady Iris. These open, unguarded expressions that almost no one else ever gets to see. She walked alongside Noah, musing that being friends with a princess must be a unique experience. Noah simply acknowledged her observation, understanding the weight of her words. He then offered his services again, suggesting they visit the kingdom another time and that he would be happy to escort them both. Elle expressed her gratitude, noting that his help would be greatly appreciated. She then shifted the topic, remarking that despite her proximity to the Empire's center of power, she had never encountered anyone with his level of skill. With a sharp, inquisitive gaze, she questioned his desire for anonymity, pointing out that the defeat of the Red Wings was a major accomplishment and would surely be a valuable result to report for the assignment his master had given him. He sighed, admitting his simple motivation. He just really hates dealing with trouble. He explained that claiming credit for taking down a terrorist group was far too grand for a mere assignment and could easily escalate into a national-level incident. She seemed to understand his position, promising to stop asking such tactless questions. Noah accepted her apology with a simple thanks. Just then, a cheerful voice called out to them from ahead. It was Princess Iris, waving enthusiastically for them to hurry and catch up. The three of them then continued on their way together. Their destination loomed ahead, the grand royal castle, its spires reaching towards the sky. Upon reaching the castle gates, their journey together came to an end. Noah quietly stated that their time was up. He offered a warm smile, inviting her to visit again and promising that he would be waiting. The unexpected sincerity of his expression caused the princess to blush, and she bashfully told him not to make such a face. Her bashfulness quickly melted into a radiant smile. She promised she would definitely return and playfully asked him not to forget her. She shyly asked him to call her by her name, but Noah, with a gentle smile, replies that he couldn't possibly do so, still addressing her formally as princess. She giggles happily at his response, bidding him farewell. Closing his eyes with a warm expression, he relents, softly saying her name, Yeah, Iris. As she turns to leave, her long hair flowing behind her, she calls out his name one last time, thanking him for saving her. In a sudden, bold gesture, she leans forward and plants a soft kiss on his cheek. Noah's eyes fly wide open, his expression frozen in pure shock. His mind struggles to process the unexpected affection. In the background, Elle is equally stunned, shouting for Lady Iris as the princess dashes away from the scene. Having put some distance between them, Iris turns back with a radiant, triumphant smile. She touches her forehead and giggles, proudly declaring that she is now totally an adult. As the princess continues her retreat, Elle rushes up to the still-dazed Noah, demanding to know what just happened. He watches her go, a faint, thoughtful smile forming on his lips. He muses on her status as a princess and quietly wishes for her to do her best. From the castle entrance, Iris waves an energetic goodbye, promising to see him again. Noah raises a hand in a simple farewell, her use of his first name echoing in his mind. After the princess's departure, Noah and Elle stand in the now quiet town square, separated by the central fountain, the moment of farewell having passed into a silent stillness. He approaches Nina with his hands clasped in apology, offering a sincere sorry for being late. She stands with her arms crossed, her expression stern as she lets out an indignant hum. He explains that he heard a lot had happened, but when Nina presses him for details, he trails off, admitting that he can't really say more. Her eyes widen slightly, a blush dusting her cheeks as she realizes there are things he keeps even from her. She turns away with a huff, accusing him of having something more important to do than her tour of the capital. Flustered, he quickly tries to correct her, insisting that wasn't what he meant at all and that the two matters are completely separate. He continues his apology, assuring Nina that he was genuinely looking forward to the tour, but that the other issue was something he had to handle personally. Internally, he concedes that he can't blame her if she ends up hating him for this. Her stern facade breaks completely as she bursts into laughter. She apologizes, asking if she was being a pain. Noah, caught completely off guard by her sudden change in demeanor, can only stare and question what's gotten into her. She giggles, explaining that it's the first time she's ever seen him with such a lost expression, completely unsure of what to do. Still flustered, he simply tells her to shut up. She smiles warmly, clarifying that she was only messing with him and isn't mad at all. She explains that she knows he isn't the type to make up excuses and that he's a kind person who would never ignore her without a good reason. His own words feel strange to him as he touches his cheek, quietly wondering if he's truly the kind of person that others trust so readily. She continues, her voice full of conviction, stating that ever since they met, she knew he was someone she could count on. She then correctly guesses that he was off helping someone else, just as he had once helped her. Noah stands silently, absorbing her unwavering faith in him. He is left flustered by her declaration, but Nina simply laughs, her eyes crinkling with amusement. She tells him he doesn't need to say anything, admitting she was only teasing because his reactions are so entertaining. Still taken aback, Noah can only manage a weak plea for her to cut him some slack. In a grand arena, before a roaring crowd, the Redras Magic Academy's welcome festival begins. From the stands, Princess Iris, her maid Elle, and Nina von Raymond watch intently as the first match is announced. On the field below, Noah Arclight and Leo Albert stand ready to face one another. Without hesitation, Leo Albert unleashes a torrent of magical energy, his face contorted in a manic grin as he declares himself the strongest sorcerer. As the crackling energy surges toward him, Noah stands firm, his expression hardening with focus. He recognizes the spell instantly. Thunder. The scene shifts to a few weeks prior. On a hot day at the academy, Arthur Elliott complains about the rising temperature. Beside him, Clarice Rutherford fans her collar, while Monica Welsia looks on with irritation, a spark of energy crackling from her fist as Arthur points out something about Clarice's chest. Later, Noah and Nina walk alongside a bruised and battered Arthur. Noah remarks that summer is just around the corner, and Nina agrees, adding that they are all worn out from their recent magic training. As their group proceeds down the corridor, they overhear other students buzzing about a rumor. The whispers concern the mysterious mage who saved the princess, with many speculating that the hero must be a student from their very own academy. The conversation prompts Nina to turn to Noah, asking if he might be the hero in question. Flustered, Noah quickly denies it, but a vivid image of his battle as the adventurer Van flashes through his mind. She presses on, remarking how cool it was for the hero to save the princess and then vanish, expressing her hope that they'll reveal themselves someday. Noah deflects, suggesting that anyone claiming the title now would likely be a fraud. His dismissive attitude only makes Nina more suspicious, though he continues to insist it wasn't him. The memory shifts to a grand banquet hall filled with students. Arthur approaches Noah's table with a grin, asking if it's about that time. When Noah seems confused, Arthur excitedly reminds him of the upcoming welcome festival. He seems to have forgotten completely. As Noah takes a bite of food, he nonchalantly confirms his forgetfulness, much to Arthur's disbelief. He confidently declared that this was his chance to show off, asserting that the match would prove he was better than Clarice. She looked away, feigning disappointment, before her expression hardened with challenge. At their long dining table, Arthur Elliott chimed in, acknowledging that Clarice was indeed strong and warning Noah not to bore him. Across from him, Nina von Raymond bristled, accusing Arthur of acting as if he had already won. Arthur simply laughed, remarking that Noah had proven himself many times before. He added that he wouldn't be surprised if Noah won the entire festival. His assumption drew Clarice's ire. She snapped back, annoyed that they were deciding the outcome before the competition even began. She reminded them that as a former A-rank adventurer, she didn't consider herself inferior to Noah in the slightest. Inspired by her competitive spirit, Arthur slammed his fist on the table, declaring that he felt the same. He proclaimed that he was participating to bring honor to his family name and had no intention of losing to Noah either. As the two boys began to bicker, Clarice confided in Monica Welsia beside her, musing that a victory might allow her to get closer to a certain someone. Her words caught Noah's attention. Clarice mentioned her mentor, and he instantly realized she was talking about Van, the alias he used as an adventurer. She then asked if her mentor would be attending the welcome festival. He quickly denied it, sweating as he claimed that Van wouldn't care about such an event. Clarice pouted with disappointment, lamenting that she had wanted Lord Van to see her fight. Internally, however, she reaffirmed her belief Van was Noah. The conversation then turned to Nina. Someone asked why she was participating, recalling how hard she had pushed her parents to let her enroll. After a moment of thought, Nina blushed slightly, admitting that her mother would probably be there to watch. Her expression shifted to one of intense resolve. Clenching her fist, she declared her true reason. She needed to prove to them that attending the academy wasn't a mistake and that she had made the right choice. She turns to Noah with a competitive smile, telling him there will be no hard feelings if she wins the festival. As she speaks, Arthur Elliott observes that both Nina and Clarice are completely fired up, noting that the excitement is spreading to everyone else as well. Noah agrees with him, adding that the magic classes have been getting particularly intense lately. This reminder of the increased difficulty makes Arthur clench his fists in frustration. He grits his teeth, declaring that he can't afford to fall behind and is aiming for the top of the academy. He turns to Noah, vowing that he won't lose to him either. Noah meets his intense gaze with a calm smile, stating that he likes the determination and wants to see what Arthur is truly capable of. As their friendly rivalry intensifies, a new voice cuts in, asking to see Noah's serious side. A young woman with long dark hair and pointed ears stands before them, her expression confident and playful. Arthur is stunned, wondering who this lady is. Before he can process her arrival, the woman gracefully takes his hand, causing him to exclaim at her beauty. He wonders aloud if she's someone no one knows. She then turns her attention away from the flustered Arthur, approaching Noah. She chides him for supposedly forgetting her, asking how he could be so mean. Noah, looking completely bewildered, states he has no idea who she is. The woman winks, reminding him that they were so close. Her suggestive comment sends a shockwave through Clarisse and Nina. They both recoil, blushing furiously and shouting that her words are indecent and that Noah would never do such a thing. Their outburst only adds to his confusion. Noah looks between the three women, his expression hardening as he demands to know what is going on, insisting this has to be a joke. He remains seated, unimpressed by her familiar tone, and asks her to stop the weird joke. The mysterious woman simply smiles, playfully chiding him for being so cold. She continues her teasing, calling his lack of reaction a letdown. Her expression turns sly as she speculates that he must have some experience with women, given his composure. Her insinuation sends a jolt through the group. As Nina and Clarisse blush furiously behind him, he quickly raises a hand, flustered, and denies the accusation, telling them not to look at him like that. Nina, still red-faced, tries to justify her reaction, explaining that Noah's mysterious behavior made her jump to conclusions. He retorts that he is just as confused as she is. The new woman pouts, feigning offense at his words. Turning away with a lighthearted wave, she admits that despite the chaos, she finds them all rather fun and has taken a liking to them. Cutting through the lighthearted moment, Noah demands to know who she is. With a confident smile and a hand to her chest, she introduces herself, friend Auguste, a third-year student. The name immediately registers with his friends. Arthur speaks up, connecting the name Auguste to the renowned and powerful noble family. Nina gasps in recognition, recalling the famous moniker, Friend of 1,000 Flowers. Amused by their reaction, Friend boasts that she's indeed something of a celebrity, a fact Noah seems to begrudgingly acknowledge. She then turns her attention back to him, pointing out that Noah is also quite famous. The statement catches him completely off guard. Leaning in close, she lifts his chin with her finger, her gaze intense. She reveals that rumors from the Rimba training exercise have spread far and wide, tales of the Ice Prince who saved the princess. The mention of the event brings forth the image of a fearsome, horned beast from the forest. He recoils from Friend's touch, trying to push her hand away as he pleads for her to stop. His resistance only seems to delight her. She clasps her hands gleefully, remarking that any other girl would be blushing and melting by now after he said, "Please don't." She leans in closer, her expression softening as she confesses that she likes him, especially strong boys, and that he has caught her eye. Flustered, Noah can only manage a hesitant thanks as she moves even nearer to him. Her playful tone shifts as she pointedly brings up the day of the Ice Princess incident, claiming someone saw him go out. Clarisse interjects that it's normal to go out on a day off and that Nina was with him, but Friend laughs it off, stating that her woman's intuition tells her it was him. She continues laying out her evidence, noting that she can't ignore how the musclehead Doma seems to like him, nor the traces of lightning magic left at the scene. As she speaks, an image of manic Doma flashes in his mind. Friend concludes by asking if it isn't all too convenient to be a coincidence. Her voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper as she suddenly grabs his cravat, pulling him close. She urges him to just admit it was him, promising she won't tell a soul. Before he can respond, his friends intervene. Clarisse declares that's enough, pointing out that Noah is clearly uncomfortable. Monica adds that Friend's behavior is completely indecent. Unfazed, Friend whips her head toward Clarisse, accusingly asking if she's jealous, which leaves Clarisse stammering in denial. Having made her point, Friend finally releases him and steps back. She quietly states that she understands his position now, then smiles and calls him adorable. He demands to know what she means by that. With a knowing look, Friend warns him that if he doesn't want someone else taking credit for his actions, he should speak up soon, explaining that the academy is full of people who would do anything to snatch some glory. With her warning delivered, she turns to leave, waving goodbye and promising a more fun talk next time. As she walks away, she calls back one last instruction, to be nice to her older brother in the Night Order. He processed Friend's words, his mind lingering on the Night Order. So her brother was one of them. As he and Arthur walked away, Arthur asked what Friend had meant, but Noah simply replied that it was nothing. As they continued on, Clarisse Rutherford joined them, complaining with an annoyed expression. She declared that guys like the one they just saw totally get on girls' nerves, leaving Noah and Arthur looking on in slight confusion. Their group was then approached by Monica Welsia, who playfully asked Clarisse if she was jealous, remarking that the person in question was super hot. Clarisse, flustered, retorted that Monica was seriously the worst. Later, the students made their way down a long, ornate hallway within the academy's sprawling grounds. Inside the grand bathhouse, Noah and Arthur soaked in the enormous, steaming pool. Arthur leaned back with a sigh of pure bliss, declaring it to be paradise. Noah agreed, admitting it still felt amazing. Arthur gestured at their opulent surroundings, remarking how crazy it was that this wasn't something he was used to, adding that you'd never find a place like this in the countryside. He sank back into the warm water, letting out a contented sigh as the day's fatigue melted away. Beside him, Noah relaxed as well, remarking that the Red Ras Magic Academy was truly something else. Their peace was suddenly broken by the sound of girls' voices from the other side of the partition. One voice playfully chided Clarisse-chan not to touch her, while another giggled that Nina-chan was such a tease. Hearing this, Arthur's body twitched. He turned toward Noah, a sly, mischievous grin spreading across his face. Noah met his gaze with a flat, unimpressed expression, thinking to himself that his friend was about to be a pain. Arthur leaned in conspiratorially, insisting that situations like this were a part of youth, and excitedly asked if Noah had some kind of X-ray magic. Before he could even finish the thought, Noah shot him down with a simple, firm no. He watched as Arthur sighed dramatically, lamenting what he saw as a missed opportunity. Noah, unimpressed, asked what on earth he was talking about, flatly stating that of course he had no interest in such things. Despite the reprimand, Arthur declared with a wide grin that the attempt had been worth it. Noah could only look on in disbelief, calling him a hopeless case before warning him that if he had actually tried something, Clarice would surely beat the crap out of him later. The conversation was abruptly interrupted by Leo Albert, who emerged from the water with a cheerful expression. A stunned Arthur demanded to know if he had been listening the whole time. As Leo stood there, Arthur, completely flustered, shouted his name and questioned if he was also interested in their scheme, wondering aloud where he even got such an idea. Inside a well-appointed room, Clarice Rutherford instructs Noah Arclight to keep Arthur on a tight leash. Noah laughs in agreement, admitting that Arthur gets on everyone's nerves. His amusement vanishes in an instant, however, as his eyes widen in alarm at something just out of view. His surprise is justified as friend Auguste suddenly throws herself into his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck with a wide, cheerful grin. The sudden act draws immediate, furious shouts from Clarice and Monica Welsia, who demand to know what friend thinks she's doing, calling her actions indecent. Noah, pinned beneath her, can only look on with irritation. He, flustered, pleads with friend to let him go. She leans in closer, a mischievous look in her eyes, and asks why, questioning if she wasn't enough for him. Her teasing is met with a palpable aura of fury from Clarice and Monica, who tremble with clenched fists. Noticing their expressions, friend cheerfully remarks that they do look quite scary, a sentiment Noah silently agrees with. Having acknowledged the tense atmosphere, she finally addresses Noah directly, asking if he needed something from her. She explains that she thought she would share some fun information with him, just for him. He cautiously asks what kind of information she has. Friend wags a finger, stating that it would be boring to just tell him for free. She declares that she wants something in return. Her condition piques his interest. Considering her information network, the intelligence could be rare and valuable. He asks what, exactly, she wants in return. With a blush and a finger to her lips, friend makes her demand a kiss. Her audacious request is met with stunned, wide-eyed silence from Noah, Clarice, and Monica, all of them rendered speechless with shock. Their collective shock is broken by friend's laughter. She waves her hand dismissively, telling them not to make such serious faces as she was obviously kidding. She promises to give him the information for free, though Clarice and Monica both think to themselves that coming from her, it didn't sound like a joke at all. She cheerfully begins to explain, ignoring Noah's attempt to interject. The fun information she has, she reveals, is about the recent incident where the princess was saved. Her expression shifts to one of feigned surprise as she delivers the crucial detail. A first-year student has stepped forward and publicly claimed credit for the rescue. As this news hangs in the air, a dark-haired young man standing just out of sight glares intently, his face a mask of shock and fury. A shadow of conflict looms over Noah. Inside a grand hall at the Redras Magic Academy, Noah Arclight sits with his friends, casually eating a large piece of meat during a meal. The conversation at the table turns to recent events. Arthur Elia mentions that the Vault family is a prestigious house of mages. Clarice adds that the person who stepped up and claimed to have saved the princess was apparently a B-class student named Reinvolt. Overhearing this, Noah pauses mid-bite, surprised to learn that a specialist in lightning magic was involved. Clarice considers this new information, noting that the detail about lightning magic aligns with what friend had told them about the traces left at the rescue site. Yet, a sense of doubt lingers on her face. Something about the story doesn't quite fit. Arthur gives voice to her unspoken concern, explaining that Ride is the type of person who has a lot of shady rumors following him. Elsewhere in the hall, Leo Albert observes with a grimace as Ride Vault becomes the center of attention. A crowd of students surrounds the supposed hero, buzzing with questions about whether he truly saved the princess. Ride addresses his new admirers with practiced modesty. He claims he was simply acting on instinct to help someone in need and questions if they would have preferred he stay quiet. He explains that since the princess likely wouldn't recognize his face, he felt it was better to claim the deed honestly before some fraud could, given his academy uniform would eventually identify him anyway. His performance completely wins over the crowd. The students praise his incredible magic and supposed humility, calling him cool and declaring that they always knew he was destined for great things. The excitement escalates as a student shares a rumor that the princess herself will attend the Welcome Festival, perhaps to meet Ride. The possibility that she might come looking for her rescuer sends a wave of anticipation through the group, which Ride calmly tries to temper. Amid the chatter, another student wonders aloud about the Academy's new power hierarchy, questioning who is stronger now, Ride, the princess's savior, Noah, the one who defeated the Chimera, or the arrogant Rufaus. Leo Albert overhears the speculation. He quietly remarks that it's hard to say who is strongest until they fight, then adds with determination, "But now that I've rescued the princess, nothing's going to stop me from winning the festival." He watched from a distance as Ride Vault boasted to a group of first-year students. Ride spoke of his plans to reveal his true identity after winning a victory in front of the princess, calling it a perfect scenario. Their conversation was cut short by the sudden, imposing silhouette of a figure appearing in the arched doorway. The figure strode into the room with an unnerving, wide-eyed grin. The students recognized him immediately, the upperclassman Benjamin Doma. His intense presence signaled his interest in the rumors surrounding Raid. He approached Raid's table directly, looming over him. Doma asked if he was the one who had supposedly saved the princess. Trying to appear unfazed, Raid confirmed that he was, adding that he never meant for it to become such a grand affair. Leaning in until their faces were inches apart, Doma's gaze sharpened with doubt. Was it really you? He pressed. A bead of sweat ran down Raid's temple as he stammered out a confirmation. Doma continued his interrogation, questioning if Raid had ever fought someone like him during his challenge time. When Raid hesitated, Doma simply told him to guess. Seeing no other way out, Raid's hand began to glow with magical energy as he declared he would confirm himself. With a desperate shout, Raid unleashed his spell, Knock Up Impact. The sudden, aggressive move caught Doma off guard, his eyes widening in shock. Before the blast could connect, a hand shot out, intercepting the magical energy completely. Noah Arclight had appeared between the two students, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. He calmly addressed the stunned upperclassman, reminding Doma that the cafeteria was not a place for rampages. Doma's manic grin returned as he recognized the newcomer. Oh, long time no see, Noah Arclight. Noah then turned his attention back to the matter at hand. He told Doma that while he'd heard this was the boy who saved the princess, he didn't sense any such power from him. So it wasn't you, was it? He stated plainly, leaving no room for argument. Doma, however, dismissed the entire affair with a wave. He declared that it didn't matter to him whether it was Noah or Raid who saved her. Pointing a finger directly at Noah, his grin widened. Because I want to fight you. He faced Benjamin Doma, who grinned and asked if he had gotten any stronger. Noah calmly replied that there haven't been any classes yet that would significantly boost their levels, but he admitted he was looking forward to when they do advance. The upperclassman let out a booming laugh, declaring that such an attitude is how the strong should be. Turning to leave, he shouted over his shoulder for Noah to wipe everyone out at the upcoming school festival, promising to see him around. The other students, including Clarice and Natale, watched him depart with a mixture of awe and apprehension. As he departed, the remaining students processed the sudden event. Leo Albert wondered aloud what had just happened, while another student noted that Raid Vault had just stood by and watched. The question of how Noah managed to stop Doma's spell hung in the air. Raid, however, turned to his companions with a manic grin, excitedly asking if they had seen it. He recounted how Noah had sprinted in and completely neutralized the upperclassman's magic. His friend expressed astonishment, asking if Raid had truly realized all of that in a split second. With a confident, closed-eye smile, Raid explained that he had sensed the amount of magic both combatants were using and correctly deduced that there was no need for him to intervene. This explanation sent a wave of admiration through the crowd, who erupted in cheers for Raid's amazing insight. From their table, Natale commented on Doma's insane pressure, and Clarice agreed, adding that it was clear the upperclassmen held high expectations for Noah. Raid simply dismissed the pressure as suffocating. As the crowd cheered, Clarice remarked that Noah and Doma were both weird types. Overhearing her, Noah turned to ask what she meant. Just then, Raid Vault approached him with a friendly wave, calling his name. Noah turned his attention to the newcomer, asking what he wanted, while in the background, Doma glared, seemingly irritated that Raid was approaching Noah and nodded. From their table, Leo Albert pointed out to his friend that Raid was now talking to Noah. The other student scoffed, remarking that Raid clearly oozes a need for attention. He listened as Raid identified him as the hero who saved the princess. Raid acknowledged that it must have been difficult, having Doma burst in while such rumors were circulating. The young man continued with a smile, admitting Doma's actions were surprising, but positing that it might have been the senior's own form of tough love. He concluded by thanking Noah for stepping in. He continues his thanks, dismissing Benjamin Doma's aggression by telling Noah that Doma isn't the type to think deeply about his actions. He speculates that Doma likely just heard a rumor about Noah saving the princess and came charging and looking for a good fight. Noah downplays his own accomplishments, stating he only took down a chimera, but Raid, with a look of shock, insists that Noah shouldn't sell himself short. He argues passionately that there's no point in comparing their deeds, as they both acted for the sake of someone else. Noah listens with a stoic expression as Raid stands with his arms crossed, soaking in the admiration of the surrounding students. Noah realizes with a grimace that Raid is using him to impress everyone. The display prompts Nina von Raymond to grab Noah's arm, asking with frustration if he's truly okay with the situation as they sit together on a nearby bench. He reassures her that it's fine and she should just ignore it. He reminds her that, as he's already told her, he wasn't the one who saved the princess. The conversation brings to mind friend Auguste, who had been cheerfully spreading the word that Noah was indeed the princess's savior, insisting that if she said it, it must be true. The memory makes Nina visibly flustered. She demands to know when Noah and Friend became so close, then frantically denies being friends with someone like her, claiming they only spoke for the first time yesterday. He dismisses her outburst with a casual, yeah, prompting an indignant Nina to ask if he is even listening to her. He calmly explains to Raid Vault that he never intended to compete with him, suggesting they can both simply pursue their own goals without comparison. Ride is visibly confused by this unexpected statement. Seeing his reaction, Noah tells him to relax, reassuring him that he isn't trying to establish any kind of superiority. He continues with a slight smile, acknowledging that today is Ride's big day and that it's understandable for him to be upset that Noah stole the spotlight, even for a moment. As Nina and Friend watch the exchange, Ride's expression hardens. He grits his teeth, silently seething Noah Arclight's name. Noah, seemingly unfazed, reminds Ride that he has already acknowledged his impressive feat of taking down a chimera, downplaying his own involvement as nothing special. Addressing the other students gathered around, he humbly states that as a lowly baron, he finds all the extra attention rather embarrassing. Ride mutters under his breath that he doesn't care what Noah thinks anyway. With a knowing look, Noah adds that he had initially thought Ride was just a show-off, but now he supposes that isn't the case. This veiled comment reignites Ride's irritation, and he demands to know what Noah takes him for. With a placid smile, Noah simply replies, "Who knows?" Turning his back, Ride dismisses the conversation but declares that he now has something to look forward to at the Welcome Festival, fighting Noah. His expression shifts to a confident grin as he resolves to make sure he looks cool, especially in front of the princess. Behind him, Leo Albert excitedly announces to the others that Ride is going to put on a show at the festival. He listens as the surrounding students erupt in excitement over the impending duel. They cheer at the prospect of an all-out fight, thrilled that the princess will be there to witness it, and urge him to defeat the rude commoner Noah. While Nina looks on with concern, Ride simply smiles, finding the situation to his liking, but internally dismissing the crowd's fervor as irrelevant. His thoughts clarify his position. Whether one saves a princess or kills a chimera, whether one is a noble, a duke, or a commoner, none of it matters. To him, achievements and birthright are meaningless. He then voices this conviction directly to Noah, a confident smirk on his face. He declares that the one who wins the Welcome Festival is the one everyone will acknowledge as the strongest. That, to him, is all there is to it. Watching the exchange, Leo expresses his approval of Noah's handling of the situation. Clarice, with her arms crossed, concurs, affirming that the Welcome Festival is indeed a pure contest of strength. Nina, however, looks on with wide-eyed concern. Ride, ignoring her, declares that he will prove himself there. Nina retorts that they will indeed see what is real and what is fake. In a final, booming declaration to everyone present, he proclaims that he will prove he is the strongest mage at the academy. With that, he turns and walks away, leaving the others in stunned silence. A few days later, as the festival draws near, Noah and his friends walk through an academy corridor. Noticing Nina's subdued expression, Noah asks her what's wrong. Startled, she questions if it's that obvious, prompting him to apologize if he was mistaken. He gently encourages her to share what's on her mind. Nina concedes that he is very perceptive, and, while she insists it's not a big deal, she begins to explain. She reveals that she has two older sisters, both of whom she describes as amazing individuals capable of anything. These sisters, along with the mother she had to beg for permission to enroll, will likely come to watch the Welcome Festival. The thought fills her with anxiety, as she confesses her fear that she has nothing to show them that would make them proud. She confessed her anxiety, explaining that even her own family can feel like judgmental others. Noah, however, offered a confident smile, telling her not to shrink back just because she's scared of what people might think. He reminded her that he, the strongest person present, recognizes the power of her summoning magic. If she just stands tall, he assured her the results will come. Though he admitted to not knowing her family, he stressed that ultimately, she is the one who has to fight. His words reached her, and she looked up at him, a blush rising to her cheeks. Her expression softened into a grateful smile. She thanked him, admitting she felt a bit lighter now. With renewed confidence, she added that this kind of encouragement is just what she'd expect from him. He gave a satisfied grin in return, simply saying, "Good." Her newfound resolve solidified as she walked alongside Noah, Natale, and Clarice. With a fist raised high in determination, Nina declared that she would do her very best. And so, with spirits high, the day of the Welcome Festival finally arrived, announced by the crackle of fireworks above the Grand Academy. Fireworks burst in the sky above a grand city, illuminating the ornate architecture as a festival gets underway. Below, several figures watch the display from a rooftop, taking in the celebratory atmosphere. Below, in a massive coliseum, the stands are packed with spectators. On the arena floor, rows upon rows of students stand assembled, their cheers echoing throughout the structure. Before them stands Yuga Ostian, the headmaster of Legra's Magic Academy and one of the Six Sages. With a commanding presence, he addresses the students, his voice booming as he asks if they are all ready. He continues, explaining that this battle is being observed by many prominent figures within the magic community. He warns them that their performance today will greatly influence their future careers as mages. The headmaster's gaze sweeps over them as he declares that it is entirely up to them whether they shine and catch the eye of these important figures or disappoint them. He then announces a special guest, Her Highness, the third princess of the neighboring Cardis Empire, who has graciously requested to observe their festival. He gestures toward the royal box, proclaiming her presence a historic moment and proof of the friendship between their nation and the Cardis Empire. Princess Iris, seated beside him, offers a bright, cheerful smile to the crowd. His attention returns to the students below, his expression serious. He challenges them to show the audience battles worthy of meeting Her Highness's expectations. His words send a ripple of murmurs through the student body. They realize the rumor Ride had spread was true after all. The princess really came. The weight of the occasion settles upon them. While the students whisper amongst themselves, Princess Iris scans the crowd. Her eyes light up as she finds who she's looking for, and a blush spreads across her cheeks. She gives a small wave, thinking to herself, found him, Noah. An onlooker gasps that Lady Iris is waving in their direction. The gesture does not go unnoticed. Natale Colette puts the pieces together, realizing that someone among them must have saved the princess. She deduces that Iris came specifically to watch him, though she probably doesn't know his face. Seeing the princess wave, Natale quietly urges her to stop. As Princess Iris and her attendant watch from the balcony above, Clarice Rutherford explains her insight to a perplexed Noah. She insists the princess has the unmistakable look of a maiden searching for a first love, even if she doesn't know his face, declaring that it's just something girls instinctively understand. Their conversation is interrupted by Leo Albert, who casually dismisses the commotion. He expresses mild annoyance, suggesting that if another student, Ride, had just stepped forward, he and the princess might already be acquainted. He continues confidently, certain that the princess will naturally recognize him once she witnesses his prowess in battle. Clarice retorts, exasperated by his arrogance, pointing out the princess's clearly smitten expression. Noah, however, remains silent, his gaze hardening with focus. The student's chatter is abruptly silenced by a powerful command from the balcony. Headmaster Yuga Ostian steps into view, his voice demanding quiet. He announces that he will now explain the rules, immediately capturing the undivided attention of Noah, Leo, Clarice, and Natale Colette. He begins by outlining the festival structure, which will span 2 days. The first phase consists of preliminaries divided into 8 groups, from A to H. Each group will participate in a massive, free-for-all battle royale. The rules for this preliminary stage, he explains, are simple. There is no time limit, and anything goes. A participant must either defeat their opponents or force them out of bounds. The last person standing on the field from each group will advance to the finals. He reassures them that top-tier healing mages are on standby, urging them to fight without restraint. Concluding his explanation, the headmaster states that the finals will be a championship tournament. Down in the crowd, the students' determination visibly sharpens. Natale vows that she won't lose, her competitive gaze fixed on Noah. Nearby, Leo confidently tells Arthur Elliott that he's counting on it. With the rules set, he raises his hand to make the official proclamation. As he begins to speak, the determined faces of the Academy's most promising first years, Leo, Clarice, Natale, and Noah, are shown, each steeled for the challenge ahead. His voice booms across the grounds, declaring the first-year welcome festival officially open. The announcement is met with a massive, echoing cheer from the assembled crowd. Following the declaration, the homeroom teacher addresses the students seated in the stands. She instructs that those not currently competing can either rest or watch the ongoing battles, reminding them that observing others is a crucial part of their training. He watches as Clarice points out that Nina is the first from their group to compete. Clutching a book to her chest, a nervous Nina announces that she'll be going now. In response to her anxiety, he firmly places his hands on her shoulders, startling her. He tells her not to be so nervous, as Clarice looks on with a hint of surprise. He continues his encouragement, confidently guaranteeing her victory. Noah assures Nina that she isn't the type to lose in the preliminaries, advising her only to avoid going all out and letting her guard down. Clarice chimes in, agreeing that Nina's status as a summoner is rare and that the Battle Royale format is particularly advantageous for her style of magic. Nina seems flustered by their combined confidence. Noah laughs, remarking on how well the two girls get along. Embarrassed, Nina pushes his face away and calls out Clarice's name in protest. Her spirits lifted, Nina turns with a newfound resolve. She thanks Clarice, admitting that their encouragement has given her the confidence she needed. And with a final wave, she heads toward the arena. Moments later, Noah stands with Arthur Elliott in the stands. Arthur asks how things went with Nina, and Noah explains he had to pump her up due to her nerves. The conversation shifts as Arthur points out some seriously high-profile spectators. Verdi, one of the 6 sages and the headmaster's aide, and Viola Evans, the chief mage and a representative of the Holy Faith. Arthur continues, noting that many prominent mages have gathered to watch. This prompts Noah to recall that Princess Iris's title, Leveltaria, is also derived from a goddess of the Holy Faith. Looking out over the crowd, Arthur confirms this connection. He explains that while the 6 sages often appear publicly like the headmaster, it is exceptionally rare for Viola, a figure from the Holy Faith, to do so. His attention is then drawn to Friend Auguste. He internally notes the presence of a reclusive black-haired witch, observing that despite the different hair color, she gives him a vibe similar to Shellis. Arthur, beside him, simply admires the black-haired beauty. He sat in the stands with his companions, remarking that the festival was certainly drawing a lot of attention. Friend, beside him, readily agreed. His gaze fixed on the arena below, Noah urged Arthur to look at the ring. He declared that a victory here would undoubtedly bring him closer to restoring his family's honor. Arthur, filled with equal resolve, affirmed that he had to give it his all. Down on the arena floor, an announcement declared that the competitors for the Block A preliminaries had assembled. A group of students, including Monica Welsia and Natalie Colette, stood poised, awaiting the start of the battle royale. From his seat, Arthur spotted one of the combatants and shouted enthusiastically, "Go, Nana! You can do it!" The sound reached Monica, whose cat-like ears twitched. She turned with a slight blush, surprised by the encouragement, before her eyes widened as she saw another student also being cheered on as Nina-san. Her focus sharpened as she called out to her rival, Natalie-chan. Monica declared her intent to go all out. Clenching her fist, Natalie shot back with equal fire, vowing that she would not lose. The two competitors locked eyes, an intense, unspoken challenge passing between them as they prepared for the start of the Block A match. A powerful voice echoed through the stadium, signaling the beginning of the match. In the ring, the four combatants immediately assumed their stances, ready for battle. Watching from above, Arthur gasped that Natalie was moving right away. Noah, however, corrected him with a confident smirk, pointing out that Monica was even faster. Indeed, as Natalie drew her bow, Monica was already channeling her power, her incantation fueled by a pact bound by blood and the 8 trials. Her hands glowed with magical energy as she pressed them upon her open grimoire, commanding the spirit of wind to answer her summons. A torrent of power erupted from the book, materializing into a massive, winged sylph. With her powerful summon ready, Monica turned her attention to another competitor, Ru-chan, who stared in shock. "Let's go," Monica declared, preparing to unleash her assault. She immediately commanded her spirit to attack, unleashing a window storm. A colossal tornado erupted in the center of the arena, its violent winds battering the other competitors. As the storm raged, Nina, watching from the stands, was reminded of her own past helplessness. She recalled the terror of the Chimera attack, a time when she could do nothing while Noah was forced to protect her. She clenched her teeth, filled with a burning resolve. That memory was precisely why she had to succeed now. She vowed to herself that she would absolutely break through her limitations and could not afford to remain weak. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Ru-chan managed to find a position outside the storm's immediate pull. Holding her grimoire aloft, she shouted encouragement to her small, winged familiar, urging it forward. Nearby, Natalie Colette braced herself against the gale, her face contorted with effort. She lamented the overwhelming wind pressure, which prevented her from casting any spells, as another competitor was sent flying helplessly through the air. Her eyes narrowed with grim determination. Realizing that conventional magic was useless, she concluded that even in the preliminaries, she would have to resort to using her hidden trump card. In the midst of a chaotic magical battle, a proctor declares 2 students, Nicola and Rudy, out of bounds. The pair are violently thrown backward by an unseen force, their faces contorted in strain as they are eliminated from the contest. They land on the ground, defeated. Arthur Elliot chastises himself for letting his guard down and using a mana-intensive summoning spell so early. Beside him, Roughhouse curses in frustration, annoyed that their opponent attacked with full force from the very beginning. His gaze remains fixed on the arena, where the summoner, Ru-chan, stands with her grimoire. Arthur acknowledges her power, but believes that at her current pace, even the vast mana reserves of the Raymond family won't be enough to sustain her for long. Within the arena, Ru-chan unleashes a swirling vortex of wind, directing the powerful spell across the field toward her opponent, Haruka Ichinos, who braces for the impact. She confidently states that in this block, she considers Natalie Colette her toughest opponent. Alerted, Natalie realizes the gale is aimed specifically at her. Nearby, Monica Welsia protests, shouting that Ru-chan can't simply ignore her. From another part of the field, a student named Yokich roars in defiance, refusing to be beaten by a duke's daughter's wind tricks. He reasons that if he takes down the summoner, her summoned sylph will be no threat, and slams his hand to the ground to cast his own spell. In response to his magic, thick, gnarled roots erupt from the ground, surging toward Ru-chan. Seeing her friend in danger, Monica cries out her name in warning. Before the roots can reach their target, they are instantly shredded. Yokich stares in shock, exclaiming that a slicing wind has cut through his attack. The same slicing wind then envelopes him completely, and he lets out a piercing scream as the sharp currents lash his body. The attack hurls him from the arena floor. The proctor raises a hand, officially declaring Yokich out of bounds. In the arena, Ru-chan stands with her grimoire open, a confident smile on her face. Before her, a crowd of student spectators watches in a mixture of awe and apprehension as powerful magic begins to manifest. The magic coalesces into swirling ribbons of wind that ensnare her opponent, Natalie Colette. As Natalie struggles against the powerful bindings, Ru-chan declares that she is not finished yet. With a final, concussive blast of air, the spell hurls Natalie backward, sending her tumbling out of the designated combat area. Ru-chan pants lightly, her expression one of grim satisfaction at her victory. The full scale of her power is now evident, as a massive tornado rages in the center of the arena, dwarfing the remaining combatants and the surrounding architecture. As Natalie struggles to her feet outside the boundary, She demands to know how Ruchan can still be so strong. Sweating but grinning triumphantly, Ruchan proclaims that this overwhelming power is the result of her special training. Meanwhile, watching from the stands, Arthur Elliott poses a question to Noah Arclight, asking if he understands what truly defines talent for a summoner. Noah speculates that it must be strong mana, a logical assumption for most mages. He corrects this notion, raising a finger to emphasize his point. For a summoner, he explains, their ultimate strength is decided not by their mana, but by the number of spirit contracts they possess. Arthur continues, clarifying that more spirits grant a summoner a wider array of attributes and tactical options. He notes that the Raymond family, Nina's lineage, is famous for the sheer number of contracts its members hold, with her older sisters being particularly exceptional. Nina, however, has the fewest contracts of all her siblings. With the festival approaching, she needed to grow stronger quickly, but one cannot simply rush the process of forming new contracts. Noah processes this, then asks what Nina's strengths are if not the number of contracts. Arthur confirms that, faced with this limitation, Nina chose to focus on her own unique advantages instead. He reveals the crucial difference. While her sister's power comes from a sheer number of options their contracts provide, Nina's strength is her innate, overwhelming mana reserves, a trait her sisters lack. It was this specific power that she trained to amplify in a short amount of time. He watched from the stands, realizing that Nina's power wasn't just in her mana reserves, but also in the extended duration she could maintain a summoned spirit. In the arena below, Natale Colette faced Nina, confident in her own abilities. In response, Natale unleashed a powerful spell, shouting, "Triple Arrow Enchant Thunder." She wondered aloud how long Nina's spirit could possibly remain active. Across the field, Nina smiled, declaring it was time to unleash all the mana she had been storing. The volley of lightning arrows streaked across the arena, only to be deflected by a swirling barrier of energy. Seeing her first attack fail, Natale prepared for a second, confident that her own mana would be sufficient. When the light faded, the arena floor was empty where Nina had stood. Natale scanned the area in disbelief, shouting out in confusion, wondering where her opponent had vanished. Her confusion was short-lived. A winged spirit, a sylph, suddenly dove towards her from above. As Natale recognized the creature, Nina appeared right behind her, airborne and ready to strike. She closed the distance in an instant. Natale realized with a shock that Nina had wrapped Sylph's wind around her legs, using potent magic to grant herself incredible mobility. The sudden turn of events left both combatants with wide-eyed expressions of shock and determination. From the stands, Monica, Noah, and Arthur roared in unison, urging Nina to go for it. Before Natale could react, Nina delivered a powerful kick directly to her chest. The force of the blow sent Natale staggering backward, knocking her grimoire from her hands. The blow sent her flying out of the designated combat area, landing hard on the ground. Inside the ring, Nina stood victorious, catching her breath as her friends watched with relief and pride. A voice boomed across the arena, declaring the match over. With Natale out of bounds, the winner of a block was officially announced, Nina von Raymond. She beams with relief, her friends calling out their congratulations from the stands. Arthur praises her amazing performance, and Noah offers a simple, "Nice work." She thanks them, admitting she feels much more relaxed now that her fight is over. He observes that her mana has increased again and commends her for finishing the match with close combat, noting she was in top form. She clenches a fist, explaining that she's been training hard and is glad their secret sessions paid off. Noah then asks if she used Gun's fight as a reference. She confirms it, stating that since ring outs were permitted, using her summon was the perfect strategy. However, she reveals her true tactic. Knowing everyone expected her to rely on summoning, she used close combat at the end to catch her opponent completely off guard. Sitting together, Arthur remarks that while she did well, the real challenge is only just beginning. Monica asks if Nina still has mana remaining, and she confidently assures them that she has plenty left and will be fine. Their attention shifts back to the arena below. Arthur announces it's time to watch the winner of Block B, and Noah laughs, eager for the next match. Monica, however, still seems concerned about Nina's remaining energy. The four friends, Monica, Nina, Noah, and Arthur, lean forward, their expressions focused as they resolve to pay close attention to the unfolding battles. As the matches conclude, the winners of the subsequent blocks are announced. Rufus for Block C, a confident girl with twin pigtails named Rio Fadalas for Block B, a calm young man named King August for Block D, and a fiery Clarice for Block E. Following these announcements, the winner of Block F is declared, Wolfselangot. Arthur turns to Noah, asking how he won, but Noah can only stare with a grim expression. He confesses he has no idea. The fight was over in an instant, before he even realized it had begun. From the arena floor, Clarice calls up to them. She wishes Arthur well, warning him that if he wins his block, he'll be facing her in the finals. She then addresses Noah and Nina, declaring her intention to join them there. In response to Clarice's challenge, Nina and Monica share determined smiles. Nina wishes Arthur good luck, and Monica adds that he'd better put up a good fight. He turns to head towards the arena, and Clarice offers him words of encouragement. She points out that if he wins, all four of them will be in the finals. With a determined wave, he confirms he's going. Stepping into the arena for the G-Block match, he finds himself on the grand stage alongside his opponents, Leo Albert, Huey Narks, and 2 other students, all poised for battle before the expectant crowd. The atmosphere immediately becomes tense. Leo cheerfully remarks that he didn't expect to fight Arthur right off the bat, adding that he was also looking forward to facing Huey. Huey Narks scoffs at the comment, while Arthur sweats, feeling the pressure of the unexpected matchup. Huey, however, is brimming with confidence. He declares that he's been starving for a good fight and intends to take the win. He internally resolves that only by cutting down ever stronger mages will his own sword gain life. Leo's gaze sharpens with equal determination. He notes that the 2 of them seem fired up, but his own goal is clear. He must win so he can face Noah. In response to the shared intensity, Arthur clenches his fist and accepts the challenge, shouting for them to bring it on. Huey roars back, demanding they stop talking and get started already. With the combatants ready, the proctor's voice rings out, officially beginning the G-Block match. Leo's expression turns serious, a slight smile playing on his lips as he asks if they should begin. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes a devastating opening move. A magical circle flares to life beneath him as he commands his blades, summoning a storm of swords that rain down upon the arena. Caught completely off guard, Arthur cries out in alarm, questioning if Leo is trying to kill him right from the start. The training ground is littered with the defeated bodies of Academy students. Amidst the chaos, Noah Arclight stands untouched, looking down upon the fallen. Arthur Elliott, on his knees, stares up in disbelief and lets out a cry of anguish. He forces himself to his feet, gripping his sword with renewed determination. He cannot afford to lose this early, not now. As magical energy crackles around his hands, he resolves to restore his fallen noble house, the Elliott family. To do that, he must defeat the strongest mage he has ever encountered. Noah watches him, his expression calm as he calls out his name. A confident sneer spreads across Arthur's face as he manifests blades of pure ice. He boasts that his ice blades can surpass even steel and accuses Noah of trying to kill him from the very start of the match. Noah remains unimpressed, retorting that a dull blade wouldn't even scratch his defenses. He concedes that Arthur is better than he initially thought, but notes that magic of this level is still nothing to him. He stands among the fallen, telling Arthur that he's finally looking like a worthy opponent. He doesn't want a boring fight like the previous ones. As he speaks, a single drop of a dark, viscous liquid drips from the tip of his sword, pooling on the ground. The dark substance continues to drip from his massive blade as he stands over the unconscious forms of the other students, a silent, imposing figure. His expression shifts to one of eager anticipation. He looks directly at Arthur and Huey, who now stand ready with their companions. Entertain me, Noah challenges them, a grin spreading across his face. Show me your true strength. A massive explosion of energy erupts within an arena as 2 combatants, Arthur Elliott and Leo Albert, clash with tremendous force. Their capes billow as their weapons meet in a blinding flash of light. The 2 fighters are locked in a fierce struggle. Arthur, sweat beading on his brow, strains against the overwhelming power of Leo's flail, while Leo himself maintains a confident, almost mocking smirk. He presses his advantage, his grin widening into a manic sneer as their weapons clash again, sending sparks flying. Arthur grits his teeth, struggling to hold his ground against the onslaught. The relentless assault continues. Leo's chains whip around Arthur, shredding his uniform and drawing blood. Arthur gasps in pain, his body becoming crisscrossed with shallow cuts from the attack. With a desperate parry, Arthur brings his sword up, but it shatters against a glowing magical shield that materializes just in front of Leo. The blade snaps, leaving Arthur momentarily defenseless and shocked. He is pushed back, his face contorted in frustration. He realizes with mounting anger that he can find no openings in his opponent's defense, a fact made all the more infuriating by the smug look on Leo's face. Seeing his chance, Leo lunges forward, his weapon glowing with power. Deciding on a new tactic, Arthur quickly dodges to the side, letting the attack slam into the ground where he just stood. The maneuver comes at a cost. Arthur stumbles, clutching a fresh wound in his side. Leo acknowledges the attempt, remarking that while aiming for his leg wasn't bad, Arthur left himself completely vulnerable in the process. Before Leo can press his final advantage, a clear voice rings out, commanding them to stop. Monica Welsia stands nearby, her expression serious. Annoyed by the interruption, Leo dismisses her, urging her to let them keep enjoying the fight. His opponent, however, was being urged to concede. Monica Welsia, her expression fraught with concern, shouted for Arthur to stop already. He refused to yield. Not yet. Arthur roared back, his voice raw with defiance. Monica crossed her arms in frustration as Clarice watched with concern. His opponent's resilience brought a smile to Leo's face. He found it impressive, remarking that Arthur was tougher than he'd thought. Leaning on his broken sword, Arthur retorted that such a puny attack wouldn't be enough to take him down. He held his ground, his gaze burning with conviction. A man, he thought, has times when he must stand and fight for his dream. His unwavering resolve prompted a question from Leo. He asked what dream could possibly drive Arthur so far, speculating if it was the revival of the Elliott house. He gripped the hilt of his broken sword, shouting that a gifted person like Leo could never understand. It was the weight of his entire clan's wish, their long-held dream, that rested on his shoulders. He declared that he couldn't just keep looking up from below. He had to stand and fight, or it would all be over for him. His determination solidified into a fierce vow. He would burn his very life away. He resolved, reaching for his goal, even if it meant being beaten to a pulp. With a final, powerful declaration, he announced himself as Arthur of the Elliot family. He charged forward, roaring that only by fighting to the very end would his words about taking the top spot gain any meaning. His sudden burst of energy caught Leo slightly off guard. The desperate, final charge was a spectacle of raw will. Leo watched the display, a wide grin spreading across his face. He found it incredible, musing that this is what it means for a life to shine, from magic to bloom in its most beautiful form at that very instant. He raised his own sword, preparing to meet the attack. It is the duty of the strong, he concluded, to pluck that shining flower. He admitted to himself that perhaps he had been getting a bit conceited. He watches as Arthur stumbles, gritting his teeth through the pain. Despite his battered state, Arthur insists he's still fine, questioning if Leo is the one reaching his limit after attacking nonstop. The defiance is plain on his face. In response to this unwavering spirit, Leo raises his sword. He acknowledges Arthur's pride, how he puffs out his chest for his family's name even as he falls apart. Out of respect for that bluff, Leo declares he will finish the duel in a single, decisive blow. His declaration hangs in the air, confusing Clarice and Monica in the stands. Leo, however, smiles with conviction, gripping his sword tightly. He believes that holding back now would be an insult to his opponent's resolve. He raises a hand to the sky, gathering immense power. Leo is certain that even if Arthur takes this hit, he won't despair and will stand up again. Arthur can only watch, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and determination as the energy builds. He recognizes the danger immediately. This next attack is on another level. His entire body screams at him that if he doesn't give up now, there will be no going back. But the thought of running away is unbearable. If he flees here, he realizes he will never be able to catch up to Noah. This resolve solidifies on his face, a grimace of pain, determination. Leo sees it and offers a final promise, a smile on his face. He tells Arthur that when he wakes up, they will fight again. With that, he unleashes his technique. Magic Sword Algark, he calls out, as crackling energy coalesces around his blade, forming shimmering, intersecting rings of power. Seeing the incredible power being manifested, Arthur can only laugh weakly. He marvels that Leo had been hiding an ability like this all along, admitting with a bloodied smile that he himself had already gone all out. The energy surges around his weapon. Leo looks at his opponent and acknowledges his strength, calling out his name one last time, Arthur. His expression is one of intense focus and respect. It was because Arthur was so strong, he thinks that he was worth going all out against. He commands him to take the final blow. His opponent's eyes, though strained, snap open, burning with unwavering resolve against the overwhelming power of the magic sword Algark. He grits his teeth, battered but not broken, and vows that he will soon catch up to and surpass the geniuses he so admires. Leo Albert simply smiles, acknowledging that defiant spirit. In response, the swordsman unleashes his final decisive strike, his blade cutting through the air with blinding speed. He calls out the name of his technique, a powerful slash meant to end the duel, Dawn Strike. Against the overwhelming force, Arthur Elliot lets out a desperate roar, bracing himself for the impact. The clash ends in an instant. As the dust settles, Leo stands victorious, his great sword resting beside him. An announcement echoes through the arena, declaring Leo Albert the winner of Block G. From the stands, spectators look down upon the aftermath, where Arthur lies motionless among the debris. One voice asks if he is okay, while another calmly reassures them that he'll be fine. Nearby, Noah Arclight explains to a worried Clarice that Arthur is fine, having shifted at the last moment to avoid a fatal hit. He adds that Arthur's sheer will to reach the top will see him through it, a sentiment that seems to startle Clarice. His words do little to soothe Clarice, who can only mutter in disbelief. Monica Welsia comments on Arthur's attempt to act cool, while Noah confidently states that Arthur is the kind of person who can pull it off when it truly counts. Clarice turns her attention to Noah, wishing him luck. Noah jokes that her acknowledgement would make Arthur happy, but Monica cuts in, telling him to shut up and focus. She reminds him that his own grudge match is next, and that he should be worrying about himself. He sits on the bench as Clarice Rutherford expresses surprise, asking if he has already forgotten about the grudge match. She elaborates, pointing out the person who has been acting as his rival, the one who claims to have been the princess's savior. Seeing his lack of recognition, Clarice crosses her arms and comments on his obliviousness. The memory finally clicks for Noah, who dismisses his opponent as that liar he had completely forgotten about. He clenches a fist, a confident smirk spreading across his face. He declares that since he is the strongest, it makes no difference who his opponent is. He will simply reveal his true power and crush them without effort. Nearby, Nina von Raymond remarks on his unwavering, almost insane confidence, admitting that she can't help but trust it. Monica Welsia, however, looks on with concern, stating that while she's the only one who believes in him so completely, she still fears his arrogance will be his downfall. Clarice's gaze sharpens as she tells him that Nina also knows the truth of who saved the princess. She urges him to put his overconfident rival in his place and show him the reality of the situation. He turns to them with a smile, promising to meet their expectations while playfully denying knowledge of the rescue. With an apology to his opponent's fans, he stands and walks toward the arena. Nina calls out, wishing him good luck. As he departs, the crowd erupts in excited chatter. Rumors fly about the next contestant in Block H, the supposed hero from the Princess Assault incident, a first-year student from Red Dress Academy. The speculation continues, with some students pointing out that the princess herself is present to watch the match. Another explains that because the princess never saw her rescuer's face, the identity was never officially announced, though the story of the rescue is widely believed to be true. Just as Noah reaches the entrance to the arena, a voice from the crowd finally puts a name to the rumored hero, Raitei. Another spectator recalls that Vault was the one the princess had been waving to. He walked with quiet determination, the crowd's excited chatter echoing around him. They spoke of Sheila's assignment and how this next match was going to be an incredible spectacle. His resolve hardened. He had always avoided trouble, but not this time. Sheila appeared before him then, a knowing smile on her face as she gave him one last piece of advice. Learn real combat at this academy, and cut loose as much as he liked. Taking her words to heart, he strode forward, vowing to show everyone his full strength. As he walked, he realized a mysterious, hooded woman had silently appeared at his side. He stopped abruptly, startled by her sudden and silent arrival. His eyes widened in surprise as he turned to face her. She raised a hand gently, telling him there was no need to be on guard, but his instincts took over. A shimmering, intricate magic circle flared to life before him, a barrier against the unknown. Through the glowing runes of his spell, he felt an overwhelming presence emanating from her. He wondered what this power was, before demanding aloud, "And you are?" The woman smiled serenely, her hands clasped before her. She introduced herself simply as Viola Evans, the chief representative of the Holy Faith. A mysterious woman appears before Noah Arclight, her presence halting the proceedings. With an air of authority, she introduces herself as Viola Evans, the chief representative of the Holy Faith, as Noah maintains a defensive stance with a magical barrier at the ready. From behind him, Arthur Elliot approaches, remarking that Viola of the Holy Faith is known for almost never appearing in public. Unfazed, Noah keeps his eyes fixed on the woman and asks what she wants from him. His attention is abruptly stolen as friend Auguste flashes into his personal space, startling him. She dismisses his surprise, claiming she was just talking to herself. As Viola walks away in the background, friend turns back to Noah, acknowledging his strength and stating she looks forward to his match. She turns and walks away, but not before telling Noah that she came specifically to judge him and will be happy if he lives up to her expectations. Beside a bewildered Noah, Friend exclaims that she saw the entire exchange but doesn't understand it at all. He turns to Friend, clearly annoyed, and asks her not to start anything. With a confident smirk, she simply points a thumb at herself, reminding him that she is his next opponent. She leans in close, teasing him about getting cozy with a beauty like Viola and flirtatiously asking if she isn't enough for him. Noah bluntly refutes her, stating they were not cozy. He tries to step away, asking her to let him go, but she waves him off. She calls him cold, observing that it seems many important people have their eyes on him. She continues her observation, listing the powerful figures who have taken an interest in him: Guns, Doma, and now the Holy Faith's chief representative. She concludes that he certainly has a talent for drawing people in. He replies with unwavering confidence, stating simply that it's because he is the strongest. Friend seems impressed, remarking that just being able to say that out loud is something special. Her gaze then shifts across the arena to Princess Iris, who is waving happily in their direction. Friend notes that Iris always looked dead inside when used as a political tool, but now she seems genuinely happy. She tells Noah she still believes he was the one who rescued the princess. His conversation with friend Auguste continued, with her remarking on his extensive knowledge. She attributed it to his noble status before turning her attention to another student, Raitei, whose capabilities Noah would soon witness firsthand. She clarified that he didn't need to admit anything to her. Instead, she wanted him to use his strength to demonstrate the vast difference in their class. Her expression hardened as she confessed a deep hatred for people who steal the achievements of others. He responded coolly, stating that her opinion of him was irrelevant. He assured her not to worry, as he had no intention of holding back during the festival. Pleased with his answer, Friend spread her arms wide, announcing that she would be watching with high hopes. With that, she turned and began to walk away. As she departed, her confident demeanor faltered for a moment, her cheeks puffing out in a flustered expression that Noah did not see. She then called out one last piece of encouragement, waving cheerfully and promising to watch from the stands. Noah's expression hardened into a determined glare as he watched her leave. Moments later, the grand arena was abuzz with anticipation. Noah and Raitei stood among the other participants, preparing for the competition. High above in a royal box, Princess Iris observed the proceedings. From across the field, Raitei issued a challenge, declaring that Noah would repay a debt. Noah, confused, questioned if such a debt even existed. Raitei's face twisted in anger, and he snarled for Noah to just watch. He then shifted his gaze upward, shouting toward the royal box. He called out to Princess Iris, proclaiming that she would soon see the truth leaving Noah to wonder at the meaning of his declaration. The sudden address startled Princess Iris. In the stands, Friend watched with a knowing smirk. The princess recalled the Red Wings' attack, remembering her vow to never forget the debt she owed to the one who saved her. His voice boomed across the arena for all to hear. Raidvault made a stunning public claim that he was the one who had saved Princess Iris. The truth, he declared, was his story to tell. He addresses the princess directly, explaining that it's only natural she would be speechless. After all, he claims, she had lost consciousness during the attack and never saw his face. He presses his point, loudly questioning if traces of lightning magic weren't found at the scene. He declares with absolute certainty that it was his magic. The declaration sends a ripple of shock through the crowd of students. They murmur in disbelief, commenting on the craziness of the situation and how incredibly powerful this newcomer must be. Her eyes widen as she processes his words, a blush rising on her cheeks. Internally, she marvels at the strength he must possess, wondering if he truly is the one who saved her. His words seem to land. Seeing her reaction, Raid clenches his fist with a determined grin, vowing to prove his claim by winning the match. He dedicates his impending victory to her, leaving Iris stunned and speechless. From the arena floor, Noah watches the spectacle with a calm, unwavering gaze. He acknowledges Raid's theatrics with a simple thought. He wasn't planning to hold back anyway, and will simply demonstrate the true gap in their abilities. He then turns his attention to Noah, thanking him sarcastically. Raid claims that thanks to his words, Noah is now widely known. With that, he declares he must win and will now show Noah his true power. He faces Noah directly, fist raised in a bold challenge. He vows to win the match fair and square, relying on pure strength alone. His confidence crests as crackling lightning magic gathers in his open palm. He roars his claim one last time for all to hear, that he is the one who saved Her Highness with his lightning magic. He is met not with anger, but with a calm, knowing smile from Noah. Noah remarks that it's funny they are both lightning mages, but that Raid's timing is poor. He coolly states, "That's my line, you know." He looks across the arena at Raidvault, a confident smirk on his face. He muses aloud that if not for the festival, Raid might have been a stand-in hero for saving the princess. Without waiting for a reply, he declares his intention to end the match in seconds, leaving Raid to angrily question what he is. The taunt hits its mark. Raid retorts that those are his words, vowing to show his true power now that it counts. With sparks of lightning crackling around his hand, he boasts that his lightning magic is second to none. With their positions established before the roaring crowd, the official announcement echoes through the arena. The match for Block H begins. The moment the signal is given, Raid lunges into action. Declaring himself the strongest mage present, he thrusts his hand forward and unleashes a powerful thunder spell. The crackling energy surges toward Noah. With a look of mild surprise, he utters a single word, spark, as a small burst of electricity erupts from his own hand to meet the incoming attack. His simple counter is devastatingly effective. The massive thunder spell dissipates completely against the small spark, leaving Noah standing calmly amidst the fading energy. The impossible sight sends a wave of shock through the arena. Raid's face contorts in disbelief, his mouth agape, while the spectators murmur in stunned confusion. He cannot comprehend it. His mind races, realizing his attack was repelled. It had to be a mistake. Thunder is one of his core spells. It shouldn't have failed. His mind scrambles for a logical reason, wondering if his own nerves on such a grand stage could be the cause of his spell's failure. Casting aside his doubts, he tries again, roaring for another thunder spell. Once more, Noah calmly counters with a simple spark, neutralizing the attack just as easily and leaving Raid utterly speechless. He recovers from his shock and unleashes another furious barrage of lightning. The crowd cries out in alarm, certain that no one could possibly withstand such a concentrated assault. Yet, just as before, the bolts of electricity fizzle out harmlessly around Noah. Raid stares in disbelief, stammering that this must be some kind of mistake. From across the arena, Noah calmly confirms that there is no mistake. Clutching his head in frustration, he screams that there's no way his lightning magic could be erased in a single hit. Noah's voice cuts through his panic, coolly stating, "You're too soft." Noah elaborates that if Raid were stronger, the fight might have been interesting, but as it stands, it can't be helped. Raid furiously refutes this, shouting that he was merely holding back and that the real show is just beginning, insisting a hero like him can't be this weak. With a dismissive smirk, Noah calls his bluffing lame, stating that the outcome was decided from the very start. The taunt sends Raid into a spiral, and he repeatedly screams for Noah to shut up. His face contorts in a mask of rage and denial as he continues to insist that he is far stronger than this performance suggests. Noah observes his opponent's meltdown, remarking on how desperate he seems and questioning what difference it makes if it's all lies anyway. Raid shouts back, demanding to know when he ever lied. In the middle of his frantic denial, a memory seems to surface. He mutters to himself about traces of lightning magic left at the scene, and his eyes widen in sudden, dawning horror. The realization strikes him fully. His face drains of color, his expression twisting into one of pure terror as he stares at Noah, who simply looks back, puzzled by the sudden change. Unaware of Raid's internal crisis, Noah decides to end the match. He raises a hand, reasoning that if he finishes it in an instant, people will finally get a sense of his true strength. He grinned, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. For him to be recognized as the strongest, he declared, his opponent would serve as the necessary sacrifice. With his declaration made, he raised his hand toward the sky. An immense, intricate magic circle materialized above, crackling with raw power as he invoked the spell by name. Thunderbolt. The first-year Welcome Festival is at its peak. In the arena, Noah Arclight faces Raidvault, the tension between them palpable to the watching crowd. For Noah, this is a crucial opportunity for recognition, yet he finds himself rooted to the spot, unable to move a single step under the immense pressure. Raid charges forward, shouting that he won't allow Noah to do as he pleases any longer. As his opponent closes in, Noah forces his body to respond, gritting his teeth and commanding himself to move. A massive, intricate magic circle materializes as he utters a single word, Thunderbolt. Before Raid can react, the spell strikes him directly. He cries out in agony as the electrical energy engulfs him. From the sidelines, Monica Welsia shouts for the others to move, warning them about the dangerous layered magic circles Noah has deployed. A heavy thud echoes across the arena floor as Raid collapses, face down and unmoving, smoke and residual sparks rising from his body. The watching students are stunned into silence, questioning what kind of spell could achieve victory in a single hit. In contrast, Friend and Monica cheer wildly for Noah. He stands over his fallen foe, raising one arm in a declaration of victory. His first opponent dispatched, Noah turns his cold gaze upon the remaining participants. A wave of fear washes over them as they realize his overwhelming strength. They understand they must attack him all at once or face certain defeat. As the group of students charges, Noah simply raises his hand. A torrent of dark, shadowy tendrils erupts from the ground, instantly enveloping his assailants. The chaotic assault ends as quickly as it began. The dark energy dissipates, revealing all the other students lying unconscious on the arena floor, scattered around Noah, who remains standing in the center, completely untouched. The crowd is rendered speechless, shocked that he took down almost everyone by himself in an instant. A confident, almost predatory smile spreads across Noah's face as he turns his attention to the final matter at hand. He focuses on the last student standing, Benjamin Doma, who is clutching his head and trembling in terror. Noah calmly informs him, "You're the only one left." He looks on with a quizzical expression, wondering if his final opponent is even conscious enough to continue. He calmly faces his final opponent, Benjamin Doma, who is clutching his head in distress. Noah addresses the trembling student, stating that while he doesn't know what is happening to him, it has nothing to do with their match. As Doma continues to tremble, a volatile sphere of dark energy begins to coalesce before him. Deciding the situation has gone on long enough, Noah declares that this ends now. With a faint, confident smile, he begins to gather his magic. He muses that as a fellow lightning mage, he had hoped for a more interesting display, but decides to save the thought for later as electricity crackles to life around him. From the stands, the spectators watch in awe. One student remarks on how impressive this year's first years are to be able to defeat everyone in a single shot. Beside him, Frenogu smiles, stating that this level of performance is exactly what she expected of Noah. His attack poised, Noah's expression suddenly shifts from confidence to mild confusion. He glances to the side, his eyes widening slightly before a slow, intrigued smile spreads across his face. The source of his surprise is revealed. Raidvault, battered and scorched, is forcing himself back to his feet. Arcs of lightning, the very magic that struck him down, now course over his body as he refuses to stay defeated. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Raid remains standing. From the crowd, a voice shouts in disbelief that he is still hanging on. He watches the defiant student with a calculating look. He had thought his power would be enough to end it instantly, and wonders to himself if he held back too much. A raw scream escapes Raid's lips as the electricity continues to ravage his body. Noah observes this, realizing that if his opponent simply continues to endure the thunderbolts, the outcome is already decided. Despite the overwhelming power coursing through him, Raid stands firm, a lone figure of defiance against a storm of crackling lightning, refusing to fall. He continues to endure the overwhelming assault. Stray bolts of lightning crash into the arena floor, forcing spectators to cry out and shield their eyes. An onlooker observes with alarm that even the scattered strikes are devastatingly powerful, concluding that Raid cannot possibly hold out for much longer. Yet, at the heart of the electrical storm, Raid remains standing, wreathed in blinding light. He roars a defiant declaration across the arena, proclaiming himself the strongest lightning mage. Noah watches him, momentarily confused by the nonsensical outburst. But Raid's shouts are a desperate mantra, as he screams that he was the one who saved Lady Iris and that he will win the festival. As the desperate cries echo, Noah realizes there is something he needs to discuss with his opponent. This desperation is rooted in the past. In a memory, a younger Raid sits in a lavish room, asking his father what is wrong. The older man looks down, expressing his reluctance to burden his own child with difficult news. His father then delivers the grim news. The House of Vault has reached its limit. Raid reacts with disbelief, questioning what his father means and insisting that their family has endured for centuries. After apologizing for his tone, the father explains that there is still a way forward. He tasks Raid with accomplishing something, anything, at Allegra's academy that will make the name of House Vault renowned throughout the world once more. His voice rises with desperate hope as he insists that if they can just create a spark, the Vault name can rise again. The immense weight of this responsibility is visible on young Ride's face. Leaning in close, his expression a mixture of pleading and command, the father places the entire burden of their family's future on his son's shoulders. "I'm counting on you, Ride," he declares. "My son." That memory echoes into the present. Sometime after the match, while walking through the academy's corridors, Ride overhears two students talking. One, Monica Welsia, asks her friend if she has heard the news, eager to confirm even a single detail. Her friend excitedly confirms, speaking of the Iris rescue and Red Wing's annihilation incident. She marvels that someone from their school pulled it off, though their identity remains a mystery. As Ride listens, the praise for this anonymous hero strikes him with silent force. He recoiled from the thought, his mind in turmoil. This was wrong. He knew it. He couldn't claim another's glory. As he wrestled with his conscience, he was unaware of the hooded figure observing him. The woman's voice cut through his internal debate. She spoke as if she knew his exact thoughts, suggesting that a false reputation was worthless and that the true hero would never reveal himself. Ride's eyes widened in shock. He stammered, questioning how she could have read his mind. Unfazed, she simply smiled and offered him the very thing he craved, the chance to be the one whose name was praised. His shock turned to anger as he demanded to know her identity. He reasoned aloud that the true hero, a lightning magic user, clearly wanted to remain anonymous and wouldn't step forward to challenge his claim. She ignored his outburst, her voice a smooth, persuasive whisper as she urged him to claim the glory for himself. Her words struck a nerve, bringing a tear to his eye as he wondered how she knew about his family's plight. She pressed her advantage, questioning if he was truly content to let House Vault wither away. As he tried to protest, insisting he could never lie or deceive people in such a way, she reached out and gently poked his chin, interrupting his weak defense. Her smile widened as she made a definitive declaration, planting the false memory directly into his mind. She told him that he was the one who saved Lady Iris and wiped out the Red Wings. The suggestion took hold. His expression went slack, his eyes unfocused as he repeated the words, the lie beginning to feel like truth. A look of satisfaction crossed her face. She praised him like a pet, then revealed her final intention, to erase his memory of their encounter. As a complex magical seal materialized before her, Ride's dawning horror was cut short, his final, desperate question of her identity fading into oblivion. Consumed by rage, his face a mask of fury, Ride Vault screams a vow of unforgiveness. He thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a chaotic torrent of crackling energy. In another confrontation, Noah Arclight stands with a calm, confident smirk, a wisp of his own power effortlessly swirling around his hand. Meanwhile, the mysterious hooded woman stands in a public square with her arms outstretched. A powerful shockwave of energy erupts from her, sending the surrounding crowd reeling in terror. Her face is illuminated by the chaos she has wrought, a wide, unsettling grin spreading across her lips as she surveys the scene. Elsewhere, Ride's eyes burn with intense hatred as the very ground around him cracks and shatters under the force of his power. From a distance, Noah Arclight observes the destruction. The grand arena of the Redras Magic Academy stands under a clear sky, the site of these intense confrontations. Inside, the aftermath of one such battle is clear. Noah stands untouched as his opponent lies defeated in a small crater. An official announcement rings out, declaring Noah Arclight the winner of Block H. From the stands, the hooded woman watches him, a thoughtful expression on her face. She muses to herself that Noah Arclight is even more promising than she had anticipated. Her eyes narrow with intense focus, her gaze fixed upon the victor below. In another section of the stands, Friend Auguste blushes, her hands pressed to her cheeks in excitement. She proudly declares that, as expected of her Noah, she knew he'd put on a show right from the preliminaries. Amidst the growing commotion, confusion rippled through the spectators. Some wondered aloud what was happening, while others questioned the popular narrative, recalling that Ride was supposedly the one who had saved Princess Iris. Noah, however, simply observed the scene with a calm, knowing expression. Their confusion was abruptly shattered when Princess Iris herself, cupping her hands around her mouth, shouted with all her might. She declared that she had come to cheer for Noah, identifying him as the one who truly saved her. The revelation sent a shockwave of gasps through the onlookers. He turned to her with a confident grin, pointing a fist forward in a gesture of camaraderie. He accepted her support, telling her to make sure she watched the finals. Iris, blushing slightly but beaming with excitement, readily agreed. Watching the exchange, Elle, the princess's attendant, sighed with exasperation. She held her head in her hand, worrying aloud that this public declaration would surely cause a huge commotion later. Her fears were immediately realized as the crowd's sentiment shifted in an instant. Cheers erupted for Noah, hailing him as the true hero who saved Lady Iris and urging him to win the entire tournament. He stood confidently, accepting their praise. As he soaked in the applause, a familiar voice called his name. Nina and Clarice approached, with Nina confirming that she knew all along he was the one who saved the princess. Noah admitted it was true, recalling that it happened on the day he had gone out with Nina. Arthur Elliot then joined them, asking Noah if he was okay and playfully admonishing him to quit flirting with Lady Iris. Nearby, Clarice, with a bandaged forehead, flexed her arm and declared that thanks to some top-notch healers, she was good as new. She then turned her attention back to Noah, confirming that he was the one who took care of the Red Wings. Hearing him affirm it, she pointed at him with a fiery expression, declaring that he was hogging the spotlight again and must be ready for their match in tomorrow's finals. Their conversation was interrupted by another competitor. Friend Auguste approached with a sly smile, remarking that so it was Noah who had rescued the princess. Monica Welsia stood beside her, adding with a competitive glint in her eyes that if she ended up facing him, she would beat him into the ground. Friend then leaned in, acknowledging that he saw right through her bluff. He asked what she meant, but she deflected, asking if he had noticed something more important. When he questioned what, she simply replied with a knowing naturally, leaving him to ponder her meaning. She continues, a knowing smile on her face as she points a finger at Noah. His reputation, she explains, has just skyrocketed, making him the center of everyone's attention. With this newfound fame, she warns, things are about to become very busy for him. He meets her warning with unwavering confidence, declaring that it's fine. He is ready. As the grand facade of the academy stands under the open sky, a new day approaches. The finals are set to begin tomorrow, and Noah makes a resolute vow. He is going to win the entire thing. Within the opulent bathhouse of the Rajras Magic Academy, the warm water gently laps against the stone basin. Submerged in the restorative waters, Arthur Elliot lets out a sigh, admitting to Noah Arclight that the day's events have left him completely wiped out. Noah, looking far more composed, simply agrees. He buries his face in his hands, groaning in frustration. Noah observes him, noting that the loss must have hit him hard. His body goes limp, floating listlessly in the water. Noah remarks on his serious condition, but his attention is suddenly caught by voices from the women's side of the bath, noting that even Arthur is reacting to them. Arthur, still half submerged, asks if Noah said something. Noah quickly dismisses it, saying it was nothing. He suggests they head out early, given Arthur's fatigue. Arthur, however, bristles at the suggestion, leaning in and demanding to know what Noah was implying. Noah realizes it's just bravado. Attempting to prove his point, Arthur tries to stand, loudly proclaiming he isn't tired. But his body betrays him, and he collapses back into the water, admitting that perhaps he isn't at 100%. Noah smiles gently, explaining that it's normal to be exhausted. He reminds Arthur that recovering stamina is a crucial part of a mage's job, as mana, stamina, and mental strength are all interconnected. Floating on his back again, Arthur processes this. He asks if Noah is suggesting that if he's already worn out while the matches continue, he couldn't perform at his best, using fatigue as an excuse. He finally concedes, admitting Noah is right. As he climbs out of the water, he acknowledges that there's no point in just acting tough. He let out a final, roaring shout, his body trembling with renewed determination. His energy restored, he turned to Noah with a wide, manic grin, declaring it was time for them to leave. Noah smiled, agreeing. He acknowledged that the loss was undoubtedly difficult, but reminded Arthur that his energetic spirit was his greatest strength. As they walked towards the exit, towels wrapped around their waists, Noah issued a final challenge. He told Arthur to crawl back up from his defeat and prove his claim of taking the top spot, declaring that he himself would be waiting on the throne. Later that night, back in their shared room, Noah rested in his bed. His rest was abruptly cut short as a strange sensation washed over him, forcing him to sit bolt upright while Arthur remained sound asleep. His senses sharpened, and with a grimace, he identified the source of the disturbance. He realized there were two intruders. Without hesitation, he sprang from his room and raced down the hallway. He quickly deduced that two hostile mages had infiltrated the academy, reasoning that to do so during the festival meant they were either fools or dangerously self-assured. He continued his sprint, further analyzing the situation. The fact that he could sense them so easily suggested they were not high-level mages, yet something about the intrusion felt unsettling and wrong. Reaching a large window, he threw it open and looked out into the night. His eyes fixed on a nearby building as the intruder's objective became clear. They were heading for the girls' dormitory. He moves in a flash, deciding that while it's annoying, he must intervene before the two intruders cause a scene. If someone else were to notice them, the festival might be canceled, and that would be a shame. Appearing suddenly before them, he startles the pair. The hooded man points aggressively, demanding to know who he is and what his business is at the academy. His female companion, her arms wrapped in bandages, looks on in shock, asking where he came from. Noah calmly retorts that he should be the one asking what they're doing skulking around at this hour. The woman defensively insists they're doing nothing wrong, claiming they were simply asked to inspect the fountain. Her defensiveness quickly turns to aggression. She points a finger at him, shouting that he has a problem and warning him not to get in the way of their work. Unfazed, he smiles, dismissing her claim. He explains that from the mana he can sense emanating from her companion's right hand alone, it is obvious they are not maintenance workers. His accusation hits its mark. Noah identifies the man as a magic swordsman, attempting to draw a blade loaded with mana from behind his back. The woman flinches, her cover completely blown. The hooded man clicks his tongue in frustration, realizing their effort is pointless. He turns to his partner, calling her Lilith, and states that their opponent is none other than Noah Arclight. Lilith's eyes widen in disbelief. As they stand stunned, Noah casually remarks that he seems to be quite famous now. The man, whom Lilith calls Kai, ignores this and draws his sword with a menacing grin. Panicked, Lilith asks if he truly intends to fight. Kai issues his command. They are to capture Noah and take him back alive, explaining that he is the kind of trouble that will cause that person headaches. The mention of that person sharpens Noah's focus. He now understands the situation. There is someone else behind this, pulling the strings. He stands calmly in his pajamas as his opponent, Kai, brandishes a sword. Kai taunts him for his relaxed demeanor, asking if he is ready to fight. Instead of answering, his mind races. He recalls that the intruders were heading toward the girls' dorm, realizing that someone there must have been their primary target. He considers the implications. In an academy filled with the children of nobles, such a target would not be surprising. His focus returns to the present confrontation. With a confident smirk and a crackle of electricity at his fingertips, he tells Kai to at least provide a decent warm-up before the finals, and to explain why they are there. In response, Kai scoffs, acknowledging that while Noah may be respected by that person, he is still just a first year. Lilith chimes in, declaring that they are on a completely different level and that their teamwork as a Season 2 person cell is perfect. He watches them, a critical look on his face, sensing something is off about their supposed coordination. As they prepare their attack, Kai yells a warning to Lilith to watch out for his lightning, and she confirms she knows. They begin to weave their magic together, announcing their intent to open with a combination spell. But before they can finish, he vanishes. Kai and Lilith look around in confusion, wondering where he went. Suddenly, Noah appears between them, his hand a blur as he declares them too slow. He delivers a swift, precise chop to the back of each of their necks, their eyes whitening from the impact. The two intruders collapse to the ground, unconscious. Noah stands over them, looking down with disappointment. He questions if that was really it, remarking that they were far too weak. He looks down at the defeated woman, wondering about their true objective. He quickly dismisses the idea that they were simply low-level intruders, reasoning that no one would send such individuals to Legras at this time. It had to be a diversion. His thoughts drift to the grand architecture of the academy, a silent contemplation of the larger situation unfolding. Returning his focus to the intruders, he confirms that he senses no one else nearby. Just then, the woman, Lilith, suddenly brandishes a small, rectangular card. As the card in her hand begins to crackle and burn, Noah kneels beside the unconscious man, Kai, to inspect him more closely. Before the card is consumed by the energy, the image upon it becomes clear, a smiling portrait of Nina von Raymond. The realization strikes him with fury. His eyes widen as he understands their true purpose. They were after a duke's daughter. Their target was Nina. Holding the now blank card, he questions the motive. Why would someone strike during the welcome festival? What group would have reason to target Nina, a duke's daughter, to the point of wanting to tarnish her reputation? His contemplation is shattered as both intruders suddenly jolt upright, their bodies snapping back into action. They leap back to their feet, much to his surprise. He realizes with a grim expression that they are tougher than they look. Facing his recovered opponents, Noah raises his open palm, electricity crackling around it. He prepares himself to strike one more time. As he prepared to strike again, his opponents suddenly went limp. Kai and Lilith stood frozen, their mouths agape and their eyes vacant, as if their minds had been abruptly wiped clean. The vacant look vanished, replaced by sudden, wide-eyed panic. They looked around, beads of sweat forming on their brows, their expressions a mixture of terror and utter confusion. Their panicked gazes finally settled on Noah, who stood calmly before the courtyard fountain. Utterly disoriented, Kai stammered, asking where he was, while Lilith echoed the confusion, questioning her own location. The sight of him, a stranger in this unfamiliar place, sent a fresh wave of fear through them. They scrambled backward, stumbling over each other as Lilith cried out, demanding to know who he was. Their fear escalated into raw terror. Kai clutched his head, desperately pleading not to be hurt and promising to do anything. Beside him, Lilith screamed at Noah, demanding to know if he was the one who brought them here. He watched their frantic display, a deep frown creasing his brow. Their reaction was bizarre. Just moments before, they were determined assassins. Now, they were like completely different people. A chilling possibility began to form in his mind, his eyes widening with the dawning horror of the implication. He wondered aloud if this was the work of hypnosis magic, or perhaps some other form of memory manipulation. He understood the cruel logic behind such a tactic. This method allowed an enemy to send disposable pawns deep into hostile territory. Even if they were weak, they could test defenses, and if captured, they would remember nothing. They were like pieces on a board, reset after every move. This meant he still had no idea who their leader was or what they were truly after. With a heavy sigh, he abandoned any thought of interrogating them further. There was no point. While he acknowledged the tactic was effective, the sheer inhumanity of using people in such a disposable manner filled him with a cold, simmering anger. He looks down at the two terrified, memory-wiped intruders, Kai and Lilith, who recoil from the residual energy of his magic. Deciding against handling them himself, he resolves to call campus security to take them away. Before he can act, Haruka Ichinos of the Vigilante Squad arrives. With her arms crossed and a stern expression, She assesses the situation, identifying the pair as hypnotized pawns sent to assassinate a duke's daughter. A nasty business indeed. She notes that something always happens during the festival, calling it a major event. Given the current circumstances, she warns that anything could happen tomorrow as well and declares that they will be raising the security level. Noah finds this reassuring. With the plan set, Haruka tells Noah that they can count on them. He accepts, stating that he and his companion will be leaving now. Her casual assumption that he would join the security corps prompts a quick, firm correction from Noah. He clarifies that he has no intention of joining, much to her surprise. He watches as Haruka and her squad lead the two captives away, knowing that with their memories wiped, any interrogation will be fruitless. Meanwhile, Nina von Raymond contemplates the recent events with a worried expression. She reflects that not many mages can manipulate people with such power, wondering who could be pulling the strings to target her. Back at the mansion, Noah's gaze hardens with conviction. He senses that something far beyond their imagination is moving behind the scenes of the upcoming festival. Far from the academy grounds, under the light of a full moon, a tremendous explosion erupts from within a dense forest, sending a shockwave tearing through the trees. The blast leaves behind a massive, perfectly circular crater. Standing completely unharmed in the very center is a lone, small girl. Elsewhere, another prominent figure in the upcoming festival makes her presence known. Rio Fadalas, hailed as a favorite, sits with an air of complete self-assurance. A mischievous laugh escapes her as she grins widely, her thoughts already on the ultimate prize. She wonders aloud who will be skilled enough to entertain her in the final match, her tone betraying an unshakable belief in her own victory. In the grand dining hall of the academy, Noah Arclight, Clarice Rutherford, and Leo Albert sit together at a long, elegantly set table, their meal momentarily forgotten. Their quiet moment is interrupted by the cheerful voice of Arthur Elliott, who approaches their table with a wave. He looks at Noah, remarking on his impressive performance in the preliminaries and acknowledging him as the one who rescued Princess Iris. With a mischievous grin, Arthur raises a finger, announcing that he has the results of their popularity poll. Nearby, other students, including a hooded Noah, turn their heads, their curiosity piqued by the mention of the poll. He explains that since the participants for the Welcome Festival's main tournament have been decided, a survey was conducted among the new students, asking them to vote on who they believed would emerge victorious. Overhearing the conversation, Rio Fadalas smirks with unwavering confidence, asking if the results are interesting and rhetorically questioning if she is, of course, number one. Leo, meanwhile, prods a suddenly nervous-looking Arthur to just get on with it. Rio's smug expression vanishes, replaced by shock as she blurts out, "Huh, it's not me." Seeing Arthur's hesitation, an annoyed Leo grabs him by the collar, demanding to know what's going on and telling him to just announce the rankings properly. The faces of the top 8 contenders flash by in quick succession. Rio Fadalas, Leo Albert, Clarice Rutherford, King August, Nina von Raymond, Roughhouse, Noah Arclight, and finally, Lefselnot. The announcement of the actual rankings sends a shockwave of emotion through the group. Rio is incensed, shouting in disbelief that she placed third, not even managing second. Nearby, Nina expresses her own surprise at landing in 5th, feeling the pressure of being ranked higher than Noah. Watching the outburst, Arthur simply smirks, remarking on her easy confidence from moments before. He then elaborates on the results to his friends. He admits he thought Noah's recent fame would place him higher, but the established name value of the other students was too great. He explains that the votes for Rio and Leo were close, with a slight gap to Clarice, King, Nina, and Roughhouse, who were also tightly grouped. After them, the votes for Noah dropped off, and Lefsel received almost none at all. He continues his explanation, noting that since everyone assumed Noah would win, his victory lacked a clear, impactful moment. Arthur confesses that, honestly, it barely felt like Noah was even there. Leaning over the table towards Noah, who has slumped forward in apparent distress, Arthur's voice fills with excitement as he lays out a scenario. Noah, holding his own and winning against this formidable group of competitors. This roster is indeed formidable, featuring the most popular student, Rio Fadalas, the magic swordsman, Leo, the former adventurer, Clarice, the duke's daughter, Nina, Roughhouse from a noble house of ice mages, and the water magic user, King. Arthur throws his hands up, declaring that such a victory would be a legendary, giant killing, causing the biggest uproar in the Academy's history. He exclaims how incredibly cool Noah would be, and Noah, looking up with a slight smile, asks if he really thinks so. Arthur confirms it without a doubt. The world of magic is dominated by noble houses and aristocrats. Within this system, it is an accepted truth that exceptional talent is a product of one's bloodline. Yet, in the long history of the Welcome Festival, a commoner has never claimed victory. The thought of a nameless boy from a commoner family defeating the scions of noble houses is a tantalizing one, a feat that would undoubtedly leave his name etched in the annals of history. Back at the table, Arthur leans in close to Noah, his eyes blazing with intensity. He asks if the very idea of it doesn't get him fired up. His outburst draws the attention of Clarice, who remarks dryly that it seems he, the fool, desperately wants the rest of them to lose. She then mutters her own name, as if annoyed by his earlier casual use of it. Stung by her words, Arthur passionately refutes her. He declares that he is from a fallen noble house, and because of that, he desperately wants to see a nameless mage like Noah achieve victory. Noah looks at his fervent friend, a small, knowing smile on his face. He understands the weight of Arthur's words. Hope, he thinks, before stating it aloud to Arthur. You're our hope. Elsewhere, Shella muses to Nina and Clarice that her objective is clear. She remarks that defeating the famous contestants to win the tournament would certainly feel good, and that it is undoubtedly the shortest route to completing her assignment. Clarice looks over at Nina, surprised by the comment, while Nina simply asks her what is the matter. Ignoring her, Clarice turns her competitive gaze towards Leo Albert, declaring that she won't lose before she gets a chance to face him. Leo smirks back, retorting that it is a shame, but he'll be the one taking the victory this time. Their exchange is overheard by Rio Fadalas, who interjects with a grin. She proclaims that she won't lose either, and that she intends to repay the favor of being admitted to the academy with her results. Leo simply laughs, saying he's looking forward to it. The scene shifts to the vast tournament arena, packed with spectators. From the stands, a single clear voice rings out, shouting, "Go, Noah!" The cheer comes from Princess Iris, who is passionately supporting Noah. While some in the crowd admire her beauty and enthusiasm, others, like Roughhouse, are filled with scorn. He yells from the stands that Noah is getting cocky just because the princess is cheering for him, telling the first year to lose quickly and show everyone his crying face. This hostile atmosphere is not lost on Noah's allies. Arthur Elliot notes with concern that Noah is in a completely adversarial situation. Nina, however, finds it amusing, remarking that she expected everyone to praise him, but instead, he has become the target of pure jealousy. Noah himself remains utterly unfazed. He dismisses the commotion as foolishness, stating that it has nothing to do with him and that he never wanted their support in the first place. Seeing his focus, Clarice approaches him with a competitive fire in her eyes. She tells him not to dare shrink back in this atmosphere, because she is the one who will defeat him. Noah's gaze remains fixed forward as he states plainly, "The only thing I'm thinking about today is winning." That's it. Meanwhile, Rio Fadalas has a startling realization. She declares that she won't lose either, identifying Princess Iris as her rival. Flustered, she quickly tries to deny it, but then her expression hardens with determination. She realizes she must even overcome the support Iris is giving to her opponent. Her declaration of rivalry quickly escalated into a furious outburst. Pointing an accusatory finger at Noah, she roared, questioning how he dared to call Princess Iris by her first name. Her voice echoed through the stands as she continued her tirade, declaring his familiarity with the princess unforgivable. She questioned if they were already so close, sarcastically remarking on how much fun he must be having. She then began to boo him loudly, shouting for the popular guy to lose. Noah, looking weary, remarked on how quickly she had turned into an enemy. Ignoring his comment, she turned her attention to Nina and Clarice, urging them to defeat him. Her shouts were cut short by a crisp, amplified announcement summoning all main tournament participants to the waiting room. Heeding the call, Clarice declared with resolve that it was time to go. Nina affirmed her readiness, and Noah acknowledged them as they prepared to head out. Upon entering the designated waiting room, Noah was greeted by Leo Albert. Leaning casually against the doorway, Leo remarked on Noah's incredible popularity, musing that half the day spectators were likely there just for him. As they sat down, Noah questioned Leo's assessment, specifically the number 2 popularity ranking he had mentioned. Leo explained with a smile that he was referring to a ranking created just for the new students. He dismissed the crowd's attention as simple gawking and advised Noah not to take it seriously, asserting that the true contenders to watch were Noah himself and the Gravity Princess, Rio. He elaborated, explaining that the masses are drawn to name value and the prestige of noble houses. He then made a self-aware comment, acknowledging that his own perspective on the matter was quite rare for someone of his aristocratic standing. Noah processed Leo's insightful words. He understood the truth in them. Everyone was pretending not to see it, but his actual power was in a league of its own. The crowd had gathered for the spectacle, not for his true strength. He considers Leo's words a sharp glint in his eyes. He understands that his true strength is greater than what he has shown, and that today, others will likely come to know it as well. As he processes this, Leo continues their conversation, leaning forward with a grin. He tells Noah not to get the wrong idea. He's only hyping him up because he's the type who isn't swayed by popularity and is only interested in witnessing brilliant, powerful magic. He then adds that it's also interesting to see someone stronger than himself shine. However, he warns that he has no intention of losing from the start. If he encounters magic without brilliance, he'll end the fight immediately. A statement punctuated by the image of a defeated and bruised Natale Colette. He internalizes Leo's words, recognizing him as the number 2 in popularity, a man whose talent, lineage, and abilities are cut above the rest. A confident smile spreads across Noah's face. If there are those who would surpass him in shine, he wants them to show him what they've got. He continues his analysis, noting that Leo possesses the calm objectivity to accurately gauge an opponent's strength, the mark of a mage destined to grow powerful. Noah reminds himself that carelessness is forbidden and that he must be more vigilant than ever, for while he believes himself to be the strongest, he knows there are no absolutes in magic. Leo laughs, telling Noah that's the spirit. He declares that he has no intention of losing either, as this tournament is merely a stepping stone for him. Noah smiles back, agreeing that's how it should be, and admitting he looks forward to the day they fight. Moments later, the roar of a massive crowd fills the air. Below, a vast, grid combat arena stands ready, a lone figure at its center preparing to make an announcement. The announcer's voice booms across the stadium, declaring that the match card for the day have been decided and are about to be revealed. Rio Fadalas looks on with fierce determination, while Noah watches with a confident smirk. As the announcer begins to shout the first matchup, Nina von Raymond's eyes widen in shock. Noah, however, maintains his steady, intense gaze. The announcer's voice declares the first match, Clarice Rutherford versus Rio Fadalas. The two combatants face each other, their expressions a mixture of grim resolve and focused intensity. As the tournament announcements continue, the second match is revealed, Roughhouse Asta versus King August. The two competitors lock eyes with grim intensity. Immediately following, the third match is declared. Nina von Raymond will face Selonot. A look of concern crosses Nina's face as she beholds her intense-looking opponent. The announcements culminate with the fourth match, Noah Arclight against Leo Albert. A confident smile spreads across both of their faces, mutually acknowledging the fated confrontation. Leo grins, his thoughts racing. He considers Noah his first true opponent, acknowledging him as the strongest fighter in their year and a worthy adversary. Noah watches him, his own expression unreadable. He, in turn, internally recognizes Leo's heritage as part of a noble house of master swordsmen, seeing that his very spirit is that of a powerful warrior. Later, in a waiting room, Noah sits alone. He muses that Rio Fadalas is the perfect opponent to make a name for himself. Just then, Clarice Rutherford enters, announcing that the match is about to begin. Meanwhile, in another room, Rio Fadalas stretches her arms wide with a great yawn. Her eyes snap open as she asks aloud if it is already time. She leaps to her feet, a sharp, eager grin spreading across her face. All right, she declares with relish. Let's get this over with quick. As she prepares, Clarice can be seen leaving Noah's room in the background. Back in the first waiting room, Clarice turns to leave, but pauses to offer a final word of caution to Noah, telling him not to let his guard down. He looks surprised by her concern. She retorts, asking why he looks so shocked. She explains that it's only natural. She hasn't been an adventurer for nothing and knows how to gauge an opponent's strength. Her confidence unwavering, Clarice tells Noah not to lump her in with the self-proclaimed strongest fighters. Noah, seated with Nina, admits he expected her to boast about crushing him easily. She continues, her expression hardening as she internally admits that while she used to dismiss mages who weren't adventurers as mere dabblers, she recognizes that her opponent is in a league of her own. Her serious assessment surprises Noah, who notes aloud that she seems wary of her opponent. Clarice stands firm, declaring that while it's only natural to be cautious, she has no intention of losing. He laughs, pleased by her fighting spirit. Unfazed, Clarice retorts that he should be prepared, as she'll be the one to defeat him eventually as well. Her bravado momentarily falters as a sudden, shocking realization strikes her. The renowned adventurer, Van, might be watching a match. The thought makes her gasp, as she panics. Noah internally muses that he's only on a break from his adventurer duties, finding her sudden fixation on Van rather telling. Flustered, Clarice demands that he should have told her sooner, leaving Noah bewildered by her outburst. Her panic quickly transforms into renewed determination. She realizes that Van might indeed come to watch his disciple, Noah, which means she'll have a chance to impress him as well. The thought fills her with a sudden burst of fighting spirit. Seeing her newfound energy, Noah offers his encouragement from the couch. Do your best, Clarice, he says. I'm looking forward to it. She turns back, beaming with confidence, and tells him to leave it to her. She proclaims that she will put on a good show for Van. With her resolve solidified, she turns and walks purposefully toward the large double doors leading to the tournament arena. As Clarice walks toward the arena, Noah Arclight watches from afar with a confident smirk. He internally urges her to put on an entertaining show, musing that the adventurer Van is surely watching her as well. His thoughts are drowned out by the roar of the crowd as an announcer's voice booms across the massive, packed stadium. The first match is beginning, and the student combatants are making their entrance. The announcer introduces the two opponents by name, Rio Fadalas and Clarice Rutherford. Clarice wears a mask of grim determination, while Rio regards her with a cool, almost dismissive gaze. Facing each other in the center of the arena, Rio breaks the silence. She asks if Clarice used to be an adventurer, then immediately dismisses the fact with a condescending, "So what?" Her question gives way to a wide, malicious grin. With a sinister cackle, Rio declares her intent to utterly crush the adventurer with her magic, a palpable sense of menace emanating from her. Within a grand coliseum packed with spectators, the first match of the main tournament is set to begin. Ride Vault faces Haruka Ichinos, declaring that he will flatten the barbarian adventurer with his magic. Haruka scoffs in response, coolly dismissing his taunt. Her expression is one of utter confidence. She states that since her profession is subjugating monsters, she feels no need to hold back against a monster-like opponent such as him. Her words strike a nerve. Rai questions if she's calling him a monster simply because he's strong. Haruka clarifies her meaning. He is barbaric, like a monster. Rai seems to take it as a strange sort of praise, admitting he hears that often. With a playful wink, Haruka agrees it's only natural for a mage of his caliber. Flustered, Rai tells her not to compliment him, but quickly dismisses it and tells her to bring it on. An official's voice calls out, asking if both combatants are ready. Haruka and Rai exchange a final, determined look, each giving a sharp nod of assent. With their confirmation, the announcer's voice booms across the arena. Main tournament, first match. Begin. Instantly, Rai pushes off the ground, lunging into action. As he moves, Haruka's face twists into a fierce grin. She declares her intent to blow him away before he can be caught by gravity, noting that it's the first thing everyone tries to do against her. Rai taunts her, asking if she really thinks she can land a spell on him. He offers her a single free shot, a courtesy he notes he didn't extend during the preliminaries. As he speaks, a series of intricate magic circles materialize on the ground around him. Haruka shouts back that this is a special specification for the main tournament. Rai retorts with equal intensity, declaring that if that's the case, it will be the very cause of her defeat. Unfazed, Haruka roars that she shows no mercy, even to an undefended opponent. She unleashes her spell, Flame Attack, May Rain. A furious barrage of fireballs erupts and hurtles towards Rai. Meanwhile, in the stands, Rai Volt observed the match with a confident smirk. As he watched the spectacle, his thoughts drifted to another fighter, musing on what he identified as Clarisse's signature combined technique of swordsmanship and magic. He continued his internal analysis, picturing a tactical dilemma. At a medium range, an opponent would be incinerated by a flame spear, but getting too close would result in being skewered by Clarisse's sword. He acknowledged the technique as Clarisse's specialty, her surefire, winning magic. With that thought, his focus returned to the present, his anticipation growing as he prepared to witness the skills of the much-rumored combatant, Ryo. Back in the arena, Haruka roared, convinced her fiery barrage would decide the match. In response, her opponent, Ryo Fatalos, simply smirked and calmly uttered the name of her spell, Gravity Hole. The effect was instantaneous. A massive crater erupted from the arena floor as an unseen force violently pulled Haruka's fireballs downward, extinguishing them completely within the newly formed chasm. The sight left Rai utterly stunned, his confident expression replaced with wide-eyed shock. He realized with a start that this was the power of gravity magic. Her face alight with a wicked grin, Ryo taunted her downed opponent, laughing that this was merely the beginning of what she could do. The immense gravitational pressure slammed Haruka to her hands and knees. She looked up in disbelief to see Ryo floating effortlessly above the ground. Outraged, Haruka yelled that it was impossible to float and that it must be against the rules. Hovering above, Ryo continued her mockery, asking if Haruka had now experienced the power of the Gravity Princess. Flustered and struggling against the pressure, Haruka retorted that Ryo shouldn't call herself that, as it was embarrassing. From her vantage point high above the arena, Ryo suggested that Haruka must be jealous of being called a princess. Haruka turned her head away, quietly muttering that she was not. Her opponent's taunts from the crater below elicited a furious scowl from Haruka Ichinos. "What's with you? You're so lame." She seethed, her face contorted in frustration. Meanwhile, in the stands, Rai Volt turned to friend Auguste with a dismissive look. He stated plainly that his only interest in the tournament was Noah Arclight, and that she didn't even register on his radar. Back in the arena, Ryo Fatalos echoed a similar sentiment. "What a coincidence," she mused from her position, floating above the ground. "I'm also only thinking about defeating Noah." Her tone then shifted to mockery as she pointed out Haruka's undignified position, vowing to drag her down. Her face flushed with a mixture of rage and embarrassment. "It's a deliberate choice," she shrieked. "And for that, you deserve to die 10,000 deaths." Her outburst only fueled Ryo's anger. "I'm furious now," she declared. "My teacher told me not to end it instantly, but I won't give you that chance." Unfazed, Haruka shot back, telling Ryo that if she had time for such thoughts, she should be more concerned for her own safety. She dismissed the warning with a smirk. "How cheeky," Ryo said, as complex magical circles materialized beneath her. "Surrender now if you don't want to be flattened." With a gleam in her eye, she challenged Haruka to repeat her boastful words if she could somehow survive the impending attack. As the massive spell formation pulsed with energy, filling the arena with an ominous glow, Haruka stood her ground below. She resolved to shatter such an attack head-on. She rose to her feet, sword in hand, her resolve hardening. "And once you're down here, I'll crush you," Haruka declared. She acknowledged that no one had ever withstood this attack and remained standing, but proclaimed that she would be the first magician to do so. With a powerful cry, she unleashed her own magic. Gravity Ray, a colossal beam of light, erupted from the ground, surging directly toward the airborne Ryo. "Kishishi, struggle all you want," Ryo shrieked, her confident expression cracking into one of surprise. Her bravado vanished, replaced by a grimace of disbelief and frustration as the unexpected counterattack raced towards her. "Tsh, what is this?" she muttered, caught completely off guard. In the tournament arena, a powerful explosion of force erupts from the ground, but Clarice Rutherford has already thrown herself aside. Hovering in the air above, Haruka Ichinos looks on in disbelief, realizing her attack has missed. Clarice, catching her breath, stares back with wide, shocked eyes. In response, Haruka unleashes a relentless barrage, causing explosions to ripple across the arena floor. Pinned down by the chaotic assault, Clarice grits her teeth, decrying the reckless nature of the attacks. From her aerial position, she laughs and taunts Clarice, telling her to run. On the fractured ground, Clarice expresses her frustration, cursing that she can't get close and wondering aloud how long her opponent intends to stay floating up there. Watching the match from the sidelines, Noah Arclight's expression is calm and analytical. His thoughts turn to his companion, recalling that Clarice was originally an adventurer. He considers her past, understanding that her experience fighting monsters has prepared her to handle unpredictable and unorthodox attacks, unlike those found in calculated duels. He deduces that she is using her exceptional reflexes and a sixth sense to react to the subtle vibrations in the air from the gravity attacks, allowing her to instinctively determine the direction she needs to evade. His analysis concludes with a flicker of concern as he silently questions how long Clarice can possibly keep up this intense level of evasion. Back in the arena, Haruka's playful tone sours into annoyance. She concedes that the adventurer is surprisingly skilled, but declares that she's growing bored and it's time for Clarice to be hit. Enraged, Clarice shouts back for her to be quiet, vowing to drag her down from the sky. As Clarice dodges yet another attack, a pillar of energy erupting from the ground, Haruka mocks her, calling the effort a mere warm-up and pointing out that Clarice is already panting and struggling to keep her breath. Clarice's frustration boils over as she realizes she's just been frantically running around. At the same time, Haruka's own irritation grows. She cannot understand how Clarice keeps dodging her invisible gravity waves. Her impatience peaks as she thinks about how she wants to fight Noah, viewing this prolonged battle as nothing but an annoyance. She hovers in the air, her patience completely gone, screaming for Clarice to just get crushed. Below, Clarice looks up, a determined glint in her eye, declaring that this was exactly what she had been waiting for. From the sidelines, Noah observes with a slight smile, recognizing that Haruka's impatience signals a victory for Clarice's tenacious strategy. Seizing the opportunity, she dashes forward. Clarice understands that Haruka has ceased her relentless attacks only to prepare for a much larger, more powerful spell. As the situation unfolds, Noah's mind races through the principles of magic. He knows that no matter the mage's skill, a gap is always created when casting a high-level spell. Furthermore, the more powerful the magic, the more committed the caster becomes, making it impossible to halt the incantation suddenly. He watches Clarice sprint across the arena floor, but Haruka, floating high above, is confident. She internally scoffs at the attempt, certain that Clarice's speed on foot is no match for the casting time of her spell. In response, Clarice slams her foot down, and a complex, glowing magic circle erupts across the stone floor beneath her. With a powerful cry, she unleashes her spell. Flame burst. Columns of fire erupt from the ground, surging directly toward the airborne Haruka. Caught completely by surprise, she can only gasp in disbelief as the flames rush to meet her. Clarice declares victory, intending to overwhelm Haruka with the inferno. Haruka, however, realizes her opponent's gambit. She curses, knowing it's too late for Clarice to dodge, as she is now locked into casting her own spell. Unwilling to be outdone, she completes her incantation, roaring Rimu burst. A torrent of her own magical energy, a swirling vortex of power, descends upon Clarice. Clarice screams that there is no way for Haruka to escape the rising flames. But as the two spells converge, Haruka, with wide eyes, concedes defeat. In the stands, Noah Arclight and the surrounding spectators stare with wide-eyed disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion at the events unfolding in the tournament arena. The source of their astonishment, Rio Fadalas, stand at the center of the arena. With a playful grin and her arms raised, she dispels the massive magical energy she had summoned, casually remarking, "Just kidding." Her grin widens into a manic, toothy smile as she reveals the truth of her tactic, boasting that she is, in fact, capable of canceling the activation of her own magic. From his seat, Noah processes the incredible feat to cancel a spell, especially one of that magnitude. At this stage of the tournament was the work of a true genius. He realizes that even someone as skilled as Clarice could never have predicted such a move. In the arena, Clarice cries out in disbelief, questioning how the magic circle simply vanished. Across from her, Rio smirks, declaring that she was simply one step ahead of her opponent. Before Clarice can react to the sudden shift, a brutal impact sends a spray of blood from her mouth. She stumbles backward, her body giving way as she plummets into a crater in the arena floor. The announcer's voice rings out, declaring the match over as Rio looks down, poised to deliver a final blow. Standing at the edge of the crater, Ryo looks down at her defeated opponent. She sighs, remarking that it was an anticlimactic victory, but a victory nonetheless. Leaning over the fallen Clarisse, whose face is bruised and dirted, Ryo smiles. She admits that while the fight was entertaining, it ended too quickly. She tells the defeated warrior that she will remember her name, Clarisse. A formal announcement confirms Clarisse's elimination from the tournament despite her valiant effort. In a stone corridor beneath the arena, a loud buzzer signals the end of the contest. One of the hooded figures, Kai, turns to his companion, noting that the first match is over. He grins with anticipation, holding a complex, star-patterned device. He chuckles, eager to see the shocked faces of the spectators. He then barks an order to his subordinates, telling them to get into position as his group heads to the south side. A subordinate named Genie confirms the command. In the main arena, an announcer's voice declares the winner of the Welcome Festival's first match, Ryo Fadalas. With a triumphant shout, Ryo throws her arms into the air as the device used for the duel rests on the floor below. The intricate device on the arena floor begins to dematerialize, its solid form dissolving into shimmering particles of light. Her opponent, Clarisse Rutherford, lies defeated on the ground, clutching her head in anguish. She curses her performance, lamenting that in a battle with only one chance, she was forced to prioritize escape and couldn't unleash her true power. She remains on the floor, her fist clenched tightly as a wave of bitter regret washes over her. Watching from the stands, Noah Arclight observes the scene. He reflects that Clarisse's lack of experience in one-on-one combat was the deciding factor, but he believes this loss will ultimately make her stronger. His attention shifts to the victor, Ryo Fadalas. He internally acknowledges her as a formidable opponent, noting that despite repeatedly casting powerful gravity magic, she shows no signs of mana depletion. He estimates her total mana reserves are on par with, or perhaps even greater than, Nina's. A condescending voice cuts through his thoughts. Roughhouse approaches from the side, calling his name before mockingly asking if the commoner has gotten scared. Noah turns to face him as Roughhouse continues his taunts. He questions why Noah would be intimidated, dismissing Clarisse as just one of his former adventure companions. He declares that it has nothing to do with Noah. Clarisse simply lost the fight. He stands silently as Roughhouse, arms crossed, dismisses him as a boring guy. Roughhouse continues his unsolicited analysis, admitting that Noah possesses undeniable skill and that with the right trigger, he could even become strong enough to defeat Ryo Fadalas. From a wider perspective in the stands, Roughhouse continues his taunts, questioning why Noah needs to be coddled by others. Nearby, other students express their concern, asking Noah if he's alright and who his opponent is. The relentless provocation causes Noah's composure to break, his face twisting in fury. At that exact moment, a voice announces his opponent, Leo of the esteemed King Augusta family, a user of water magic, who raises his hand in a confident greeting. Leo, standing with his companion Ride, overhears Roughhouse and scoffs, calling a foolish question and demanding to know who Roughhouse thinks he is. Ride, however, seems impressed, noting that Leo's power must be considerable to have defeated someone named Mustang. Stung by the dismissal, Roughhouse's expression turns venomous. He proudly announces his identity, Roughhouse, second son of the Marquis and Asta, and an elite of ice magic, and declares that his pride will not permit him to lose. He then turns his attention back to Noah, who observes that Roughhouse's demeanor is far more intense than when they last fought. Roughhouse ignores the observation, vowing that he will be the one to advance through the tournament and claim ultimate victory. Walking away with a dismissive wave, he delivers a parting shot, telling Noah that as a mere commoner, he should just focus on surviving the first round. As Roughhouse departs, Leo and Ride pass by. Leo seizes the opportunity to add his own insult, smugly informing Noah that winning the tournament is impossible while he's around. Noah is left speechless, silently fuming at the deeply unpleasant encounter. The tension in the stands is broken by the tournament announcer's booming voice, declaring the start of the second match of the first round. Down in the arena, the two combatants are revealed. In a twist of fate, it is Leo Albert against Roughhouse. Leo conjures a swirling shield of water just as Roughhouse erects a crystalline barrier of ice, and their battle begins. As the match between Leo Albert and Roughhouse begins, Noah Arclight watches from the stands with a knowing smile. He muses that magical combat is heavily influenced by the compatibility of elements. In this fight of water versus ice, he concludes that the ice mage, Roughhouse, holds an overwhelming advantage. Down in the arena, Leo Albert's face contorts with fury. He roars that he cannot lose and vows to suffocate his opponent with his water magic. In a dramatic display of power, he summons a massive water wall, sending a towering wave surging across the arena towards Roughhouse. The wave crashes forward, but from the stands, Noah confidently holds up two fingers, declaring that he will freeze all of Roughhouse's magic. In the arena, a massive wall of ice erupts, instantly solidifying Leo's attack. He internally notes the incredible level of magical proficiency on display. To instantly freeze an opponent's refined water magic, even with a type advantage, is no small feat. He realizes Roughhouse must have trained relentlessly, spurred on by the humiliation of his previous defeat. Leo pants for breath, his attack completely nullified by a cracking wall of ice. Beside Noah, Raidvault remarks that Roughhouse is clearly more than just talk. Noah's expression sharpens. He tells Raid to keep watching, predicting that it will soon be time for Roughhouse to be encased in ice. His prediction is cut short as Leo raises his hands in surrender, admitting he can't continue. The announcer declares Roughhouse the winner. In the stands, Clarice Rutherford looks on, stunned, as Noah remarks on Roughhouse's impressive performance. Suddenly, a voice cries out his name. Nina von Raymond appears behind him with a startled cry, surprising both Noah and a wide-eyed Monica, Welsia, beside her. He laughs, telling Nina she jumped and that her overreaction suggests she's extremely nervous. Flustered, Nina insists she isn't, before sheepishly admitting that perhaps she can't entirely deny it. He listens as Nina, flustered, asks for his help. She identifies her opponent as Lfsel Ongat and voices her fear that he uses a type of magic that affects the mind. She begs him to teach her, explaining that she's never encountered such magic before, which is the source of her anxiety. Noah admits he lacks experience in duels against that type of mage, but offers to share what he's learned from fighting monsters with similar powers. Elsewhere in the stands, Raidvault gives advice to Monica Welsia. He tells her the first step is to question her own perception. If something feels different from the usual, she must hold on to that sense of unease. He continues, explaining the trap. If she can't see her opponent, move her body, or channel her magic, she must not dismiss it as a personal failing. The moment she does, she is already lost, completely caught in her opponent's spell. The complexity of such a counter-strategy overwhelms Nina, who clutches her head in distress. Seeing her state, Raid offers his own counsel. He tells her that if she notices the unease, she should first calm down and take a deep breath, then consciously focus on maintaining a firm hold on her own magic. He then suggests a more drastic measure: summon a spirit and have it attack her. The external shock, he explains, should jolt her mind back to its senses. Nina's expression shows she understands the logic, even as Raid clarifies this as general advice, since he doesn't know Lfsel's specific magic. A look of intensity crosses his face as he reflects on the importance of such tactical maneuvers in duels. He admits to himself that he's envious of Nina. He, too, wishes to test his skills against an unknown opponent. He turns back to her with a grin, telling her to channel that fighting spirit. He adds that if she wins, her next match will be against him. Bolstered by his words, Nina clenches her fist, declaring that she now feels like she has a real chance to win. As a final piece of encouragement, Raid tells her to go and do her best, reminding her that she's fighting to impress her parents, who are surely watching. Filled with renewed confidence, Nina agrees, as Raid turns away, stating he's also looking forward to fighting her. She turns to Noah, her expression brimming with newfound resolve as an announcer's voice declares the imminent start of the third match. Nina promises Noah she will absolutely win, telling him to watch. He smiles back, affirming that he has high expectations for her. As Nina heads towards the arena, Raid turns to leave as well, announcing his departure. Noah, noticing, asks where he is going. Raid cryptically replies that he has a small errand to run and will be stepping out for a bit, acknowledging that Nina's match is up next. He watches Raid walk away with a determined stride, calling out for him to be careful. Raid offers a simple affirmation without looking back. Noah's gaze remains fixed on him, a serious look on his face. Moments later, in the tournament arena, the announcer's voice booms, officially commencing the third match of the first round of the Welcoming Festival's main tournament. Meanwhile, as Raid walks, he suddenly halts. A chilling sensation washes over him, a familiar feeling that conjures the image of a dark, hooded figure surrounded by shadowy forms. His eyes widen with dawning horror. He recognizes the sensation. It's the same as the one emanating from the assailants he faced yesterday. Back in the arena, the match is already underway. Nina and Lfsel Ongat are locked in a magical duel, energies crackling between them. Lfsel Ongat suddenly bellows, not at Nina, but to others unseen, ordering them to begin the blood festival with the Duke's daughter. Before they can act, Raid appears, his face a mask of fury, roaring that he will not allow it. In the grand arena, an announcer's voice booms, declaring the start of the third match. Nina von Raymond takes a breath, her eyes narrowing with focus. Across the tiled floor, Noah Arclight stands silently, his expression unreadable as he observes his opponent. As the match begins, Nina immediately summons a large, winged fairy, a radiant spirit that materializes above a magic circle. She decides to use this to gauge her opponent's reaction first. Unseen by her, a small, dark, imp-like creature hovers near Noah. He, however, reacts with visible disgust, gritting his teeth and muttering his intense dislike for what he sees. His sudden outburst catches Nina completely off guard. Noah points accusingly at her, shouting with frustration that a mage with her talent should have access to cooler magic than that. Nina can only stare back, utterly bewildered by his complaint. From across the arena, she calls out to him, reminding him that since he also made it this far in the tournament, their positions should be the same. Her thought is cut short by a voice from the spectator stands. Vault casually remarks that Noah's magic is a bit special. The comment sends a jolt of surprise through Nina. She whips her head back towards the arena floor, only to find that Noah has vanished. Her summoned fairy is also gone. Her eyes dart around frantically, searching the empty space where he stood just moments before. Before she can react to his disappearance, a massive vortex of violent, swirling energy erupts from a seemingly empty spot nearby, rushing toward her. The magical whirlwind intensifies. Caught within the gale, her fairy suddenly reappears, crying out her name in alarm as it's tossed about by the powerful spell. Nina's mind races. He vanished, then attacked from an empty location. This must be the illusion magic that affects the mind, just as Noah had said. But if that were the case, she reasons, the spell's target should only be her. As she processes this, her eyes dart to the side, catching a glimpse of something. As she grappled with the invisible assault, her supporters in the stands realized from the crowd's shared confusion that Nina was not the only one being affected by the strange magic. Back in the arena, Nina deduced that if it were a mental interference spell, the range was far too vast to cast on the entire venue. She wondered how he was managing it. She knew that even with her fairy's efficient mana consumption, she would be the first to run out of power if things continued. With newfound resolve, she decided on a new strategy. First, expose his invisible body, then end the match in one decisive move. Pleading with her fairy, Nina thrust her grimoire forward and shouted the incantation, "Convert." A vortex of magical energy erupted from the book's pages, swirling around her. The energy rapidly expanded, transforming the solid floor of the arena into a massive, churning pool of water. With desperation coloring her voice, she cried out a name, "Undine, please." From the swirling depths, a majestic figure arose. The great water spirit, Undine, materialized, her mermaid-like form filling the arena with her aquatic presence as Nina stood ready behind her. Her eyes burned with conviction. For the sake of all the people watching and cheering for her, she declared that she absolutely could not lose. Suddenly, Undine raised a hand, intercepting an unseen attack. Behind the spirit, Nina gasped, her eyes wide with shock. The water, disturbed by the blocked attack, clung to the invisible assailant, causing a trail of liquid to rise and perfectly outline his form. Nina realized her plan was a success. The water would have the power of his fire magic, and his transparency was now useless. She called out to the revealed silhouette, Rain. He stood calmly amidst the downpour, a faint smile on his lips as he declared that his turn was just beginning. From the stands, Nina stared in disbelief, realizing he hadn't vanished at all. Beside her, Clarisse was equally stunned, understanding that this was not simple invisibility magic. In an instant, he closed the distance to Roughhouse, landing a solid blow to the nobleman's chest. From her position, Nina gratefully thanked her water spirit, Undine, whose ethereal form shimmered on her arm. Roughhouse could only grit his teeth against the unexpected impact. Before Nina could fully comprehend the sudden assault, Noah disappeared in a flash of light, leaving only the swirling water where he once stood. She cried out in surprise. His form had compressed into a small, dark sphere, which now zipped through the arena, effortlessly deflecting the torrent of water bullets Undine launched at it. From the spectator stands, Clarisse watched with mounting frustration. She realized that he had vanished once more, and in this state, it was impossible for her to land a single blow. Nina, panting from the exertion, received a warning from her spirit. Undine explained that her summoning required immense magical power, and prolonged use would completely drain Nina's strength. Compounding her problem, the grand magic circle on the arena floor faded. She knew that the convert spell, which had flooded the field, had an interval before it could be cast a second time. The full weight of her situation crashed down on her. She had anticipated his invisibility magic and planned to overwhelm him with Undine, but now she was the one being cornered. Just as panic began to take hold, a sudden thought struck her, her eyes widening with realization. She had to doubt her own perception. Her mind raced back to a conversation with Roughhouse. He had relayed Noah's advice to her, to think because she hadn't yet properly analyzed her opponent's magic. The word perception echoed in her mind, a critical clue. Her mind raced. She had assumed he was using invisibility magic, but his form wasn't reappearing in the rain. This could only mean one thing. Her initial perception was wrong. Furthermore, she reasoned, mental magic is fundamentally a one-on-one discipline. Casting such an illusion over the entire venue would be impossible. With this new line of thinking, a look of resolve hardened her features. She addressed her water spirit, declaring that there was still one thing she hadn't tried, a course of action she had decided upon herself. Undine, with a sharp snap of her fingers, she dismissed the spirit, which dissolved back into countless water droplets. Her gaze sharpened, her concentration now absolute. Then, a flicker of understanding. Her eyes widened as the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. With this, she murmured. Across the arena, Noah's confident facade shattered. He stood drenched and exposed, his face a mask of disbelief as he realized she had seen through his deception. He heard her triumphant cry echo across the space. "I've figured it out. I know the true nature of your magic," she yelled. "It's a combination of transparency and illusion magic." The strategy was a brilliant two-layer deception. He would use transparency magic to render his own body invisible. Simultaneously, he would employ illusion magic to create a false perception for his opponent, effectively hiding himself even from their anti-concealment measures. A true two-stage master of stealth magic. He clenched his jaw, cursing under his breath. "Damn it," she noticed, he muttered, a grudging respect mixing with his frustration. "This is what makes her the real deal." He lets out a strained laugh, acknowledging Nina's skill. Below, the massive magic circle he had prepared glows intensely. He notes to himself that she didn't seem to notice it. Nina, however, stands defiant, declaring that she knows where he is now and will not let him act as he pleases. Her confidence shatters in an instant. She realizes her deduction was wrong. He wasn't using transparency magic, he was simply hiding. As this realization hits, a wave of distortion washes over her. Her sense of balance vanishes, making it impossible to stand. "What is this magic?" she cries out as her world warps. The ground gives way to a swirling, dark vortex that pulls her down into an abyss. Within the void, the colossal face of Noah materializes around her. She is now a tiny figure standing on his tongue as he explains that this is the result of him abandoning transparency magic to focus solely on illusion. The illusion shifts into a grotesque, skeletal horror. Noah's voice echoes, filled with torment, explaining that he never wanted to use this spell. He screams that those whose minds are destroyed by it may never recover, even with healing magic. The full form of the monstrous entity is revealed, a spider-like creature emerging from its chest towards Nina. The spell is named Chaos Dimension. The spell's effect is clear. Nina's eyes have become swirling black voids, from which inky black tears stream down her cheeks. Inside her mind, she feels every emotion she has: joy, sadness, happiness, regret, all being violently mixed together, turning her very being into a chaotic mess. The sensation is utterly sickening. From his perspective, Noah watches Nina's tormented spiritual form. He instructs her to consciously focus her magic to maintain her sense of self, as her mind is overwhelmed by the feeling of disgust. Trapped within the nightmarish illusion, surrounded by grasping skeletal hands, Nina recalls Noah's words, a flicker of hope in the oppressive darkness. She follows his instruction, closing her eyes against the horror. As the dark substance of the illusion weeps from her eyes, she turns her focus inward, concentrating on her own magical power. As she does, a small, pure light begins to glow from her core, pushing back against the oppressive darkness of the monstrous maw that surrounds her. The light intensifies, erupting in a brilliant, warm wave. A realization dawns on her. Her own magic feels gentle and warm, a stark contrast to the cold illusion. Her eyes snap open, no longer filled with terror, but with newfound resolve. The illusion's dark stains remain, but her gaze is sharp and focused. This surge of power shatters the illusion. Back in the physical world, Noah is forcefully repelled, his body jolting as if struck. Nina now stands before him, her demeanor transformed. He stares in utter disbelief, his mind reeling. He shouts in astonishment, questioning how his ultimate technique could have been broken. Before he can recover from the shock, Nina unleashes her own power, screaming the name of a spirit, Undine. The force of her magic sends Noah stumbling backward. In response to her call, a powerful water spirit materializes behind her. With a determined cry, Nina commands it, unleashing a hydro cannon. A massive torrent of water slams into Noah, who struggles to withstand the overwhelming force, cursing the persistent attack. He is completely overwhelmed by the deluge, submerged and battered by the magical torrent. His expression is one of pure shock and defeat. He was engulfed by the hydro cannon. The sheer force of the water spirit's attack exploded against his chest, the torrent swirling around him with overwhelming power. The blast sent him skidding backward across the arena, the stone floor groaning under the immense pressure of the watery onslaught. His face contorted with a mixture of anguish and awe. Tears streamed down his cheeks as a bitter realization struck him. So this was it. This was true talent. The power that girl possessed was something he could only stare at in defeat. The relentless force finally overwhelmed him completely, sending him flying backward through the air. He crashed onto the stone floor, lying still amidst the dissipating magical energy. As the crowd erupted, a voice echoed through the Colosseum, declaring the victor. The winner is Nina von Raymond. As her victory was announced, Nina panted, catching her breath. She glanced at Clarice, who held a book open for her, and wondered if her opponent had truly seen what she was capable of. Meanwhile, hidden amongst the spectators, a hooded figure stood silently, his face obscured. It was Noah, his gaze fixed on the arena, his presence unnoticed by the shocked crowd around him. Within a massive, roaring Colosseum, an announcer's voice declares the start of the third match. The narrative shifts back in time to the moments just after Nina's fight began. From a high perch, the hooded figure of Noah Arclight watches the arena below. From his seat in the stands, The nobleman roughhouse scans the crowd, his eyes narrowing as they lock onto his target. With a sharp intake of breath, he confirms his discovery. Found you. Sensing the hostile gaze, Noah grits his teeth in frustration. Before he can react, a hand clamps down firmly on his shoulder. A bright flash of magic erupts from the point of contact, startling him. He turns to find Roughhouse, who wears a smug grin. Roughhouse declares his efforts useless, revealing that his target is Nina. He vows that as long as he is present, Noah won't lay a single finger on her. Noah's eyes widen in shock as Roughhouse addresses him by his true name, Noah Arclight. The nobleman's grin widens as he confirms Noah's unspoken question, sneering that he indeed knows who he is. A pained grimace twists Noah's face as he clutches his hand, which now glows with a debilitating energy from Roughhouse's spell. He struggles against the magical restraint, his breath catching in his throat. Roughhouse glances down at the arena floor where Nina is engaged in her own battle, callously telling Noah not to cause a scene while she's fighting. Suddenly, a wild voice cuts through the din. Benjamin Doma, his eyes wide with manic glee, screams, "Challenge time!" and issues a chilling order to kill Nina von Raymond. In the stands, Rio Fadalas looks on in terror. Despite being held back, Noah defiantly shouts that he won't let them. The order is carried out instantly. In the center of the arena, a massive impact of force slams into Nina, sending dust and debris flying as she is violently struck down. The sudden, brutal attack sends a wave of shock through the onlookers. Noah's face is a mask of horror and disbelief. Even Roughhouse appears stunned. Doma looks on with a broken, almost ecstatic expression, while Rio cries out in despair. Doma stands triumphantly, declaring the result a disqualification. A nearby student murmurs in fear that taking a hit like that from Doma would be fatal. On the ground, Noah lies defeated. Just then, Haruka Ichinos of the Vigilante Squad arrives with a subordinate, announcing that she's been briefed on the situation. The Vigilante Squad leader, Haruka Ichinos, arrives on the scene, her expression grim. She informs the bound Noah Arclight that her squad will take him and his assailant into custody. Understanding the situation, Noah simply tells her to do what she must. As she prepares to act, a strange shimmer fills the air, and her eyes widen in alarm. In an instant, Haruka and her squad are transported to an unfamiliar location, now surrounded by other students. Startled, she demands to know where they are and who has brought them here. Before them stands the wild-eyed Benjamin Doma. Doma grins, explaining that this is the same situation as with two others from the day before. He speculates that they're dealing with disposable pawns who have been manipulated by either memory alteration or brainwashing magic. Still bound, Noah interjects with cold logic. He reasons that if the enemy is using magic to send in pawns, it's impossible that these are all of them. He continues, insisting that waiting for the official security net to react will be too slow. They must crush the source of the problem immediately with a swift initial strike. Doma agrees, asking for Noah's cooperation. With equal intensity, Noah declares that he is in agreement. They will sweep through the area and eliminate every threat. A manic grin spreads across Doma's face as he raises a finger. He declares that since they're decided, it will be a contest to see which of them can defeat more enemies, him or Noah Arclight. A sharp sound cuts the air. Noah sighs, realizing he has no choice. With Nina's safety on the line, he must accept this strange contest. He understands that Doma must have been asked to cooperate. Though he doesn't know the full extent of the situation, he decides to trust him for now. He watches as a burst of teleportation magic envelopes Haruka's squad. Still bound, he decides he must go as well, and one of the squad members readily agrees. The light intensifies around them. The magic deposits them inside a vast, empty tournament arena. Elsewhere, Roughhouse reacts with a start. Far below him, on the arena floor, Noah now stands alone, facing another student. A sharp sound slices through the air, indicating a swift movement. Following the sound, Roughhouse smirks with confidence. He notes that Nina also appears to be fighting and resolves to finish his own business quickly. In another location, Nina is indeed in the midst of combat, skillfully manipulating water around her. His confidence is short-lived. As a student bows before him, Roughhouse's expression twists into one of pure shock. The brainwashed student lunges at Noah, only for the attack to be effortlessly blocked by Noah's magically bound arms. Before the attacker can recover, Benjamin Doma appears in a blur of motion, delivering a vicious open palm strike to the side of the student's head, knocking him unconscious instantly. With the immediate threat neutralized, Doma turns to Noah with a grin, acknowledging his skill and declaring their contest a draw. From the sidelines, Noah confirms the outcome. Doma laughs heartily, declaring it a thrilling battle and thanking Noah. A member of Haruka's squad thanks them both for their efforts. Just then, Rio Fadalas arrives, expressing her relief that everything seems to have ended without incident. Rio explains with a smile that Haruka had instructed her to remain vigilant regarding any movements around Nina. Noah replies that the Vigilante Squad's assistance was a great help. Her expression becomes more thoughtful. Noah observes her, thinking to himself that it would have been better if she had simply told him about her assignment from the start. The The group now stands together in the quiet arena. He stood silently as Haruka Ichinos explained her rationale. She stated that since Noah Arclight would have begun guarding the target on his own regardless, there was no need to inform him of their plans. Noah seemed taken aback, realizing his predictable nature had been completely read. As Haruka departed, Rio Fadalas turned to him, offering her thanks. He replied that it was fine, though his expression remained troubled, which left Rio looking at him with a questioning gaze. She tried to reassure him, noting that with the area swept clean, the next match should be safe. He, however, was already piecing things together, recalling the assailants mentioning that person and concluding their leader must be someone of considerable standing. His thoughts solidifying into a plan, he abruptly asked Rio where the captured students were being held. She explained that they were in the academy's cells, but he understood that this was no fundamental solution. The spellcaster themselves had to be defeated. The realization struck him with sudden force. Before he could act, Rio continued her report, mentioning that the individuals Doma had left half-dead were now being treated in the infirmary. Just then, Doma himself arrived with a loud laugh. He unapologetically admitted that it was his fault, explaining to Noah that he simply doesn't have it in him to hold back. He then turned to the small crowd of onlookers, announcing his departure since the fighting seemed to be over. The other students expressed their gratitude as he called out to Noah Arclight by his full name. Facing him directly, Doma confessed that while he had previously only wanted to fight against him, he found that fighting alongside him wasn't bad at all. Noah conceded the point. With another booming laugh, Doma waved farewell, remarking that Noah remains as unreadable as ever before, promising they would meet again. As he watched Doma leave, his thoughts returned to the matter at hand. Recalling that the attackers were in the infirmary, he decided he should head there himself. He watches from the side of the arena as an announcer's voice declares Nina von Raymond the winner of her match, calling for a round of applause. The sound of clapping begins to echo through the venue. As she turns, her expression a mixture of shock and joy, he raises a hand with a bright smile. He calls out her name, congratulating her on a job well done. In response, her hands come together in a grateful clap as she voices her thanks. She approaches him, explaining that she only managed to win because of the advice he gave her. He modestly brushes it off, saying it wasn't anything significant. Visibly flustered and happy, Nina beams at the compliment. Noah grins back, assuring her it was a good fight and that the victory was a result of her own strength. His expression then turns more serious as he begins to walk away. He reminds her that they're set to fight in the semifinals, and that she should use the time to find his weaknesses. Nina quietly resolves to do her best. He gives a final wave, announcing that he's off to his own match. With renewed determination, Nina clenches her fists, promising to cheer him on. Moments later, the announcer's voice booms across the vast arena. The fourth match of the Welcome Festival's first round is beginning, as both combatants have now taken their positions. The two opponents are formally introduced to the crowd, Noah Arclight and Leo Albert. Leo stands opposite him with a confident smile, asking if Noah has finished his business. Noah confirms that he has, thanks to Leo's help. He stands opposite his opponent, Leo Albert, who declares that regardless of what Noah was doing earlier, he has no intention of holding back. Noah readily agrees, stating that he wants a serious battle and challenges Leo to fight with killing intent, otherwise it would be dull. In response, Leo trembles with excitement, covering his face with one hand. He exclaims that this is the moment he's been waiting for, his visible eye wide with manic delight as he agrees with Noah's terms. His excitement boiling over, Leo proclaims that he has wanted to fight Noah Arclight for a long time, just to witness his power shine. He declares that no other mage has ever resonated with him or piqued his curiosity to this extent, and he demands that Noah show him the true essence of his divine magic. Taken aback by the intense declaration, Noah can only remark that his opponent is being even more incomprehensible than usual. Leo, however, laughs it off, admitting that his own emotions are running high. He confesses that he's never felt such an unstoppable thrill before, leaving Noah to look on in bewilderment. His gaze sharpens with intense focus as he realizes that with Noah as his opponent, he can finally unleash his full power. He grins, promising it will be fun, and again urges Noah to show him his full strength, declaring he's been waiting for an opponent just like him. Noah's expression hardens as he internally acknowledges that Leo Albert is the perfect adversary for his goal of learning interpersonal combat. As his power begins to manifest, crackling around him, he sets the rules for this engagement in his mind. No carelessness, no arrogance, and no hesitation. He must be careful not to kill Leo, but also not to hold back too much. A spark of lightning flashes as he concludes that Leo should be able to withstand it, even if he gets a little serious. With both fighters ready, the announcer's voice echoes across the roaring stadium, officially commencing the fourth match. He wastes no time, roaring Leo's name as he summons his weapon. Magic Sword Algark, he bellows, declaring his intent to go full throttle from the very beginning. The sudden escalation leaves Leo momentarily stunned. Leo's shock quickly melts into a confident grin. He remarks that it's just what he'd expect from Noah, noting that if either of them had tried to test the waters, the fight would have been over in an instant. His expression grows even more eager. He praises Noah's judgment as the correct one and, with a thrill in his voice, demands to see the power of a truly strong person. He adds that he enjoys Noah's sharp tongue. Noah's eyes narrow with fierce determination. He retorts that it's only natural, as he has no time to spare holding back against an opponent like him. He issues a challenge of his own, for Leo to try and corner him with his full strength. "Here I come," he declares. In response, Leo's face twists into a wild, ecstatic grin. He unleashes a torrent of power, channeling it into a single, devastating move, the Dawn Strike. The immense force of the attack rushes toward Noah, whose eyes widen in pure shock at the overwhelming power now bearing